Okay. Well, we're doing it again.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Here we go again.
If you don't know what it is, it's the 50 games that are not the definitive ones, just 50 really good ones, and we try to go for uniqueness, was it like breadth of genre,
Variety.
variety is a good word, because we try to minimize on, let's say, redundancies. But yeah, the explanation is a bit better in that very first video. We'll do it for the PlayStation.
Watch our first videos. Try looking at our playlist.
Please consult the accompanying video.
So, yeah, we have 100 games because, oh boy, this library is large and recommendations were plentiful.
Yeah, this is like what is it, like over 4,000 games?
And I picked like 4.
I did keep a little column here determining who recommended what. We have Bob here with blue, me in green, Yoshi in red, and then magenta is either ARPA or some of Bob's friends, because in the other category. But yeah, ARPA gave me a lot, and Bob's friends apparently recommended quite a bit too. So,
but it's kind of easy to forget just how crazy the cost reduction going to optical media was. That made to what that made to everything.
It's also the
demo discs.
The invention of the third dimension, which didn't exist before this.
Yeah.
A lot of people.
Well, that's another thing entirely. Yeah.
Yeah. I just mean like the variety that we're going to see is, in contrast, like pretty crazy. Like, whereas platformers were the predominant genre of our previous list because they work best in the 2D setting, or they're the easiest thing to do.
Yeah.
When we came to this era, a lot of people apparently, for example, really wanted to make racing games because, hey, we have the ability to do that now.
Yeah.
We have a 3D environment, and this is a hot new thing. So
I think the PS1's unique is characterized by two things, like 3D being decent. I mean, it's not literally the first 3D console by any means, but it was like the first one to just be very popular and do it well enough, I suppose you could say. Maybe that's debatable.
Right.
And like CD media, again, not the first CD console, but definitely the first to like just make it really popular and wasn't some weird add-on or something else. So yeah, it's those two things.
I would say this is an era of like, and it's like, again, like CD audio existed before this, but for some reason PlayStation, people just started going crazy with music. Like this is one of my favorite eras for like soundtracks. Because you get so much diverse stuff.
Actually, I've listened to some like Sega CD soundtracks and also some soundtracks from like the TurboGrafx CD. They're kind of similar in just how they just do whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah, they just
almost like the Amiga or something.
They opened the floodgates, so like, holy shit, we can do anything we want now.
I like a good example is Sonic CD and Sonic CD, because they have two incredibly different but incredibly unique soundtracks. And then the PlayStation is just all that, because the Sega CD didn't do too well, but this one, again, like 4,000 games. So we've got a lot of interesting stuff to look at.
I don't expect the makers of the Walkman of all things to do too well on the console business. They're going to get annihilated.
Alright, so
this is like the most experimental era outside of the actual founding of video games.
I definitely wouldn't say this is like the best generation, but I would definitely say it's the most interesting generation, at least through the gaming ones I've lived through. Like, it was just the Wild West. It was just crazy.
I agree. Like, I did. This is where I did a lot of my rentals was the PlayStation 1, and you just pick up random games and experience just something wild.
Yeah.
like that you couldn't get anywhere else.
Absolutely.
So, but yeah, we got 100 games to get through. I'm noticing we didn't quite 100% finish the list, but whatever. Let us get started with the first one here.
It's Ridge Racer.
It's Ridge Racer.
It's Ridge. No, I'm not saying it. But I will say I remember it.
All of us were trying to not do that.
Yeah, I do allude to it. Let it rock.
I mean, there is like a fucking reason they did that. Because Ridge Racer was, for some reason, like a very prominent...
Ridge Racer is the first PlayStation game. It is like code SLPS0001. It is literally the first PlayStation game. Regardless of region.
I wonder how that works. But...
Yeah, they all have an ID number.
Yeah, but I mean, how they're assigned, but whatever. Yeah. Off topic.
But, I'll just say now, I got...
Definitely a long title.
I got 3 games with my PlayStation. I got my PlayStation like 97, I think. So I was like behind, but like I was a dumb kid, I didn't know what was out. I got 3 games with it. I got Ridge Racer, I got Tekken 1, and I got Battle Arena Toshinden. Not gonna lie, I like the fighting games a lot more, but this game blew my mind. Like, going from the Mega Drive to this was just... I was like, wow, it's like you're actually driving.
Right.
They're just, you know, they're very blocky, polygonal, but, yeah, this is Namco. And see if you like, really, I guess, more historical reasons. I know when we do these 50 things, we'd like to have early games, and I think this might be the first time we'd put on one that's literally the first. I mean, I'm not putting it on because of that. It's still a good game. Like, this is a good arcade game. Since we last did a 50 thing, I've actually been kind of getting into racing games. Definitely not an expert, but I'm definitely a lot more... I understand the nuances between them a lot better now. This is super arcadey, like drifting. And,
yeah. I mean, this is basically
game.
Kind of thing you see from an arcade, yeah, with the laps and such. So like, I know it's well remembered and it became a long series, but I don't really know much about what makes it unique or if anything.
It is probably the biggest drawback. It is like as shallow as like a kiddie's paddling pool. There was literally one track with like 3 variants. So like I think when you go through the difficulties, it like swaps out parts of the track. You see different parts.
Well,
of
yeah,
the
I
city,
see that right there in the upper left.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Yeah, there's one track. Kind of reminds me of like F-Zero, how that was like super early. Like fondly remember when you look through the options, like whoa, this is basic. This has unlockable. I think it has 4 cars, and another 4 that are unlockable if you beat like the. So I'll mention it now. I don't know how much this is going to come up. Namco actually have a patent on putting mini games in loading screens, which is kind of bullshit, but only they can do it.
Yeah.
So both this and Tekken, which I had, both let you play Galaga at the start. In this, you unlock 4 of the cars. In Tekken, you would unlock Devil Kazuya, like a weird baser version of Devil Kazuya. So this game's fine, but it's a racing game. This is the new platformer. We're still got platformers, but this is gonna be the. It's gonna be.
We separated platformers into 2D and 3D, and that I think makes racing by itself like the most contested genre that we have now.
Yeah,
well, I mean, combine platformers together.
I mean, they're not all the same. Like this is not directly competing with Micromaniacs, let's say, but
no.
But yeah, there's a lot of racing. So personally, I would say this is a yellow for now, but
yeah,
I'd almost say red because I'm sure we can get something better than this.
Yeah, like a sequel.
A certain sequel.
Yeah. So, do you want to just talk about the sequels right away? Like, we could just jump down and just get to them? Because, like,
Might be the way to go. Yeah.
Not as important for this one but like for some others, let's just set the precedent.
Yeah, maybe we don't need to do it for this one because if we read it, then we're already like. I mean, we might come back to it, but like,
that's fine.
I don't. I think for our collection's sake, I don't think Legacy is as important.
That's
if
fine.
It isn't also like. I just to like establish like.
I mean, straight up, not
I think,
as good as it's the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, we already have like Super Mario World and SNES, so it's not like we've never done this before.
Sure.
That's fine. But it's fun to look at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to point out as well.
Ridge Racer, and now you know what it is.
Yes. If you didn't, now you'll remember. Whenever it comes up, I want to say, even though we've got 100 games, like it's over 4,000. So we were not just throwing any old crap in. I was like being way more picky than I was with GBA, and it still hit 100. Most of these are mine. But it's a nice round number as well. It's halved.
Yeah.
We'll have to halve these.
I think we threw in a couple of fun ones just for the sake of it. Like I know I definitely threw in a couple. I'm like, I want to talk about this, but
that's fine.
But
I've
no,
done that
like
as well. This is so music.
Yeah. So we're gonna go from racing to racing.
Yeah.
Or racing, but compact.
Racing, but crashy. This is
very unstable game. Don't play it.
Yeah, crashes. We put on the back of the box, it crashes a lot. I thought it was like exciting demolition action. I didn't realize it's just a buggy. No, it's not a buggy.
Demolish your PS1.
Yeah.
I do love the cars popping through the thing there.
That's a PlayStation for you.
Yeah.
This one, I'm gonna get a feeling like of all the consoles we've done, this might be the big divider between American and like European/UK. Because I feel like PlayStation like culture here with its marketing and everything was very specific in the UK in the 90s. Like that I take on demo disc, for example, with all like the trance music. This is this game by Reflections, who were based in Newcastle. This is another one that's like pretty damn basic, but is kind of a cult classic. And I'm not gonna like put a game in here just because it's kind of culty, so it's a racing game, but rather than Japanese style drifting, yet British take on American stock car racing, I guess.
Oh right,
it's
name. Putting your name in. My bad.
I thought we'd finally found who this long plays named after. Like, oh, he has a reference to it. You also have the Destruction Derby mode where you're just thrown into like a ring and the objective is just to smash your shit out of everyone else. So that's fun. But yeah, racing, this is very basic compared to what other things we're going to look at.
Very basic.
It's fun, but there's a sequel as well. My research tells me that this one is more fondly remembered. It's actually 2 sequels, but the third one's not even by the same devs. It's one of those kind of deals where it's completely different. Yeah, you know what I mean when I say that.
Yeah.
360.
I mean, I'm a Twisted Metal fan, so of course I know what you mean when you say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't put Twisted Metal 3 or 4 on this list. I wonder fucking why.
What the fuck? Oh, well, just trolling them. I don't know.
Wait, you have the Psygnosis logo on your...
Yeah. This is Psygnosis.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, they published a lot of shit, so...
Especially on this console.
Yeah. So what are we doing? Like yellow?
Maybe red.
Maybe even red.
Man, the PS1 sucks!
Yeah.
I'm not like overly attached to this, I just remember it kind of.
Yeah. I mean, and again, it's not like we can't go back and make changes if we decide, you know what?
Yeah.
But
we got 100 games, baby.
Yeah, we got 100 games, so like when we're lukewarm on a game, it's like maybe not in this genre.
Yeah, it's kind of a fair mix of like my personal faves and ones I'm just kind of I remember that being neat, but I'm not gonna die on a hill for this.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. like this is where I get to. I'm a little unsure about this genre, but I mean, we're gonna see the logo every time.
This is one we're gonna have to. This is one where I think we're gonna have to do the sequel together.
Yeah, sure.
Because we don't need both.
No. I feel a little weird about that. For if you don't know, Discworld, I shouldn't be the one explaining it. I barely know what it is. I just know I watched a long play of it once, and it seemed really funny.
Yeah.
But also with this game in particular, some insanely bullshit puzzles.
Yeah, I've heard as much. Yeah, and if anyone's watching this, it's based on like the Terry Pratchett novels, and the main character here is voiced by Eric Idle, who was in a movie I just recently watched.
Nice. Okay.
Apparently this is kind of a big deal. I remember this being on like a demo disc, and that's about it. But I never played it. So I don't know. Yeah, SK, you're probably the most qualified here to talk about this. But
yeah,
I've heard the puzzle. I've heard the puzzles are kind of just really obtuse.
There was, I remember there being some insane puzzle about like the butterfly effect, where like you would put butterflies near a lantern and it would cause a rain cloud to spawn in a different time period on top of somebody, and it was like,
oh god,
some sort of like obtuse like joke answer for a puzzle that just I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? It was,
yeah. I've heard this.
It's quirky.
I'm going by like secondhand knowledge, but I've heard the sequel is better designed for puzzles. But
it's quirky. It's funny. It's interesting. My thing is, I feel like adventure games are not the best fit for a console.
Yeah, because like I played a lot of adventure games growing up, and these point and clicks, you want to point and click. It feels like playing an FPS on a console instead of a
well, I mean,
PC, you know?
For the record, PlayStation did have a mouse.
Sure,
True. I don't know if these supported or not.
Probably. It was surprisingly well supported, I know that much. I remember it, like, I could tell you what it looks like. I remember it being quite prominent. It wasn't like super obscure. It wasn't like the Mega Mouse or something.
It just feels weird to me.
I guess we're getting point and click in here is when we have finally CD tech. So we actually finally have, full voice acting. That's how.
Yeah, as you say, my instinct is definitely always that this is a PC game first and foremost. But that's just my instinct.
Yeah, that's my thing, is I feel like ideally you don't want to play it on a console, and this is not like a particularly unique port. It doesn't do anything that the PC version doesn't do probably better. So, like,
besides
when it turns
resolution.
yeah. So, like, when it comes to like including it in this list, it feels like it's not the highest priority as much as I liked the game,
That's fine.
Oh, right, this might be the first game that has somebody say fuck in it.
Okay.
Yeah, it was like an Easter egg that they hid so well that no one found it for like 20 years.
Amazing.
Very, very silly. And then they put an Easter egg in the second game where they referenced that fact. So
was it fun?
That's how I got introduced to the game. No.
Oh, right, well.
Anyway.
If you want to bring up the sequels, just look at it. It's on the list anyway. Although I'm guessing the story's going to be the same.
Yeah.
Same, but like better designed.
Better designed, better looking.
Like, just way bigger budget. You'll see immediately.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Shows go without saying.
Although those are some compressed sprites for the PS1.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah,
I think
God.
I think this has some full-on like animated cutscenes.
You mean to tell me that art has to take a second place to cheap licensing and marketing?
It's hard to tell them with the gameplay because it all kind of just looks very cartoony. Oh, there you go, yeah.
We keep having to skip around because we don't want to listen to the PlayStation opening every single time we do a new video.
100 times.
I'd be alright with that. I love it.
I don't know which song.
It's just way bigger budget. Apparently, the first game sold really well, from what I understand. Well, in Europe at least.
Over there, in the donkey cart park. No, it was something. Let's go and see.
So yeah,
Yeah, it's gonna be the same story though.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
It's the
like-
start of the game. That can't kill us off yet.
it's like no matter how much the game is improved,
game.
I would still rather play it on the PC.
Is that the librarian?
Well, this is a
Yeah,
pretty
Okay.
probably.
Okay.
I don't know for sure, but like it's gotta be.
It's kind of funny.
nearly
It
So,
looks expensive.
probably-
Yeah.
for you.
Yeah.
Don't sweat it, pal.
But yeah, if
You've
they
got
put,
mine.
yeah, this would
7
probably,
seconds
if we
left.
did put one of them in, it would probably be this one, but the reason for not putting the first one in remains.
Applause, yeah.
Yeah.
No donkey.
I'm very amused at the trajectory we're going on so far.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
early
have high
ones.
hopes for the next. I don't even have high hopes for the next game either. But we did want to talk
We've
about
got,
it.
we've got 100.
100
One of these
games
has to
here.
be decent.
There's
be
gotta
kinda
a
funny.
good game in here somewhere.
This console sucks.
Remember, these are not necessarily bad games. This is just
No,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
no. There's
This-
a lot more factors than just the quality of the game itself.
So I know when we like think of this game, most people just automatically think of the Game Boy Advance. I didn't know it was on the PlayStation.
So I don't know a whole lot about this port, but I do know it has unique features in it, or like unique levels, I think.
Is
well,
Club
okay,
Doom
so
this one?
Yes.
So, first of all, like, this is Doom. I don't remember if this is the one where there is Doom and Doom 2 in the same package. I think it is.
Is a Final Doom a different one? I guess, yeah, that's one way to see.
Yeah, Final Doom is definitely a different one. Oh, yeah, there's refueling base in the pit and shut. Yeah,
Yeah,
so it
yeah.
has both things.
Looks
And as you can see, they fell in love with colored lighting,
Yeah.
and there's some actual transparent specters there. They sprinkled a few Doom 2 monsters into Doom 1.
That's cool.
They have a completely different ambient spooky soundtrack.
I really
by
like the
Aubrey
soundtrack. I actually played like the PC version.
It's
that
a
was
very
modded in.
different vibe,
Yeah.
and it's like everything looks very different because like the sounds look very different, different pain noise. The audio design is completely different. And yeah, there are some unique levels, sort of like in the first one of the first ports, and one that id themselves worked on was for the Atari Jaguar. And
Yeah.
it featured a lot of simplifications, but it also featured like some brand new levels to replace levels that were on the way out. And all the remaining ports kind of use those, even though if you see Hellkeep on the first part, that would be one of the ones.
Is there anything cut from this version, Yoshi?
I think it still has some of the cuts of that the Jaguar Doom does, a few of the levels, because they kind of just kept it on, even though it's not nearly as necessary anymore. But Doom 2 is a lot less cut down because they didn't cut it. They didn't like just copy it from a thing, and the PlayStation was powerful enough to handle that stuff. But I think the biggest thing is this is basically a dry run for Doom 64 almost.
Yeah, they're
It's like-
they've got they've got
All the
It's
sounds
Midway,
are the
isn't
same composer.
it's Midway, isn't it?
I don't know if it was published by Midway or not. It could be.
I think it may have been.
But like the color lighting, the flames of the thing, like I think they even have the same title music. It's just this one has the original enemy graphics.
I feel like if we did an N6450, like Doom 64 would definitely, well, maybe not definitely, but like
Oh,
would be fine
absolutely.
be going into that, because that is unique enough as to where like
No,
modern-
that's a new game.
yeah. Modern Bethesda have released it by itself, you know. So
Yeah, that is not a port of Doom. It is.
this is a different story though. This is still
Yeah.
Doom. So
This is a port, but it is something. It is very. striking how much different they made it and how they leaned into the more obvious direction of, this is one of the secret levels, I think. The new secret level.
Yeah.
There are some new secret levels here, including Club Doom.
Yeah.
We're trying to find that one, but it's again, we don't have to include it. Like, I think it's just a footnote we wanted to mention because there's some interesting stuff here, but
This is a
I
very
say
different version of Doom.
Yeah, the list is a healthy mix between like genuine, like ones that could genuinely get in, and also ones that just like, I just want to talk about this. Like Ridge Racer 1, like, I don't really think that's going to make it in, but I was like, it's the first PlayStation game. And this is neat as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not like we were shy about that with the other lists. So.
Yeah.
I just kind of feel bad because this is yet another thing that I think we're going to read. It's like, wow, we're off to a bad start.
Well, no, because remember, this is just like, this is things we want to talk about and also things that are unique. And you need to be unique to get in, not necessarily just good.
Right, of course.
I want to say this is still early PlayStation, and this is true of like any console, but I feel like it's particularly true for the PlayStation 1. Early PlayStation 1 is not the same as late PlayStation 1. Like, there is such a divide between these mid-90s games and like the turn of the millennium games. Like, they figured shit out. It is stark, the difference between early PS1 and late. So things. What I'm saying is things might improve as we get past these early games.
Right, yeah. I agree. I think that's going to be the case. So, let's move on to...
I guess one other thing is, because it's kind of using the original Doom engine, you don't get that trademark affine texture warping in this.
Yeah.
That is just so emblematic of the PlayStation.
That's nice. Okay.
That's nice, as we just look at the bodies on spikes.
Okay. This is a thing I have heard of, and I don't know basically anything about it.
I know very little about it, other than it is considered one of the very first early 3D platformers. Definitely one of the first ones on the PlayStation.
Yeah, it is super early.
Very different.
This is what, 95? This is pre-Mario 64, pre-Crash.
Yeah.
Pre-Bubsy 3D. I didn't have that template on. But from what I understand, this is such an unusual game because it is in first person. So I haven't played this, but from what I understand, it's aged like pretty well because it's doing something not many other games have really tried to emulate, as you can see here.
It's a lot arcadey, jumpy thingy.
You have a double jump, I believe. And they don't have like the issues with the camera because the camera like it shows you where you're gonna land with a shadow. Like they figured a lot of things out. Like, I'm not going to say this is, like, better than some other platformers, but if you want, like... It's another kind of legacy one, but it's probably aged a bit better. It definitely stands out more, because, like Ridge Racer kind of got outclassed by future racing games. This one, like, you could argue got outclassed by other 3D platformers, but this is also just kind of its own little world. It's kind of... I guess it's kind of UFO 50-like. If we're going back to that.
Yeah.
It's its own kind of little arcade. Like, arcadey seems to be what I'm talking about. I could see this happening in an arcade, especially with those kind of polygons.
Yeah.
The gameplay of, This looks neat.
Yeah, this looks fine.
I think it's at least a yellow.
It's a yellow, I think.
Agreed.
But, that is the wrong color.
Grey. I'm banishing you to the shadow realm.
So just because we have a new 3D console doesn't mean all of our games are in 3D. Oh boy, oh boy.
Oh yeah, definitely early on too.
Yeah.
Although, Sony of America was like, no, we want 3D. We want all our games to be 3D.
Oh yeah.
That was a huge thing.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's like what I first... Well, I guess Discworld, but like... Look how well this is aged. Like, this is timeless. This looks amazing. I'm pretty sure this is one of the best-selling games in Europe, specifically. maybe partly because it's a French game, it maybe has those sensibilities, I don't know. Marketing. The franchise is sort of still going on, kinda.
I mean, they did have that one semi-recently.
Yeah. I want to mention Rayman Origins, just straight one of my favourite platformers ever. This one, on the other hand, I grew up kind of playing this. It is...
And not beating it, I presume.
No, why would you assume that? Oh, is it because it's fucking ridiculously difficult? Because it is. This game, very pretty, looks very child-friendly, is probably the hardest platform I've ever played in my life. It is fucked up. From what I've heard, the playtesters just got so good at the game, they just stopped, judging the game in kind of sane terms. There's appearing platforms, you wouldn't... It is absolutely stock full of, random items and enemies just appearing out of nowhere. It is... The difficulty is messed up. And you've got to go at all these cages, by the way. You kind of have to know exactly where to go and where to activate. This is a game I wanted to do a watch of, but it's simply too long to do that. It looks nice. The soundtrack is one of my favorites, but yeah, no, it's too hard, and not even
crushes your soul.
It's not even it's not even.
We're not talking lost levels. We're talking above and beyond.
It's too it's bullshit. It's not fair kind of difficulty. Not it's too this is a difficult game. No, it's just straight up not fair.
The musician gives Rayman a super helicopter power.
But this is one of the definitive games on the 2D platformers on the PS1. It's a really nice game. I really wish it was good. There's this fan-made remake that just completely does it's basically a new game because they put in all these bosses and stuff. And it's just a lot fairer because that's the biggest problem with this game. So, I don't know, probably not going to make it in, but it's another one I at least want to acknowledge.
I'd almost argue that we could make this yellow, although...
I wouldn't be against that, I just know it's too difficult.
Right, yeah.
And I'm not afraid of difficult games, but this is just straight... those spikes, they will just kill you, by the way, if you land on them.
I feel like I've been through this before with, because I never played... I did play this once. I had it on my PC in some fashion, and it ran like shit.
I think this is a 3DO port, by the way. I forgot to mention that. I think it's a 3DO.
But, either way, I'm not too familiar with it, but, I'm familiar with, Adventures of Batman and Robin, where it's this game is really neat. I wish it was playable. But, so, you can't... It's hard to recommend, even as it's, visually impressive and aged very well.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna yellow it, but I don't.
If you want to red it, then I'll go with your red.
That's yellow. We've done a lot of reds already.
Yeah. Well, I think honestly I'm gonna yellow it, but I think we're probably going to end up redding it.
Yellow it with low expectations. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of the 3DO.
Oh, yes.
You might want to skip the intro. Here's some licensed music.
Escaped from the 3DO!
It's Road Rash in...
Road Rash.
Road
Rash!
Yes.
Yes.
I want to break free of this rusty cage. God, I was playing Burnout Paradise, and then that track is in that game as well. It's also published by EA, funnily enough. Not just it's a Road Rash song. I just permanently associate it with this game. This game's pretty cool. I definitely played it as a kid. I think at a friend's house. I don't think I owned it. It is a nice upgrade to Road Rash on Sega consoles. That being said, I would say it's a definitive Sega game, not necessarily a definitive PS1 game.
Yeah.
It's a neat game, but it's racing. It's a cool game, but I feel like we got like Road Rash 2 in the Sega 50. Like that makes perfect sense. This less so. It's more playable than that one. It's aged a bit better. It's got a cool licensed soundtrack, or well, there's at least one licensed track.
Not silly FMVs.
Yes, silly FMVs.
Yeah.
I'm actually quite fond of those. That is actually a selling point, but.
I don't even think we mentioned that. Yeah, like
there's funny
FMVs
animations.
are going to be quite a thing in this. I don't know if without this list in particular, but this generation is just like, oh my god, discs, FMVs, let's go.
Yeah, and they're not like grainy pieces of shit like the Sega CD.
The wave.
Yeah.
So yeah, well, they avoid the pitfalls a little better.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this looks good, but
it is good, but
yeah,
it's a racing game as well, and I wouldn't call it a definitive PS1 game. It's kind of weird as well because it's 3D, but it's still sprite-based. I don't know. There's Road Rash 3D, but I've got like no attachment to that game.
Right.
So, I don't know. Maybe that's better, maybe it's worse. I have no idea.
And I wish I would remember more of that Digital Foundry video we watched.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
I think this is kind of a middleman, and we have a lot to get through in terms of racing games. So
I win.
Yep. That.
All right, and speaking of wiping out...
Oh yeah, the art style as well for that one was very quick and noisy.
Oh yeah. Okay.
This is a game I hear about all the goddamn time. Well, not all the goddamn time, but it's a name that sticks in the head.
Yeah.
It feels very definitive. Like, it feels like emblematically PlayStation.
Yeah, it does. Although it wasn't PlayStation exclusive. It's one of those ones I assume is PlayStation exclusive, then I stumbled across like the Saturn port or something. or like Wipeout 64 that came a few years later. I was like, that just feels wrong. There's Ridge Racer 64, and I'm like, that's wrong. No, that's illegal. I don't know. The PlayStation was very much like characterized by a lot of exclusives that weren't actually exclusive, like Crash and Tekken. And then we got to like future generations, like, no, they weren't mascots, like, you know. They are third party, but...
it's like the first... Sony were the first people who were making a console that didn't... Well, not the first people, but the first successful console that made, did not really have we're not a first-party studio.
Yeah. They published a lot of games, but, yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Wipeout. I'm going to be honest, I'm not terribly fond of Wipeout, and I never have been. But it is a definitive PlayStation game. Apparently it's neat, I just never got into it. That's through really no fault of its own. This is super early, by the way, we're still in like 95. I played one of like the modern ones recently, or as modern as they get. I might be wrong for this game. I believe you have like 2 air brakes on the shoulder buttons, and that controls your direction. If I'm wrong, and someone's a fan of this listening to it, they're probably tearing their hair out, but... this was like a big, like heavily marketed game, especially here, because it had like a lot of licensed dance music, as you can hear. How to say... I believe they would set up PlayStations like nightclubs with copies of Wipeout on it for people to play. Like I think Sega kind of like started kind of like, oh, we're getting away from games as being kid stuff, but then like Sony took that to 11 by really going for like a teenage young adult demographic for their marketing. So I can't overly vouch for this, but it is definitely a definitive PlayStation title. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't. My research tells me that this early one pretty good. Wipeout 3 Special Edition is better, so we've got a sequel situation here. So if either of these made it on, Wipeout 3 is apparently better. Apparently some contention between 2 and 3, I don't know. But
Right. Do you want to just look at 3 then?
Yeah.
And just read that one?
if that's what we're doing, sure. I
Yeah.
don't know if I said that, but
I mean, if 3 is just better, then, you know.
I guess so, yeah. I guess I was like kind of conscious of like because some of my early 50 videos were kind of doing like more of an emphasis on the years, but I guess ultimately if a game's better, then it's going to be kind of stupid not to put the superior one in. Especially these early PlayStation games that are super kind of like they always quite limited in terms of feature sets. They just wanted their core game in there.
We're gonna hold off on that because I can't find it, and well, we already rated this one anyway, so we'll get to it when we get to it.
Okay. We'll put it's pink to remember.
Yes. All right. So
Hey, it's this game again. I
Yeah,
probably seem like some sort of big advocate for it. I am not. I think it's all right.
it is somewhat strange that you keep trying to get this game into our
twice.
list.
That's twice. It's
Okay.
twice. It's not. Here is again in high resolution and with voice acting. It is.
Security
I'm
is
not,
way more faithful. Still not.
not the PC version. No.
Yeah.
I think I played a
It's neat.
demo of this, or perhaps it was the sequel.
Hear the explosion?
I'm kind of ready to talk about this, but then I'm kind of looking at a Discworld that didn't make it in. I'm like, you're right.
Yeah, no.
Okay, if that didn't make it in, then Broken Sword.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's like
The one that's just now freeware.
Huh?
Is Broken Sword the game that's just now freeware?
I don't think so. They're still making new editions of it. It's
Okay,
on,
may-
you
I
can
was-
buy it on Steam. But yeah, I still think
Yeah.
this game is serious. I've probably played the sequel more than this one, to be honest. But it's fine. Probably play this version over the GBA one. The GBA, right? So for the record, the GBA one I included because I was like, it's neat that they even
Yeah.
tried that. And this one I included
Yeah,
because
like with the EBA, there's a lot more in like value and just being like, wow, they
That's
did
weird.
this on this.
yeah. This one I included just because I do associate it with the PlayStation. It was quite prominent on demo discs and promotions. I just remember that. But it's a PC
I think
game.
that's
I'm fine with that.
because I remember you showed me some of the, like, we were talking about demo discs at some point. So I think you showed me Wipeout, and I think you showed me this as just like looking through some of the demo stuff. So like that's why I was like, oh, you keep showing me this, and it's like,
Yeah, maybe one day I'll actually play it.
this game is the most amazing adventure game ever made. I can't wait to play it.
There's no PlayStation Port of Toonstruck, unfortunately.
Yeah,
That's the bit,
that
yeah.
is-
Sorry, George. Okay, oh boy.
boy.
We're getting to one
Oh
I'm really
boy.
quite passionate about.
this game that we kind of did a watch for, didn't record it.
Whoops.
So this is 3 games.
Yeah, they'll have to take up 3 slots.
Yeah. This is three arcade games, just based on the Die Hard movies, and they're 3 completely different games by the same people.
Yeah. Like a UFO 50 and a UFO 50. This is made by Probe, who made some of our
Right,
favorite
yeah.
games, like Batman Forever. Both versions.
Yeah.
Oh, it's in that ocean tier, US gold tier.
It's not as bad. I know what you mean. It's not... I want to give Probe a little more credit than
Okay,
that.
yeah, US
That's a bit
gold was
mean.
going hard.
That's mean. I love this game. This game is fucking unhinged. It is absolutely
Yeah.
insane. Look at that.
This game is quirky as hell.
It is made with passion, let's say. So you got this one, Die Hard 1, which is a third-person shooter. You'll notice the occurring trend in all 3 games is like these character models that are just Fire Pro Wrestling sprites, kinda. A lot of like developers' faces on these characters.
I want to find the Like the what do you call it? The name input. Is that on here? Oh god, this one's long.
Yeah, I thought this covered all 3 games. Yeah, it does. No, it doesn't.
Oh, it does.
Okay, yeah, they're not particularly long, but yeah, I've got very fond memories of this. It is... How do I put this? Like, it's... I think jank is too hard. Yeah, no, this game is it's insane. Like, yeah, your hostage count, it's people burning to death to show you how many people you saved. It is absolutely nuts. Oh, the soundtrack's great as well. I really like the soundtrack. Well done.
Well done. This I remember seeing this screen. It just you tell how quirky these people are by.
Oh yeah, the name input screen. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to.
Yeah, I know what you mean now.
McLean did well.
Look at this.
And so yeah, you'd find the person holding your letter, and then you shoot them, and then you drag them around. It's
we've got to
so
see. We've got to see all 3.
Yeah.
Forget the first level.
Yeah, Dire 2 is like more of a light gun or like rail shooter.
It's straight up as a light gun game. I distinctly remember playing this with a light gun.
Oh, nice.
It is. Yeah, you turned into a skeleton.
Just turned into a skeleton.
You wouldn't get anything like this nowadays.
Not for a licensed game, no.
Yeah, Fox Interactive didn't give a shit. And they must have liked them, because I think they gave them Alien Trilogy as well to do.
Well, this also had a sequel, like there was like a one just not based on a movie, it's just like...
Die Hard Trilogy 2, yeah, which unfortunately wasn't by the same devs, it just didn't have any of this charm. So, yeah. No, not good. This one, though. And then, yeah, the third game, which is based on my personal favourite Die Hard movie, Die Hard with a Vengeance. Maybe skip on a bit because it's like the bonus level. You have to defuse bombs by driving into them in a sort of semi kind of not open world, but like an open map.
Yeah.
It's not like none one of these modern games is like particularly great. Look at this shit.
No, they seem pretty cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you defuse the bombs by setting them off in the middle of the street.
Yeah. Also,
you got Bruce Willis and
the worst
Sam Jackson impersonators.
Well, the Bruce Willis one is pretty decent because, like, obviously he's that's the most important one. The Sam Jackson one just who is this? This sounds literally nothing like him. It's hilarious. We're gonna die. You just want people. Oh yeah, and if you go into first person view and you run someone over, it covers with blood, and then the windscreen wipers wipes it away. This game is just made with love. Insane love. I love this. This is green. Fucking, I'm dying on this. So this is green. This is peak PS1. This is just the wild. This is the wild west of PlayStation games. This represents just how unhinged the PS1 was in general. We don't know what we're doing.
I love that's our first green out of like 10 games. Is fucking Die Hard Trilogy, but
you get to drive this
absolutely.
tar.
This is like Midway arcade style, fucking nonsense.
Yeah.
This is great.
Too bad.
Speaking of Midway,
we could just watch that.
Yeah.
Oh boy, this. Oh man. Okay, so I've got to argue for Mortal Kombat.
Oh dear.
Oh boy.
Yeah, this is going to be hard. Yeah. Alright, so I consider this a definitive PlayStation 1 memory. So bizarrely, so I am a fan, not a big fan, but I appreciate me some Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3. You know, you dial the combos, the juggles, I enjoy it. So the PlayStation 1 got vanilla Mortal Kombat 3. It did not, however, get Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, which is weird. Instead we get this, which is... This was developed... I forget their name. This was developed by basically the people who made the home port. So this isn't... this isn't like Ed Boon's team making this. This is basically the porters just being given free reign to just kind of make their game. Just make something up. So instead of Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, we have Mortal Kombat Trilogy, which is a mashup of, obviously the first 3 games. So it's just had this massive roster. We have this fake-ass Johnny Cage, because we're not allowed to have Daniel Pesina. He's not with us anymore. And it's just fucking insane. This might be my favorite Mortal Kombat. In terms of, just Mortal Kombat. Kombat X is a better game, but, if someone asks me, why are you a fan of Mortal Kombat, as a guilty pleasure, I kind of sum it all up with this. This game is busted and stupid. You can play as the bosses. Even outside the bosses, some of the characters just have infinites for days. This is a bizarre game, but I rented this as a kid, and it is a memory. It is a PlayStation 1 memory. That's why it's on the list. I am not particularly hopeful I'm going to convince anyone, but I wanted it on the list. I was thinking about PlayStation 1 games I'm fond of. I put it on the list, so that's why it's here. And it is a console exclusive. This is not a case of, the arcade game's better. Ultimate MK3 is a better game, but this isn't Ultimate MK3. This one has Baraka in it. And the Deadpool. So, yeah, I've said my piece.
Has a lot of features. Enough features.
And it's
So, yeah, I have I don't really have fondness for fighting games in general, because I don't play them that much, but, I kind of appreciate just how silly and stupid 3 is.
MK1 Kano, by the way. Looking very nice.
Oh, right. Him spinning in place.
Yeah.
It's not refined at all, but it kind of revels in it in a good way.
I mean, I'll put it this way. I wouldn't put Ultimate MK3 on here. I would put this on it if it existed.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I've said my piece. This is heavily contested, so...
I'm actually fine with it.
Yeah.
As much as, this is, Mortal Kombat is when it had its charm, and this is where Mortal Kombat was at its most charming. It's weird to say about a game with this much blood and gore.
But it's funny blood. It's before it just got grim.
Peak midway arcade nonsense.
Yeah. It is, utterly insane, but in a way that, I understand why people... Oh my god, this loading.
Yeah, don't play Shang Tsung in this game.
Yeah, I remember. I was going to ask about that, actually. That was... Oh, God.
So there are different modes you can select for Shang Tsung Morphs. One where you, you can morph into anybody, but there's a horrendous load time each time. One where you just turn it off, and one where you pick specific characters, and those are your morphs for the round. Yeah,
because I think the game can support, 4 characters at a time, so you can pick them. Yeah, these early PS1 games, oh boy.
Yeah, the loading times are pretty bad, and there's a bunch of options to skip a lot of the preamble and stuff just to cut down on the nonsense. Yeah, so I guess is this segue to talk about that there is an N64 version of this. There's quite a bit cut. But it also doesn't have the horrendous load times that are everywhere. And also for some, they cut a bunch of frames, and somehow that kind of makes the game more fluid and better. There are quite a few people who prefer that one just because the cut frames end up just giving everything better frame data. And just
I want to say, though, it sounds terrible, though. Audio is awful.
No, yeah, absolutely. I was absolutely going to agree and say that it's definitely a presentation downgrade, even though if I have a soft spot for the system. Yeah, the only I just wanted to acknowledge it, just the weirdness, and also the load times are the only reason I say it's not just a complete wipe for the PlayStation version.
Gotcha. No, those are valid points. There are some who play the N64 version in the MK community. I don't think they play the PS1 version just because the load times are that horrendous.
Yikes.
So yeah, we got like 2 very unhinged trilogy games in a row. So
Yeah.
Oh wow. I'm kind of fine with that. Like,
Yeah, let's just go put it in. Yeah.
yeah, I think if I almost want a yellow just because of the loading thing, but I don't know. It's everything else is just kind of works. Like,
Yeah.
it's unique, you know.
yeah, alright, cool.
I mean, we're
Try
going
not
to deal with
sweat that,
loading
but-
balls here.
Okay, cool.
Also, Mataro making fucking heretic sounds.
Yeah. No, I this is the kind of Mortal Kombat that I wish was still around. Like,
Yeah, same.
I don't like playing them, honestly. The best one I still don't like playing that much, but like at the very least I understand why these games, like, people like them, people remember
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
It's just
It's
kind of
campy and silly, yeah.
Yeah. I appreciate that. So, no, I think that's got a place here.
Cool. Alright, didn't expect that. I wasn't even expecting yellow, but that's cool. I'm alright with that.
That's the
That's
same
Mortal
one.
Kombat Trilogy again. Uh-oh. Did
No. That's me. That's me. I'm clumsy.
Hooray!
Well, no, actually, Pandemonium was like a rip-off of Mortal Kombat Trilogy. That's what they called it in Japan, and they turned it to like this cart. You know, they don't really like Mortal Kombat in Japan, so they turned it into a like a fantasy 2.5D platformer instead. Went down way better. This was actually
It was a lot better
localized
when
in
they
Japan, and I think they replaced it with like anime characters or something.
The Mortal Kombat was a lot better when Greg Proops was part of it.
Yeah.
So, I don't know anything about this, although I do know that there's actually something coming up that is kind of in the same vein of being like a 2D platformer with like a 3D plane, or like a, what do you call it? It's all done in like a 3D like camera, basically, but
Yeah.
Do me a
There
favor,
were quite a
just
few
skip ahead a bit, move backwards, just this level's not terribly interesting. That's a bit better, I suppose. This is like the kind of, I might be wrong here, but it's kind of what I consider kind of the flagship kind of original, maybe not literally the original, but when you think of like the origins of 2.5D as a concept, this is the absolute first game I think of to do that. It's probably not literally the case, but there's 2 characters, Nikki and Fergus. There's a jester. There he is. She's the best because she has a double jump, but he also has like a rolling attack. Really quirky, kind of fantasy themed game. This, but yeah, the big thing is that it's kind of the boss. The bosses are not the highlight of this game. I want to say they're not particularly good. But the big gimmick was like, we're doing 2D, but we've got this kind of crazy perspective kind of stuff going on. And it's a pretty good platformer, maybe not exceptional, but definitely noteworthy. It's also had a sequel where they made the character designs edgy, which
oh
I don't know.
no,
Yeah, I've heard it's a fine game, but
Welcome
I really
to
can't.
the awkward teen years.
Yeah, this one's just a lot more charming. Other than that, I'm fond of it, but I'm not going to say it's particularly exceptional. By Crystal Dynamics, I think it's like they did Gex, right? That's them.
yes.
Yeah, so I think they're the current stewards of the Tomb Raider franchise, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, yeah, I don't know what you see. Is
Just
what you
that
got.
what I know is on the list. I think already. I don't know.
Yeah, this seems perfectly passable. Like this is sort of like your mediocre to good platforming game on the PlayStation. It's like it's charming.
Man, I would eat that up.
Yeah.
Mediocre platformer. Give me. No,
Yeah,
no.
it's like-
I'm not being ironic. I ate
I
this
got you.
shit up.
Yeah. No, it's got a place, but I think for our purposes, it's maybe a little too I don't want to say uninspired, but
I would maybe
unrefined.
yellow it to see how it's done with
yellow.
platformers.
Let's just yellow it.
The problem is, if we put it on here, we're kind of down the game for N-Gage 50. Is that how to port to that?
Oh.
So,
Amazing.
And the Endgame 50 challenge.
couldn't even find 50 games for that.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Good stuff.
So, it's another game I haven't played.
I think I've dabbled
But,
with it, but
It is.
it is peak.
It is what you are seeing on the screen.
I believe this is a PlayStation IP. He was in that stupid fighting game.
Yeah, it was.
I mean,
It's a solid
iconic
rhythm
as
game
hell.
that's exclusive to the PlayStation. Iconic as hell.
Yeah.
I guess
We
that's just,
apparently don't know much about it.
there's also Jamalami that's also on the same console, but like this just kind of makes it it's more famous. Let's be honest.
Yeah, yeah. This is. It's like you don't have to know much about it to know.
Yeah, it's
Everything.
a rhythm game, you know?
Yeah, it's like just looking at it, it's like this is all you need to know. I think. I don't think there's anything more in depth. It's just this very colorful, fun rhythm game.
We're gonna
Yeah,
get
it's instead of like, you know, your Dance Dance Revolution, this is more of a precursor to say like Rhythm Heaven.
yeah, no, it's definitely more of that. This is also we're kind of gonna get into is, but like the PS1, like not the best aged console, like early 3D. I feel like the PS2 was when they like really kind of got 3D looking decent enough. PS1 is like a lot of these games are just not aged particularly well. But this looks great. This still looks good. It's a little low res, but this art style is aged well, you know? I want to mention that.
Yeah.
And I believe this is a Japanese developed game, but like the lead artist, the guy behind the character designs was American. So it's kind of got a big, kind of like the, I think that gives PaRappa kind of a certain vibe to it. It's simultaneously kind of like very Japanese, but it's got this kind of Western kind of comic book style to it.
Yeah.
I think it's aged well, yeah.
Yeah, you know it. I think it's. I don't know. I'm willing to throw it in there because it's.
Solid green.
Yeah, it's unique.
Yeah, we've got more than
aged
one
well.
rhythm game, but yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
He's kind of
No,
a
what's
PlayStation
one
icon.
rhythm game? How dare we?
We'll see.
Yeah, I know pinball for once. I mean, this is like kind of like the start of the rhythm genre. Maybe partly because of that CD
During the
technology.
dawn, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I'd say yeah, but I don't think I'm not sure how much they use the CD in, like, I mean, you know,
Yeah.
in the arcade.
Don't we need a car to get anywhere?
Yeah. No. Oh, no. Definitely they would because, you know, fucking CD audio. My bad. I'm an idiot. I'm a fucking idiot. Let's go on.
Oh no, I want to see that.
Oh boy, I've heard so much about this wonderful
Capcom.
director's cut.
No, it's not that one. I had to check which one it was. The DualShock one is the one with that music.
Yeah.
I believe that you first. So yeah, this is Resident Evil. This kind of doesn't even need too much of an introduction. It's Resident Evil. So there's different versions of this. I believe like the original vanilla. So I think he just demonstrated it there. Funnily enough, he has the auto aim. I believe the North American version of the original like took that out to make the game more difficult for rentals. Where have we heard that before?
Yay!
Hooray! We make the game unreasonably difficult. But I think I am not an expert on these different Resident Evil versions, but I believe Director's Cut is the one that's a lot more sensibly designed. DualShock does not make it in though because it has that terrible soundtrack with the infamous basement theme with the farting trumpet.
Although, do realize that means you're playing with a D-pad.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think I managed that with a tank-based survival horror game. Kind of dove into the different versions, but yeah, this is the original survival horror. I mean, you got Alone in the Dark, but this is the one that coined the phrase survival horror. We did, I think we did a watch of this, didn't we?
We did.
Yeah.
This is something I was not into as a kid, maybe partly because it was too scary, partly because it's a little too difficult for a child. But I got into it years later, and yeah, it's neat. It gets takes some getting used to, but it's cool, and it's different enough from the modern games to still be recommendable. It's not like Resident Evil 4 supplanted this. It just did a different thing. So, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is when we were talking about fucking Super Mario or Sonic the Hedgehog. We're just
yeah.
Not a whole lot to say because it's what
course.
can be said. Except
the only
which
catch
Resident
is
Evil are we going to choose?
Yeah, so there's 3 main ones. 1, 2, and then Nemesis. I've put in 1 and 2. 3 is fine. 3, ironically, might be one of the most famous ones because of Nemesis, but it's not really. I would say general consensus is 3 is definitely the weakest of the 3. So I've put in 1 and 2. 2 is definitely a better game than this one, but I feel like this one, I don't know, the mansion setting, the cheesy voice acting, it still kind of stands its own merits. It's not just 2's better, so this one's just completely redundant. They did the GameCube remake, which is amazing. So yeah, we've got 1 and 2. And I don't think it's one. I don't think it's a matter when one's just replaces the other one.
I don't think they're distinct enough to warrant having both, though.
Yeah.
Not with the size of our list.
I'm saying why I put them on. I'm not saying we should read them.
Oh, sure.
I'm saying why did I choose those 2 in particular, and why did I put 1 and 2 on when I think 2's better. I mean, we've got to look at this. Come on.
Jill Valentine.
Okay, yeah, so I think we put 2 on the list.
By the way, these graphics are amazing. Even the RE engine hasn't matched this fidelity, this realism. It's a little low res, but
Rachel, aww.
yeah. I they got these actors in for modern interviews and stuff, and that guy still is just wearing sunglasses. What a legend!
Oh yeah. So then, let's talk about 2.
Here it is. It's Resident Evil, but 2.
Resident Evil.
Biohazard, the second. Oh, this is a good movie.
All right, yeah. Speaking of regional names, that came up a lot while we were doing this list.
Oh my god.
So, that was kind of insane.
It's same language means same name this time.
I told him about Speed Freaks for ages, and then until eventually he was like, "Oh, I had this." Oh,
right.
You mean Speed Punks?
Yeah. But I mean, honestly,
It's
I think in
better.
this case, yeah, just take the one that's better.
That's fine. I still think 1 has its merits. Well,
Yeah,
I mean, can we?
Not for a collection
Can
like
I
this.
just ask for a favor? Well, I was gonna say if we could yellow 1 and green this, and just see how we get on, because 1 is still
That's kinda-
good.
That's what I did, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. But
I
I mean,
don't-
it's Sonic the Hedgehog 2, though, in 3.
Yeah.
We'll see how we get on then.
Yeah.
I think the setting's different enough, and they've got.
It is, but
I mean, sure, but I don't know if...
We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
We'll see. Okay.
A fighting game.
Oh, man. Some Sony Computer Entertainment presents...
We're kind of struggle with fighting games for ages, and suddenly we just get loads.
Well, I mean, fighting games were very. They were released in the middle of the SNES era, Street Fighter II. And then
Well-
at that point, they were still where the arcade machine was.
Yeah.
It was a lot harder to do a fighting game, and like, I don't think the fighting games left their infancy until after the PlayStation era, after the 16-bit
Well, I
era.
mean, for our list thing, I think this is like the point where we're like, it's not just like, oh, the arcade version's better. Especially from Namco, who just killed it with their home ports. Because, speaking about that, so can you do me a favor, skip ahead a bit in the video, because I chose this video particularly. Yeah, the one with the book. I want to talk about that. We have Edge Master Mode, where you get, like, the full, like, character... Every character has their own story. It's told through this book, which is surprisingly compelling. This is, like, the one Soul game. I guess we should also mention this is the first... This predates Soul Calibur. This became the Soul Calibur series. This is definitely like the one I have the most fondness for. I wouldn't say it's the best, it definitely isn't, but I'm particularly fond of this game. Sure. I quite like the character. This is like the only one where I really cared about the story. And this is kind of world-trotting adventure, and you get different weapons with different stats and different effects and stuff. Like you get a sword that like it's super powerful but it hurts you as you swing it, and one that kind of poisons the enemy. It's super interesting stuff. Like for that was easy.
There's a very similar mode in 2, and I think like all the later Soul Caliburs except maybe 1.
Yeah, they all
like,
had something on this.
A mode that was something like that.
Yeah.
But Namco were like doing this early on, you know. It's commendable, and it's kind of
For sure, yeah.
I'm very fond of this game. I like the roster. This probably has my favourite roster. I think this is before they got a bit too carried away with like the supernatural shit in the Soul Calibur games. So I really like the roster. The soundtrack is amazing. There's actually 3 soundtracks you can choose from in this game. There's the arcade original, there's an arranged version of the arcade original, and then there's the Khan Super Session, which is a completely new set of compositions. It's great. The problem with this game is that this is Soul Calibur before they introduced the 8-way run. So that's the big catch. You have a very awkward sidestep. And like Soul Calibur's like... So this does the Soul Calibur thing of having vertical and horizontal attacks, and it makes sense. Like vertical is usually faster, but horizontal is basically like a homing move in Tekken. That makes like perfect sense for the 8-way run, but you don't have this here, so it is just in general a lot. It's just a lot clunkier.
Limited.
So yeah, it hasn't aged that well. Like Soul Calibur is just straight up a better fighting game. I'm very fond of this, but I can't just say put this in because I like the tone of it and everything. Oh, but this is the only Soul Calibur where you can be disarmed, so that's funny.
Oh,
You can, there's like a fist. Like, there's a fist stance, basically, for everyone.
Trying to remember, did this have the famous Dreamcast port, or...?
No, the Dreamcast is Soul Calibur 1.
Okay, yeah, fair enough, that's what I was trying to remember.
It's interesting, because, like, the arcade version of Soul Calibur was, like, I think it was an upgraded version of, like, the PlayStation arcade hardware, so it kind of looked similar-ish to a PlayStation 1 game. And then when they did the home port to the Dreamcast, it looked, like, 10 times better, and that was kind of a new thing. But saving that for the Dreamcast 50.
But no, I would acknowledge that Namco's like board. Namco had at least one board that was that they used often.
The Naomi
PlayStation hardware.
Yeah. The Naomi was the one that was based on the Dreamcast, but that Soul Calibur one was actually basically a PlayStation 1 game. So
you see that a lot too. There were even Nintendo 64 based hardware, arcade hardwares as well.
Can I just ask for one more favor before we move on? Can we just go to the intro? Don't have to watch the whole thing, but like the opening of the whole game. Yeah, that. Just fucking. We did a watch of like the Tekken like FMVs, but this is so good. But I'm going to be real here. We've got a lot of fighting games, so.
Yeah, I'm kind of willing to put that yellow because there's a lot of cool factor with that one. Whether or not it gets in, I don't know.
I don't think it's aged particularly well. That's the problem, but
right. it's cool. Like,
It's
we'll
neat.
have to come
I
back
want to at least not acknowledge it.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely want a very comfortable yellow for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy. I get to try to justify some games now.
Hey, my turn to justify. Hey, it worked well for Bob so far. So
Yeah, I've been doing alright.
Yeah, this is a lot of
Can't even include my personal favorite
this
game.
is the one you're worried about?
This is I haven't actually had a lot of games I've recommended so far. Actually,
I'm just gonna sit back and let Yoshi handle this.
There's a game I owned as a kid. They made a Tetris game where there's classic, which is just Tetris.
There is classic Tetris.
Oh,
and
right.
then
Interesting.
there's this kind of primary mode where you actually have to get to this
Kill this man.
archaeological character. Yeah, no, you have to get him to the bottom of the screen, to where he'll be safe. But if you do this and get him killed, then
Oh.
so yeah, there's classic Tetris in there, but also the primary mode is this, where you're actually trying to get this guy to the bottom of the screen, and if you put blocks on top of him, he climbs up. So, and then there's just like a whole campaign, I guess, for that.
Yeah, it's a cool puzzly twist on Tetris.
Yeah.
I don't like that this version always has basically an arcade layout where player 2's screen is always on screen.
Oh yeah. I think that's not true for the Tetris mode, or at least there's something that fixes that. But either way, yeah. And there's of course you have versus mode. I think you probably race if you're doing this mode, and then there's again classic Tetris if you just want that, I guess. But
classic Tetris versus is cool too.
yeah,
But yeah, this is. I'm wondering if this is in fucking that Tetris Forever or whatever. Recent
idea.
collection of
Maybe.
Tetris. Especially focusing on the Japanese ones. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. This is a solid. You can play Tetris, and this is also a solid version of it. And also, this is maybe one of the weaker consoles for falling blocks, simply because of fucking Sony of America just hating 2D things.
I was going to ask, was this on anything else? Because it doesn't look particularly PlayStation.
This one, I think, is just PlayStation, or at least as a home console is.
I want to see, it was like Saturn or Dreamcast or something, but I think it existed somewhere else. But like, yeah, it's primarily just an arcade game with a PlayStation version.
It seems neat.
Yeah, so, and I like it. I can vouch for it. So,
yeah.
I think we should, yeah, maybe say yellow. I want to see what else we've got in puzzle games, but I'm going to be outvoted.
I don't know if we have any. Yeah, I don't know if we have that many falling block puzzle games.
No, I remember our puzzle selection is pretty limited, but no,
that's I'm thinking that. This just isn't like this seems pretty cool, but it's also not like blowing me away either. I'm not like, this is given some of the things we've turned down.
Yeah.
But I would yellow it personally, but
we'll come
green
back to it. That's fine. Oh crap. Okay. I meant to actually play this game before we started talking about this list. Didn't actually do it.
You've never played Lemmings?
But I've never played Lemmings. Yeah. So they made a platformer adventure game starring a lemming.
Yeah.
This is one of the most European things I've ever seen.
This is Psygnosis as hell.
Absolutely. Again, yeah, I meant to play it because it looked really cool. Really nice graphics. It's just...
the animation on the twirl is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I like the smear, yeah.
I like the soundtrack, of what I've heard of it. It's definitely just this game looks really cool, so...
This looks like a Rayman, but if it wasn't horrible...
Yeah, it looks on the easier side, for sure.
Well, anything's easier than the Rayman.
Just to say, yeah, looking at it, it's like, yeah, this doesn't look like particularly difficult. It just looks like an alright platformer. It is just funny, like, they didn't just go into this generation being like, oh, everything has to be 3D because we have 3D now. Like, plenty of people were just like, oh, wow, we can make really high-res 2D sprites. Let's just go crazy with that. And, I don't know, I just appreciate that.
Who made this? Was it DMA Design themselves?
I think so?
I'll check.
I could... Yeah, I don't ever really have the
That's
ability
why.
to...
Yeah, that's why. That's why I'm doing it. It just says Psygnosis, so it's just Psygnosis' team. Maybe made in Liverpool,
Gotcha.
potentially. But not DMA Design. I was just curious about that because we're going to get a DMA Design game later, so...
Oh, yeah, it's true. Yeah, this is one of the things, like, because I can't say a lot about it other than just, first impressions. Probably yellow it, maybe red it, but,
I don't have a good argument for either. I think just by definition that would have to be yellow, because I really don't know where to stand on that.
yeah.
At least Rayman, like, I knew its flaws.
Yeah. Huh. Oh, wait. Oh, we get to talk about this thing that I know a lot about and yet know nothing about.
Yeah.
Old.
I mean, by definition, yeah. Hasn't aged too gracefully, I guess.
YouTube. Okay.
Kind of felt this had to be on here, at least one of these games. I'm not the... That's...
Very dramatic.
Yeah, she went
to go to a door.
She went to the Mortal Kombat Annihilation school of just entering and leaving rooms. I didn't really enjoy this as a kid. I think I understand it a bit more now. I do think like the popularity of it is kind of insane, but so this game's a little clunky, but I think I understand it a bit better when I view it as it's a cinematic platformer but 3D. Like the puzzles are basically like how do you get around? Like there's a bit of shooting in the game, but like that's not the point. Though it has like a very predetermined like jump height and the weird kind of sideways step. You can, I think it's a very Prince of Persia thing where you can sort of walk towards the edge of something carefully and not fall off. Also, you can push blocks for way too goddamn long.
Blocks very little, and then has to repeat
I guess that's realistic, but it's kind of annoying to sit through.
Platformer where you have a very canned animation doing it.
Yeah.
But like this is one of the most defining.
Huge
That's how you turn around in this game.
Huge fan of all the maneuvers you do just to do mundane things.
It's funny, yeah.
Better pick up this item. Better roll my ass.
This is peak PS1. We are working out 3D.
Yeah, this is a defining game of the genre. Apparently, first released on the Saturn, but it very quickly was in the MS-DOS and PlayStation, and I think it's basically equal PC and PlayStation as far as what people remember it by.
Yeah.
Especially since PC it was an early graphics card for the Voodoo graphics cards. And basically all the box art of fucking games had either her or just like a generic her because boobies.
Yes.
This is a very boobies era of gaming.
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
I gotta say though,
it's funny because like, as a character, she's not really like sultry in like the actual games or anything. It's just marketing.
Yeah.
This, like, knowing that it's more cinematic platformy and more in like deliberately kind of limited, makes me think it's probably better than I may have given it credit for because.
That was my kind of turnaround on it.
Design.
I'm honestly looking.
Yeah, that's when I kind of came.
It looked pretty neat, honestly.
Yeah.
It's not something that we have like overlap for, other than the other apparently 4 other Tomb Raider games on the console. But
Yeah, they got them to check. So that's funny. They got them to like when she like exploded in popularity. Obviously, like the publisher was just like, "Oh, you need to keep making these. We want more of these." And then they killed her off in the 4th game because they were very much like, "We don't want to make these anymore." And then they said, "No, you need to make a 5th game." So the 5th game is them recapping her adventures before ending with a sort of cliffhanger, like, "Oh, she's actually alive" or something. I just find that really funny. Like, he killed her off. And then they made and that 5th game was like really shitty because they really didn't want to make it.
yikes.
As someone who's like not really into the franchise.
First time I've heard of that. Like I believe they just kind of ended one of the Planet of the Apes movies with fucking just a nuke going off because they wanted the series to end.
That would be the 2nd one, yeah. Beneath the Planet of the Apes. That's pretty funny, yeah. They made what, like 4 more? I don't know if they get Escape from the Planet of the Apes, Conquest of the Planet of the Apes. Anyway, we're talking about Tomb Raider.
Yeah.
We're talking about someone who shoots apes.
I almost want to green it. If I knew more about the series, we would like argue about which of these games we would actually put on here. But there's no denying how iconic this one is.
Good job slapping your ass against the wall there.
That was the original idea for a DVD perk. I'm trying so hard not to constantly reference DVD during this, because it's fresh on our minds.
Yeah, so for the sake of this video, I just keep doing that. I want to point out a rule of like, there is a thing where if you see this list and you're like, I think X is a better sequel, or this is a better version of this game series. Honestly, kind of just mentally substitute that game for this one in the list.
We're clearly not that invested in Tomb Raider.
We often talk about stuff where we actually, like with Resident Evil, where we talk about it. And this one, we're just like, we're out of our depth. Like, we're in our depth enough to put this on here, but we're out of a depth enough to recommend a specific version.
Yeah.
I mean, I've played Resident Evil, so I know the difference.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, I think a lot of these Tomb Raider sequels were very much kind of... Like, some are probably better than others, but they were very much just kind of... They got them out quickly, let's say.
Right. I just think that, like, it's just worth mentioning. It's like, but this is not, like... We're not taking a hard stance on which of these is better. Just,
yeah.
Tomb Raider's here. If you like Tomb Raider, be happy.
Yeah.
Be happy we put a Tomb Raider game in here.
And if you think it should be one of the sequels instead, then you know what? Then you're probably right, but as far as we're concerned,
if you think all 5 should be green, get out of here.
Get out of here.
Never heard of this piece of shit. Didn't even include the first one because it was so bad.
Twisted Metal 2? Do you mean... Oh, this is Twisted Metal World Tour, which I didn't even know there was a name here until, like, a week ago. Twisted Metal.
Twisted Metal. There were 5 of these games on the PlayStation 1. I owned 4 of them. We put 1 on the list, or did I put Small Brawl on here?
I don't think you did.
I forget. Either way. It would definitely be later, because I remember it came out after Black on the PS2.
Yeah.
But,
consensus is this one's the best.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. I think Small Brawl is competition because it's much later and it's refined and not made by 989 Studios. But first game, humble beginnings, kind of awkward. Second game, amazing. Third game, trash, but also rushed. So
different dev.
Fourth game, pretty good, but different dev. So the sensibilities are like way off.
Sensibilities are way off and sometimes uncomfortable.
Yeah. And then Small Brawl is the original team, I think, but...
I think it's like the secondary team within... What were they going by at the time? It's like...
Single track.
And it was... Yeah, but they rebranded for Black.
It's like one of the main guys behind this, but that wasn't David Jaffe, was on that one, like something Campbell. But, and that game's good, despite it being, like, you think, like, it's like a kid-themed game. It's like, no, it's kind of just the same thing, but with kids. Like, they just, it's a little less violent, but otherwise, it's just RC cars. It's fun. But, no, this one is just solid all
This
around.
this is just one of my favorite games, just period. It's so cool.
Well, we kind of have to talk about the genre because it's such a weirdly specific thing.
Yeah, car shooters,
Yeah.
as they like to be called.
I saw
Yeah, it's not like Mario Kart where you're like racing, but you like blow each other up. There's a lot of that.
I mean, it's called combat. I think it's a genre. Yeah.
Yeah, but this instead is, you're actually just trying to kill each other. It's a destruction derby, but like unlike a destruction derby, you have guns, which is way different form of attack than ramming people.
Yeah. I mean, the cars don't really
Ram
control
people,
like
but
cars.
it's not
Like,
what you're supposed to do.
I mean, you can turn on the spot. This is not Gran Turismo. So.
Oh,
I love the revelation that this was inspired by Mortal Kombat and that it has literal like fighting game inputs for some of the special moves, like the freeze.
The freeze, yeah.
Which is literally Sub-Zero. Like, yeah, they just straight up just did that, and so it has fighting game DNA, even though it's like a car game.
It is very like American Mortal Kombat, like just like American as hell. You know, it has that going for it. Like,
Yeah.
Can we like see one of the cutscenes like quick? Maybe just the opening, if it's there. These are really good. Like I think these have aged really well because of the it's not like primitive CGI. You've got these cool comic book scenes for the endings and intro.
I will say, the first game didn't have any FMVs. They had some that were cut, but the after second, they have aged pretty poorly. I mean, 3 and 4s are obviously garbage, yeah. And
well,
then
that's writing more than anything.
No,
but they look like shit as well.
Then like a 4 is a lot of reuse animations. 3 is just ugly as shit. Small Brawl is the better looking one, but it's still CG, so it still doesn't age that great. This actually has, it has some charm to it.
Perfect.
Some
'Cause
style.
the animation is the parts where they're animated is kind of wonky.
No, it's cheesy. It's very cheesy, but it's at the very least it's a
They
style.
definitely look-
And
yeah,
it
definitely
doesn't.
a striking style, especially.
Yeah.
The biggest problem with 3 and 4 is just like the tone of it is just off. Like the designs just kind of suck. It's just this one's just cool. It's the perfect balance between cheesy and being cool. You know?
Absolutely, yeah.
Whereas the other one's just too cheesy. This one they had a vision and they got it.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is green.
Heavily vouch for this game. This game is great.
I mean, there's another car combat game on here, but this is the
This
one
is
I
a
know.
stage theme. Like you sent it to me in one of the things, and like it was
Mhm.
called Drop Zone, and it sounded more like a preparation theme.
No, this is just the music for the stage.
Yeah.
This it has a bit of a gimmick. Yeah, it's called Drop Zone because the stage keeps breaking, and so it ends up as just like a small little arch and like a relatively small platform at the end of it. This game's great.
We've kind of abandoned like the 2-player thing because I guess it wasn't ultimately that important. But this is a really good 2-player game because you can play either versus or you can play the campaign in co-op. That's a lot of fun as well. I have very fond memories of this game split screen. I guess what another recurring thing for this game and a lot of games is like the frame rate in these PS1 games, but that's just gonna be a thing with the PS1. I'm not gonna go on too much about.
If you're expecting 60 FPS,
no.
60 FPS is like a standout feature in this era.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't hate 30 at all.
No.
I
just want to acknowledge that quickly.
Unnecessary, but
yeah, no, this is one of my favorite games. And it's a definitive PlayStation game. I think Twisted Metal was like the original PlayStation franchise, if I think about it.
That's curious. Bushido Blade looks very different.
Yeah. Well, he's got a sword. Close enough.
Yeah. Where's the crossover? Guest character, Alucard.
Well, the funny thing is, though, Bushido Blade, despite how it looks at first glance, is actually set in the modern era.
Right, yeah.
This is published by Square. I don't think they had any of the games on the PS1. Not that I can think of. this. So Bushido Blade is one of those games that is kind of, it's not really been done ever again. Well, apart from Bushido Blade 2, but we don't talk about that one. Bushido Blade is a fighting game in which it has relatively realistic kind of damage system where you can die from a single hit, or you can be wounded like that guy just is. So matches can either go on for like ages or just end in like literally 1 second. This is a fascinating game, and nobody's ever really done it since. There have been some attempts. I think there's like one on Steam, something Quart or something, but none have really been clicked as well as this. This is, by the way, this is like survival mode. This is not the normal fighting game mode. Normally you are taking on people one-on-one. Yeah, that's a better representation. We do have distinct characters.
Oh, you have characters, yeah.
Is it like a little story mode? The name Bushido Blade isn't just a name. If you break the code of Bushido, i.e. if you attack them before they're ready, you actually get the bad ending. I think it took me too long to realise that, because I would just attack them as soon as I had control of the character. And like I said, this is actually set in the modern era, bizarrely. I think there's I forget if it's this game or 2, but there's like a boss with a gun, I believe. Might be 2.
Yeah. It's like on a helicopter pad or something.
Yeah.
I think Arpo showed me the second game. It's interesting.
It's consensus is this is by far the better game, though. The second one's not like god awful or anything, but it's definitely a step down.
Yeah.
And you can also like 3D run around. Some of the levels are pretty interesting with like uneven terrain. I think there's this game with the bamboo forest where you just slice through the bamboo. I would argue this is green just because there's nothing else like it on really any system. There's some like spiritual things that are similar-ish, but there's only one Bushido Blade. And it's still fun. It's being replaced by modern fighting is because it's doing something completely different. Oh, he's dead.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a lot to say about it because I haven't played it, but it is a novel concept for sure.
You should get on that. It's very fun.
I'm down for including it.
Yeah.
All right.
So you can attack him there. Pocket sand. And he has different weapons, like you play as one character and you choose your weapon separately. There's different fighting styles, different stances. It's a really cool game.
Alright. So this is actually the game this time. So,
oh, you might expect this.
Some people might have seen this coming.
I kind of talked some shit about it in the GBA video. It didn't. It's just all very good.
This game's amazing.
Yeah, it is.
It has some weirdness in terms of...
Yeah.
An awful balance?
Yeah, the word balance does not exist in this game's lexicon. It is purely a spectacle game.
It is super easy to a point where it's actually kind of a detriment.
I may have
very fun.
I may have overemphasized that in the Aria of Sorrow base, because I was just saying why I prefer that game to this one. But this is still incredible. This still has a lot of merits, like that one doesn't. Like the music's, I mean, the music in Aria is well composed, but like, come on, just listen to this. This is like top tier.
There's still like rough patches of their system, but otherwise it's very fully formed.
Yeah, no, it's still them.
There aren't any other Metroidvanias out there on consoles at all, really. Well, maybe much later, but you know what I mean. And by that I mean specifically Castlevania Metroid.
Me and ARPA have an entire video talking about this game when we're not talking about Hotel Transylvania. And it's so like
there's so much crazy things in it.
Yeah, like...
packed full of shit.
If you haven't seen it, you probably should, because ARPA lays out every single stupid thing that you can know about this game in one video. It's kind of amazing. It is full of weird, silly nonsense that they made. Like, there's boots that you can equip that make your character 1 pixel taller because, fuck it. They were like, we can do this, and then they fucking did it. You can customize the color of your cape. Whatever.
This is one of the best games ever made, but it is quite funny because if you go back and read reviews from the period, a lot of critics really didn't like this. They thought Castlevania 64 was better. Like, why would you want to play a 2D game? Oh my god.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's exactly why the American, fucking Sony of America, they had to fight Sony of America to even get this released here.
Absolutely insane.
It's a very look into the times where that was not just, the weird company. That's like a lot of everyone was like, you had to be 3D or you weren't cool,
Yeah, which is hilarious. This has aged so much better than... Who cares what's Castlevania 64, for God's sake?
Some people care about it, apparently, but...
You mean that game was just called Castlevania here?
Oh, right.
No, it's just called Castlevania everywhere. It was never called Castlevania.
Was it not? Or was it one of those deals? Superman 64?
Yeah. It is... No, it is just like Sonic the Hedgehog 2006, where everybody calls it by 64 because they have to disambiguate it. And...
Right.
But you may also be thinking of Castlevania, which is apparently the European name for one of the fucking GBA games.
I'm sure they do it for the 64 game. It was Circle of the Moon, by the way. But, I mean, obviously, yeah. You've already greened it, of course you have.
Yes. No, I'm including this. This game's... It is...
No.
You have to play it not because it's the most, like your RPG choices matter that much, because it's just fun.
Yeah.
It's just... I mean, it's the progenitor of this, style of game that they would make like 80 of.
Yeah.
Make, Aria, which is one of our favorite games. And it's just fun.
Yeah,
it's great. It's silly.
It's
I love it.
like wine. It's yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know if there's any many games like this during this era specifically either, because even the N64 didn't have a Metroid game.
Right, yeah.
I don't even know anyone else who was doing this. I mean, it was all Iga's team, wasn't it? They just kept... They're the ones who did these.
Yeah.
Metroid, I suppose, on the GBA, but doesn't have the RPG stuff. But anyway, yeah. Symphony right.
Yeah, the RPG stuff is the founding of Metroidvania, specifically.
Yeah,
It's the one... It's the most unique part that isn't necessarily from... Yeah.
You knew what was going in there.
Yeah.
Alright, so, I don't know if we're going to have any sort of contention with this, because Bob put in Crash 2, and I put in Crash 3, so...
I'm going to be honest with you, I don't really care. I'm not a big Crash fan. I just kind of... I heard this one's the best. I don't know. I don't really care. Crash is alright,
Okay.
I don't know shit about Crash either, so guess enlighten us.
I think I actually played 3 the most as a kid. That was the one I owned. But I did like some very basic research. A lot of people seem to like this one, but I can't argue for it, and walked the one I played, so...
Should we just move on to that long play and start talking there?
Probably.
Sure, yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah, mostly just I know what I see, that it's like a platformer that's either like, side scroller or it's over the shoulder behind you thing.
Yeah, the corridor bits. I think that's how they made it look so good, because there's just not a lot of polygons being shown at once.
Yeah, I don't know if the first one was before or after Mario 64 either, but yeah.
A lot of gimmick levels in this third one.
Yeah, that's the one argument I can kind of see, although I'm pretty sure the second one also has some gimmick levels. Remember the surfboard or whatever. But
there's a bike in this one, I remember.
Yeah, the bike, the underwater, the tiger levels. Oh yeah, Coco gets her own levels. I owned this one as a kid. I liked it a lot. I still like it a lot. I vouch for it. The second one, I found it to be just kind of a more mundane version of this. It's, fine, but, I just think this one's just got a little more going on in it.
I think Crash is fine, but I do not consider myself a fan. It's fine, I guess. But yeah, it's a definitive PlayStation game. I think it'd be weird not to have at least one Crash game on there.
Yeah,
Like what was it? The PlayStation Mini that didn't have one? It's just fucking... Ugh. What a mistake that thing was.
Oof. But, so, can I include this one? Do you have anything, Yoshi? Yeah.
I have nothing.
Okay.
I have no actual experience.
I like this game. I don't know. It's not my favorite platformer by any measure, but I don't know, I liked it.
I guess the one, I wouldn't see this kind of style platformer myself until, like, when they had the Super Mario 3D World, where they kind of went back to the more, side-scrolly or, not necessarily side-scrolly, but it feels more side-scrolly because it's a linear stage design.
Can we just get, like, a, quote, normal level before we move on?
Like, an over-the-shoulder level, you mean?
I mean, yeah, it's just... Well, here we go. That's what the game normally looks like. Well, just for the majority of it. Before it goes in, like, side-scrolling, but yeah. It's usually these very long corridors. It's very linear, these games. Incredibly linear.
It's fine.
Which is fine, yeah. It's playing up to its strength. I always thought of this kind of a mashup between, like, sort of the character design of Sonic, but if he was in, like, Donkey Kong Country with, like, the whole jungle thing that's going on.
Oh, sure. Although this one is a lot more, the environment's a lot more varied because of the whole time travel shenanigans, I guess.
Yeah. The environment's, a lot of box emphasis on different kinds of boxes.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of collectibles.
A little Mario-ish.
Some secrets, some well-hidden secrets, so it's just got a lot going on. If you enjoy it, you've got a lot of the game to play, basically. So
there's lots to do in it, yeah. A lot of busy work. And it's aged well as well. Right. I want to say there's these... I'm kind of surprised it's got like a remake, because honestly I think this is aged really well. I really like the style of it, the low poly style. It's very well animated. Loads of characters.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's also got a Bubsy thing going on where he has a bunch of different unique death animations. I just felt like throwing that out there. It's got a lot. Yeah, it's got a lot of charm.
Of the day.
Yeah.
Because God knows we're not doing Bubsy 3D in here.
I wouldn't even include that as a joke.
Looked like he was ascending down.
All right. Okay, so just do
is this first level. The Square publishers? Am I thinking of something else?
Yes.
Right.
Square made this. This is Square made a shmup on the PlayStation.
Sounds like they use their soundtrack from Parasite Eve, apparently. Sorry.
I played a demo of this, but it always stuck to me because it is just really cool.
Yeah?
Like, it's fairly hard, but...
That's shmup for you.
Yeah, it is appropriately difficult for a shmup. I think I just like the kind of scenario design of some of the stuff going on in this level. And
looks cool.
The music is nice.
I don't know how authentic this video is, like if it's emulation or what, but the frame rate seems alright.
Yeah, no, I believe that's accurate. I remember being
This is this looks like a very, very well integrated 3D. Even if it's technically a 2D gameplay.
Right, yeah.
It doesn't, it feels very dynamic and makes good use of the space.
Yeah. I don't have a lot to say about it other than I think it looks neat, I think it sounds good. And it's got this like these gun gimmicks where you have like 2 different weapon slots and it actually changes like I think the function of the guns actually changes depending on which slot you put it in, because like it actually physically is in a different place on your chip.
I noticed it was pointing down somewhat, yeah.
Yeah. So it's just a neat shmup.
Yeah, this looks solid.
we don't have a lot, or maybe any others.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that's not something where you normally remember much, so I think we should.
Okay. All right, so Bob, tell us about Fighting Force.
Oh boy, this is made by, I think it's made by Core. I think it's made by the Tomb Raider people. It is a beat 'em up. Coming off the Mega Drive and getting a PlayStation, I really wanted a game that was like Streets of Rage. This is about as good as you got. It is not Streets of Rage, but it still has some interesting merits. I heard a story it was actually made as a Streets of Rage game, and then apparently Sega didn't want them to publish it on the PlayStation because, fucking of course, why would they? So I don't know if that story's true. It sounds hilarious if it is true. I think Hawkeye was literally Axel at some point. But yeah, there really isn't much in the way of beat-em-ups besides arcade ports of stuff like, Batman Forever, which we have not put on. This is one I'm highly nostalgic for, but it's probably, admittedly, not that great and hasn't aged terribly well, these load times. Things that are good about it, there's a lot of weapons, which is quite fun. I like having guns. The environment is very destructive. We didn't see it before, but that van in the stage, you can destroy it by just hitting it, and then once it's destroyed, each individual tire you can pick up and throw at people. I believe in the elevator level, you just walk up to the handrail and just pull it off, and then club people with it. It's an amusing game. It's one of the few good two-player co-op games you can get on it, but biggest problem is it's too long. Like a beat 'em up is fine for something of, Streets of Rage was made for console, but it's still the length of an arcade game. It's an hour, but it feels, when you play it, it feels very repetitive. This game starts to feel very repetitive, and it hasn't aged terribly well. So I don't think we're desperate enough for a beat 'em up to put this on here, but I don't know. I want to acknowledge it, especially as a genre we don't otherwise have. So, but realistically, I don't think it's going to make it on. It's fine.
I don't know if I want to outright disclude it, but
no, I will if you don't. It's not that good.
Oh,
but
okay.
I wanted to beat him up. But
I wanted to beat him up.
I kind of did, yeah. This is a game I played as a kid because I didn't know, there wasn't a Streets of Rage on here, but it isn't that bad. But it's not going to make the 50. There's better PlayStation games,
Sure.
And the combat's not really deep. Let's be real.
Fair enough.
Good soundtrack.
Oh, of course. Love our PlayStation soundtracks here.
I feel like everyone was just really trying hard because of the CD.
Yeah. They had free reign to be as experimental as they wanted. So, this is one of those things where we know about this game, but we don't have a lot to say about it, I don't think.
No more than nothing, but this is a very solid tactics game. It's a very well regarded. It has you get to customize your character's jobs and have them go to different ones while retaining some of the abilities from their old job. Has kind of a significant amount of plot with the story. It's a lot about class divides. In fact, I think when they made the remake in 2005, they said that these before it was very much inspired by the Japan's economic lost decade, and they're saying in 2025 basically feeling like the same thing of a class divide and such. Very topical. But this is just, it is a extremely well regarded game, and I know enough to vouch that that sounds perfectly. It feels like it lives up to it. Yeah.
Honestly, I'm down for it. Like, this is not another genre we're gonna have another one of. I think this is it in terms of tactics RPGs. And
apparently the guy who made it was originally worked on Ogre Battle. So there's
that tie-in. Yeah. I kind of always meant to play this, never did, but it definitely looks good, if a bit lengthy.
Yeah. Quick, casual, long play.
This video is
11 hours.
Nearly 12
Jesus
hours.
God.
Yeah. If there's a reason I haven't played it, it's because of that. But no, it honestly looks pretty good. I think this is like a perfect fit for the collection.
I've got nothing to say. I'm sure it's fine.
Oh boy, the same year, huh? Okay. Oh boy.
So it's come to this.
Time for our Final Fantasy off.
Okay, so Final Fantasy VII is a game that everybody loves for reasons. And then they made a couple others, I guess. How people like them, I don't know.
I feel like I still have some things to say about this. First of all, this is the amount of... This is sometimes cited as one of the first AAA games. The amount of budget and people working on this game is kind of way higher than normal.
It's interesting because it's very early PS1, let's say, with those character models. I never hear anyone acknowledge them.
They like this. Yeah, that's more of a sign of early than the lack of effort or anything.
Yeah, it just. Anyway, sorry, you were saying.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely takes you back. This compared to the other PlayStation Final Fantasies I mean, the pre-rendered backgrounds are lavishly detailed and a very good fit.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. Like, it's maybe sort of a throwback to the chibi, style of, other Final Fantasy
That's what I
games.
understand, yeah. Oh, anyway, yeah. Because they have different models when they get into battle.
Really... Yeah. When you get into battle, it's a full thing. There's a bunch of pre-rendered cutscenes that are lavishly animated. This is also the first, this is the Final Fantasy where they went modern,
Oh, right,
I mean, it's still a very heavy magic, and there's still heavy, magic everywhere, but it is a technological society. Like, I believe if you first boot it up, you see, instead of the normal intro, you just see, a Final Fantasy title card that kind of hides the fact that this isn't just another, fantasy RPG like the ones that came before.
Because 6 was kind of steampunky, but it was still kind of historical.
Yeah.
It had some industrial punk.
Magitech. There was definitely elements of Magitech in a lot of the other earlier Final Fantasies. Like in the first one, you go up into fucking ancient space station, which is kind of more of an Ultima thing. I wish I knew more to comment about the materia system, because it sounds like it's a good system for making it an actual in-depth RPG and not just the paint by numbers, but I don't know shit about it.
Yeah.
There's also the very extended first part where there's almost two halves, where the first part you're just in this big city, and then the second half is where you actually get to the overworld and
Well, half might be a bit strong, because I have actually tried to play this. I made it to the open world before I stopped playing.
Yeah.
So there's half probably not accurate, but you are kind of stuck in this city for a while before the game opens up. But
I do realize there are elements that some would definitely think of as overrated, and I don't know where I would stand on that. I think this set a very good foundation, at least. And it showed a lot of ambition and stuff. I don't think it's just a flash in the pan. Oh, but you do.
No,
what do you?
I don't know what to say about this. We won't. SK and I did not put this on the list. But there's no denying that it is, it is extremely important to the PS1. so it would be kind of weird not to acknowledge it at the very least.
Well, historically,
it seems. I'm of the opinion that it seems like a fine game. I've tried it. I can't get into it. I have no interest in getting into it. I don't know what it is. It just does not.
But I don't know
me.
if like you were ever into RPGs at all.
Well,
but
I mean,
that's where we talk about the other Final Fantasies.
Yes, we are.
And then, let's table that until we talk about the others.
Well, hang on. I want to talk about this one a little bit more though, because one of the SK's, because I think SK's coming from the same place as me, maybe even less so. So,
well, like you, it sounds like you've actually played other Final Fantasy games on the PlayStation. SK definitely.
We just don't know if this just makes it in because it's. I don't want to put it in just because it's popular. I mean, it's our list, so I don't want to put it in just because other people like it. Like,
I want to hear what you say about the other two, because like part of that is maybe just you're. Well,
I can talk about 8, but 8's mine. So
yeah,
9 I put in kind of for the sake of it.
We're cooler on a general in RPGs, you know. I'm actually not as much, but
okay. So this is my Final Fantasy.
The popular one.
This is my Final Fantasy, and it's this is the first one I played, and I think it's partly why I find it hard to go back to 7, because like, what the hell are these character models? I know that's shallow, but you know, that was just kind of weird to me. This game came out, and like a lot of people hated it. I think because like Final Fantasy 7 was like the big one, like the one that really kind of became a huge deal. I think people probably expected it to be more the
Final
same.
Fantasy VII was what made RPGs a thing you release in the West.
Yeah, exactly. And then this came out, and not only is it like different, it is fascinating because they basically try and reinvent experimental is an understatement. Yeah. They completely try and reinvent how RPGs work. This game is absolutely insane. In both. It's one of those games. It's like the Die Hard trilogy of
enemies
of
level
Final
up
Fantasies.
with you. The levels don't really matter.
No, but what does matter is stocking magic. So yeah, to explain this game, I have to kind of get into the junctioning system, where basically, rather than like you do level up, but it doesn't. It's not really one-to-one with just your strength. What you have to do is you have to stock up magic, and then you assign it to an attribute. So, say if you want total HP, you know, you get a lot of the Curaga spell, and if you junction to that, that's a good fit. And then it literally scales with how much you're carrying. So if you have like, I forget if the count's like 90, I think it's 99. You want to have like 99 of all magic. So, and then to get these things to junction these attributes, you have to level up your GF, not girlfriend, your Guardian Force. Which is like the summons in this game. This game was like, this might be the single worst introduction I could have had to the JRPG genre. Because it is bizarre. That being said, it's like, since then I've actually like, I felt like revisiting this because I do have nostalgia for it, even though I'd never really understood how it worked. I learned the junctioning systems. I went on, and I probably mentioned this when we did the other videos. This is other than Final Fantasy V, this is the other Final Fantasy game I've beaten. So this game's
like experimental isn't bad. I kind of dig what I look for in an RPG is a game that makes decision making important and not just kind of auto fight battles.
This game when you figure it out, it's fun. It is kind of like when you know how to like kind of. This is like a bit like Symphony of the Night with like the shield mod and shit. Like when it's kind of broken, but it's a fun kind of broken where it feels like when you know what you're doing, it feels like a power trip. The biggest issue I have with also the plot is kind of a mess as well. I like the setting. The plot feels like they were kind of writing it on the fly, but.
Heard is like a lot of people didn't like it. Kind of landed wrong because it's basically just a love story, which is a very unique thing to put in a game, especially this fucking era of like edgy 90s.
I think Squall gets a bad rep from this translation in particular. But anyway, I like this game, but it is fucking weird, but almost in a kind of a way
Which
that
could
makes
be
it
a
more
positive for this.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. If you do... the problem with putting the PlayStation 50 is that if I were to recommend this game, and I have recommended this game, but you don't really want to play... I didn't play this on the PlayStation, by the way. I played the obscure PC port back in the day. If you play this now, you probably want to play one of like the enhanced versions, because it has a bunch of quality of life things. It has a fast-forward button, so when you're grinding for magic, that makes things a lot easier. It also has some just flat-out cheats, but I didn't use those. The reason you want to fast forward is because if you ever use your summon, it takes... I think the final...
Salmons.
Oh god, the final summon you get, and this is like just before the final boss, so it's not like... You don't see it that much, but it is literally... I think it's like at least 30 seconds long, which doesn't sound like a lot. It's an eternity. So if I were to recommend this game, play the version with like the fast forward button. But this game's, yeah, it's pretty cool. They redid the character models in the new one, which is a bit divisive. I think this game looks really, really nice. I definitely would argue looks better than 7, but...
Well, that's on the overworld. That's not a contest. It's
well, the character models are consistent.
They were scoping what they scoped, yeah.
The field models and the battle models are consistent. That's the big difference. They don't.
Yeah, I mean the character models in the 7 are that is a compromise. I
get it. I don't want to talk shit.
You know?
Yeah, no, I get it. It's just when I played this before 7, so like that was really jarring to me. So that's just a me thing. But I like this game a lot. It is not a lot of people don't like it. I'm quite fond of it. I'd like to say it's more than just nostalgia. So I don't know.
It sounds like an interesting system, but it also sounds like a slightly wonky system.
It is wonky. That's the thing. It's like it's busted, but it's fun. But also, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, like if it wasn't for the wonkiness, this would definitely be over 7, like in a heartbeat, given what we are.
I mean, to be fair, 7 is probably a better made RPG with like less broken stuff in it. And grinding for magic, like I say, it's kind of a power trip and fun, but like you are literally grinding. You are just mashing the.
Oh, it's very
button.
Grind heavy.
Yeah, no, it is. No.
That's painful.
No, I may have miscommunicated that. You are. That's why I said the fast forward button is something you wanted to.
Yeah, I kind of. Yeah.
It's fun to
so
do.
Did we
it's
put
fun to break
9 on here too.
I put 9 on because I thought there's only 3 Final Fantasy games. I think it'd be, and they're all like flagship, big PlayStation releases. I thought it'd be weird not to have 9.
Let's just talk about all of them as much as we can.
Yeah,
as far as I know, 9 is the more traditional one.
Oh,
like
sure. It's a throwback. It's a throwback to the originals. It's a lavish production. I feel like they've got the kind of. I like the character models. I think they kind of figured out the hardware by this point.
Yeah. Oh, the throwback. They're not realistic as well, but are they consistent between battle and stuff too?
Yeah.
The thing is, I don't know anything about the mechanics of this one at all.
I'm afraid I don't really. But
yeah,
that's again,
hard.
I thought it'd be weird not to acknowledge it at the very least, because you know. Is the black screen of death? Oh no, we're just loading in. So like 7 we know by like just osmosis. 8 I can talk about for days. This one, maybe it was a mistake to put it in, but
no, I think it's worth noting that this is, but it is the fact that it's a throwback, which is. It might be pleasing for some, and definitely, but like it's not our sort of PlayStation 50 thing.
No, for sure. But
so, what are we going to talk about the 2? If it wasn't for the horrible grinding, it sounds like 8 has, but that's a huge deal. Then, how many other RPGs do we have on here too?
I would have thought it'd be a lot, but.
I mean, it would if we were RPG people, there would be a ton, but
yeah. It's not something you just casually play once and then, you know. It's not like, I played this very briefly so I can judge it. Like, I can't. I mean, I played 9 extremely briefly, but I can't review it.
Yeah.
I played 7 briefly, but I can't fairly review it outside of its reputation. Although I did bounce off it though, so that's probably not a good sign.
do you not have any thoughts, or do you have any thoughts, SK?
I have zero interest in talking about Final Fantasy.
I guess none of them would make it in then. Just like, I mean, 7's there just because.
I think we should put 7 just because if we leave this completely void of RPGs, that's dumb as hell.
What about yellow then?
Yeah, put it yellow.
There's a couple more RPGs coming up, but not many.
Oh, well, that's why we put it yellow.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know what this is.
It's an anime, dummy.
Yeah.
This is Ghost in the Shell. This is based on the anime. I don't know a ton about
now
the anime.
Now I remember having actually seen this before. Probably in the form of a speedrun or something. But yeah, it's this sort of... You're this little crab robot thing, and you go around and it's like, you know, a shootery arena thingy.
Yes.
Well, not an arena thing, but...
No, you just drop into a map and you've got like missions. This thing's pretty versatile. You can climb walls and stuff.
Yeah, you can just climb up, wall up stiff.
Yeah. Only 3D, but I feel like it saves quite well. Partly because you're controlling a machine, so if it feels a little stiff, that's fine because that's what it is. You can you're not seeing it here, but you can like kind of strafe in all 4 directions, kind of on like wheels, I guess. And yeah, I think from when it comes to like PS1 action games, I had this on a demo, and the intro cinematic like kind of blew my mind as someone who is a kid who didn't really know what anime was. I'd never seen anything like that intro, and I think this has full-on anime cutscenes throughout, which is pretty cool. I think fully dubbed in the Western version as well. I'm not an expert on this game, but like, I think I have tried the full version.
It's like a solid action arcade game.
Yeah.
And I've seen enough of it to see, maybe yellow, depending on what we're doing here.
Do you want to see a little bit more of it before we move on? Or... How different the games get, but... That's really different. It's a boss. Or not.
It's
just kind of cool. Level. Yeah, it's controls well, is very anime. Yeah, it's not like my personal favorite or anything though, so I can only say so much. But...
That looks nice.
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
And the ability to just climb up walls is cool as hell.
Yeah, this looks neat.
Yeah.
We can yellow that and move on.
I played the hell out of the demo. It's kind of funny I didn't get the full game as a kid. Okay, this. I wasn't sure to put this on, but I thought, you know what? It's a bit of history. I played this back in the day, but I did not play it on the PlayStation. I played the PC original. Although this PS1 port seems fine.
Yeah, it's not by the original devs. Like, I would 100% call this a PC game.
Yeah. I just thought, I don't know, just kind of amusing to see. GTA 2 is also on here. I imagine that probably struggles even more, because there's some like crazy lighting and stuff, and it's a bit more ambitious. But the original, obviously, by the Lemmings guys. So that's a fun thing to reference. It is very funny to be looking at this and thinking this is the biggest video game franchise in the world. It is. This is humble beginnings as an understatement. I don't think it's without merit, but yeah, the driving is Micro Machine styled.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Fond memories of playing this on my cousin's PC, but admittedly, I've not rushed to go back to this, and certainly not this port. So, probably a red. We also have a game that's actually surprisingly similar and is arguably better. So.
Okay.
We have 100 games. I think we can afford not to spend too long on things that I'm pretty sure aren't going to make it in.
Yeah. like
Suppose
this
I
next one.
Yeah.
I don't know. At some point, I just started adding games and didn't really put a lot of thought into them. And looking
Like,
back on it, don't
got
know.
oval.
It's better than people who made Dead by Daylight.
Spooked our guts off right there.
Yeah. Oh boy, that's the killer right there. And this is the equivalent of dropping pallets on him. This game is kind of fine. It has some wonkiness to it. I have fond memories of it, renting it as a kid. It has a pretty nice score, honestly. It made for a lot of good backing music for our Batman videos.
Oh, that's what it's from.
Yeah. And,
I owned this.
So that's basically like me in every N64 platformer I've ever played. It sounds like that's your experience with this.
yeah, absolutely. This is like, if you want just a totally fine platformer, this one's pretty fine.
Yeah, I own this, and I don't have any memories beyond that opening museum level, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I was just bad or just lack of interest, but... I remember that opening pretty well with the Scottish scientist. That's a good memory.
They got themselves a cartoon opening. That's pretty good.
Probably half the game's budget went on this. Weird setup. I still, even with his intro, I don't fully understand what else going on. He just finds a devil, and he gets lost in like it's the Jersey Devil.
Yeah.
And they go
just a baby, and then he escapes and then becomes Batman or something. I don't know. It is.
Honestly, my nostalgia for this game is this one cutscene.
I can't even blame you for it. Yeah, I don't know.
It's
I
also
just threw that on there.
I want to mention digital controls as well. I'm pretty sure this did.
I keep forgetting.
Yeah, that is a problem.
I am spoiled by the N64 having a built-in analog stick. Because, like, even when the DualShock came out, like, fucking, there were a lot of games that just,
it was
that if they weren't like high budget, they would just sometimes just not support the DualShock. And
I believe Crash 3 had it. Had to support
that sounds right.
Not that it really needed it because it wasn't really designed around that. So, but, yeah, I'm sorry. This is a red. This is not a.
Yeah,
nah.
I wanted to talk about it because I don't get many chances to talk about this game.
That's fine. I mean, I
just
put in GTA 1 kind of for the sake of it. That's fine.
Yeah. Let's move on to a platformer that is more fondly remembered by people. Because I keep getting told to play this.
Whole series.
I keep getting told to play this, and I look at it and I go, man, this looks fucking fun as hell, actually.
I don't know. I expect this to be 2D. Despite what
no, this is. I know it was 2D because it's kind of famous for being the sort of 2D platformer.
I know very little about
3D, 2D, 3D platform. This is the big, what's it called? 2.5D game. Especially if you're, it's made by Namco, so it gets recognition. But I have no actual experience with it.
I just hear people tell me it's really good all the time, and
there are a ton of sequels, so it must have done something right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's charming. It looks like real smooth. This is what I was alluding to with like the 2.5 thing, like Pandemonium. Like this seems to be kind of a more substantial version of that style of game.
Yeah. So you have this like picking up and grabbing and throwing.
It's got more of an idea, I guess.
A 2D platformer, yeah.
Yeah. And this looks stylish, yeah. So
I guess unlike Pandemonium, this is like sprites on a 3D background.
Yeah. But I don't know. This looks really fun, so I kind of want to put it on the list.
Yeah, me too.
I'm fine with that, sure.
Because this is an issue where we have other alternatives we're chomping on or considering.
Mm-hmm. Oh, boy, howdy! I sure do love Mega Man
Oh.
on the PlayStation. Let's talk about Mega Man twice in a row. Here's a game that I heard nothing good about, and then they canceled Mega Man Legends 3, and then everybody suddenly came out of the woodworks to be like, this is their favorite game ever. So,
This seems like a late bloomer, this particular series.
I wonder if
People
it's like
didn't like
people
it when
didn't
it
like
came out,
Mega Man
and
should be
we
2D or
reevaluated
something.
better.
yeah, maybe. Yeah, there was kind of a thing where like because I remember mentioning that at some point, like Street Fighter EX was seen as kind of like, oh, it's just another game that's trying to go from 2D to 3D, and that sucks because those are always bad. And it's like, no, actually, they're fine. Some of them are actually really good, like Street Fighter EX. But
This one is fundamentally more different. I played Mega Man 64 all the way through, although I don't remember too much, like a lot of the details, but it's very different from Mega Man, classic Mega Man. It's
Oh, hey,
sort
I
of
know her.
dungeon crawling thing almost. Oh, in the N64 version, for some reason, they had compressed the entire dialogue. It was still fully voice acted on a cartridge.
No, that's pretty impressive.
oh dear.
There was like
Crazy.
Miracle Port of Resident Evil 2 on the N64.
Hey, cut it out.
They showed like the
Don't you really
FMVs
get
as well.
that way?
Let's poor Marvel character down.
Hey,
See if we can
hold
get
on.
to the actual.
Yeah,
I'd say that
gameplay.
it looks really nice. It's aged really
Yeah, it's
well
sort
for
of
a
a
PS1
Yeah,
game.
yeah.
crawling thing.
The graphic style is pretty neat.
And
Aged
then
very
you
well.
like have a very customizable loadout.
This looks alright.
Go in here, get like parts, and then you build them to chain, like, you know, what basic weapon you have and such. Very interesting.
Seems it.
I got nothing on this.
Dungeon crawler is probably one of the best descriptions of it.
Looks like it's in a nice, like, really nicely presented,
say
though. I
yellow.
can't believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I suppose yellow, yeah, I'll be alright with it, honestly. But yeah,
Sure.
that's fine. It's hard to judge the gameplay, it's like, looks functional. Maybe like the camera's a little bit stiff, but that's PS1 for you.
yeah.
Yeah, here's all the parts you just kind of picked up. And then, here we go. This is Capcom's good game. This is the game they held Resident Evil hostage to get fucking released over here.
That's the one.
What do you mean?
Well, because Sony of America was kind of refusing to do it because it's a 2D game, and we got to our console is 3D. It's got to be powerful and such, and like, you know, like Konami had the same thing, and they used their weight to like get around it. This is the reason they made that N64 port of Resident Evil 2, just to prove to them, like, yeah, we will release Resident Evil games as Nintendo 64 exclusives if you don't let us release this game.
Oh, interesting, okay. Didn't know that.
Or the Mega Man X series in general. This is Mega Man X 4. It is a solid Mega Man X game, but it's also the first game where you get to play as Zero like all the time, and he's a separate campaign, and he just kind of overshadows the main character in every way, and is just fun as hell. And this is just a solid entry in the series, very well regarded. Its sequels, they tried a lot of weird things, and they didn't really work out.
It has an infamous dub.
Is this the one where the character is concerned with what they're fighting for?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. This game looks pretty good. Haven't played any of the Mega Man X games the past. The first one, really.
Like, if you like one, you'll definitely like this one.
Yeah. It's it just seems like they made a solid transition into the PlayStation era with this.
Yeah, but they made a solid transition and then they dropped the ball.
Oops. But I guess the question is it going in, or
maybe yellow if we're feeling overloaded on platformers, which we're kind of maybe are, but
I'm realizing increasingly that I know nothing about Mega Man, so I have no strong feelings about this one way or the other. It looks fine, I don't know.
It is just a solid platformer game.
Yeah, we'll yellow that, but
That's how we do for
I'll vouch
2D
for it.
platformers.
If it comes down
Probably
to
going to go in, but we do have to be picky at this point.
it's a speculative green. So, Micro Machines 3v3.
Yeah,
Is it actually called that, or
it's V3. That is what it's called.
Yep.
This one is, so we know Micro Machines from like the Sega 50 and other consoles, but we put one in there. This isn't actually made by the original devs of that. Those 8-bit and 16-bit games were made by a team called Supersonic and published by Codemasters. Supersonic would make their own kind of Micro Machines likes for the PS1, including Circuit Breakers. This official Micro Machines thing I think was made internally by Codemasters, and this is the one I played, and this is absolutely like for me a staple of the. There he is. I'm a fan. So this guy would go on to like have a career reviewing E3 until his cancellation. This is just like this is kind of hard for me to review because I just remember this being in everyone's PS1 collection. It was just everywhere. Really fun multiplayer game, and there was stuff to do in single player as well. Different vehicles that kind of handled differently. You got weapons. This had controller support. It's had controller support. Amazing. You could use a controller. This had controller sharing, so you could have 8 players if you had a multi-tap, and you would share a controller each. Because really, all you need, you would auto accelerate, and you just go left and right. So you can have I think it's 8 players. I definitely remember the controller sharing being a thing. Because obviously, PlayStation has 4 face buttons, so it kind of mirrors a D-pad, kind of like the Switch, I guess. But yeah,
or like everything, But yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, but yeah, especially the Switch, yeah.
But yeah, this is just.
The only thing is that looking at it, it looks kind of like It doesn't really seem to be adding much to the table over the 16-bit originals.
I don't know, because this is there were some very interesting levels. We're not really seeing them here, but there's one where you get sucked into a petri dish, and then the camera zooms into the eyepiece of a microscope, and then you continue the race in microscopic form until you then come back out for the second life. It was one of the science levels. I really just like the sort of
take your word for it if they did,
Oh, wow, yeah, perfect. Whee!
I don't remember this. Damn. Yeah, so I rented this game.
Okay.
This game is cool. I like it.
Yeah, I'll take word for it that they improved on or did new things.
And looking back at this video, I actually really like the aesthetic of this one. Like just the levels have a lot of neat stuff in them.
I think the graphics hold up as well. They're not too blocky.
Yeah.
They've got some nice detail to them. I mean, it's still micro so you can't see where you're going, but it's more about track memorization, I guess, if you're going to play this seriously.
Right.
But yeah, although there is... we're not really doing the spoiler thing anymore. There is also Micromaniac, so this might compete with that by the same devs, but I don't know. I don't know how we feel about that.
I don't know. I like it.
I consider it like a PlayStation classic, but my nostalgia is not really
yellow or green. I was thinking leaning yellow.
I would say yellow because of Micromaniacs.
Okay.
Sure. We'll come back to that.
We definitely wouldn't have both. They are very different, but you wouldn't have both of them in.
Sure. All right.
So, have you heard of the word term cinematic platformer? This is a particularly puzzly one.
That's a really good scene to open up with. Yeah, he plays this Slig. Yeah, so cinematic platform play as Abe. I think this world is kind of brilliant. Part of like there's two games on the PS1. They're both on the list. And they did like an Xbox exclusive, and then there was another Xbox game that was also set in Oddworld, but didn't concern any of these characters. This game has like an amazing presentation, really interesting world for as little as we see of it, and it is a cinematic platform where you basically Abe has to go around and save his fellow Mudokons from slavery, basically.
Or fail miserably, you know.
Or fail miserably, get the bad ending. Yeah, you can let them all die. Very difficult game, in my opinion. I don't know. It's not like Rayman hard, but
puzzly difficult.
It may just be because I suck. Just to be clear.
Yeah, this seemed to be like a cinematic platform, not really about reflexes. Well, as much as figuring out what to do, you know.
This is made in 2D. No, not really. It had the voice system, so you can like talk to your fellow Mudokons and lead them around to safety. The other big gimmick is that you can possess enemies that we very briefly saw before, and you can control them. I think in this game, it's like a couple of creatures and the Sligs. I think that's it. The sequel gets a bit more. Oh, one flaw with this game particularly, because we're all going to talk about the sequel. You can only like guide one Mudokon at a time, which is kind of stupid. The sequel fixes that.
Oh.
That's why
it's not
kind of struggling here. Yeah. He has a Olivia button in the sequel, so they figured some stuff out. But just you escaping from this like Rupture Farms, which is like basically like an abattoir. Just a cool setting, and then you go out to like the sort of more nature areas. Really nice pre-rendered backgrounds. It is screen by screen. There's no actual scrolling. But I guess we've got the sequel as well. Really nice FMVs as well. Maybe we highlight one of those. Maybe the intro. Like this is another game that just looks really nice. That's the sequel. Am I looking at this right?
What?
Well, the bottom of the screen says Abe's Odyssey. This is 100% Abe's Exodus. Did you click on a different video? I didn't see.
No.
That's definitely Rupture Farms. That's definitely one. Okay, we've got a weird video or something. But anyway, this is the intro to 2. We're talking, and that's the intro to 1.
Oh wait, and this I think
And we made some good
like
cakes too.
if you hovered over on there's this one where it says Odyssey, like in an orange. I think there's like a commercial. Yeah.
Oh, they
it's
put a
demo
promotion for
the sequel
Oh, okay, that was
on
mighty
this
confusing.
particular one.
All right.
I've never seen that before. Okay.
Oh man, they trademarked quick save.
That was before I
Oh
knew
yeah.
how we'd make
Alright, well, I guess we should talk about both. Abe's Exodus has some quality life features that there are more enemies to possess. It has the apparently patented quick save feature, which honestly is a big selling point if playing on original hardware, because you can just save anywhere and then it'll just kind of reload from like RAM. Before it was like if you screw up, you go to like last save point or something. It was really kind of bullshit. So I'm not an expert in this franchise. Like I played it, but only kind of casually as a kid. Probably used cheats a lot, admittedly. I guess Exodus is better. So if we had either,
Yeah.
just kind of oozing with style,
That's cool.
really using that CD media, you know.
Yeah.
I like Abe as a character. I would say-
Creative as all hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. So I'm gonna say no to the first one because if we're gonna include one, probably the second one.
The second one definitely like summarizes the first game, so you wouldn't even be lost with the plot. Not there's much of a plot. It's good, a good humor to it as well. Like this theme of consumerism, like the ruling class aliens of basically turning their slaves into food. That's kind of messed up.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So, I'm kind of down to include this.
Yeah.
Cool.
Let's go for it.
Sure.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Alright, let's talk about some weapons that don't weigh a lot. They're light guns.
Oh.
Da-da-dunch. Oh, yeah.
What in the world?
I remember renting this, and I don't think I was able to get the actual light gun for it, or rent this very often because it was like rare or something. But it is.
I got a video of the RPG mode.
Well, like the original arcade game is basically a bunch of fast-paced mini games that are light gun themed. Either doing or fail. Not quite as fast-paced as say WarioWare, but
There's definitely been comparisons drawn there though.
Yep.
This is the RPG mode, which is exclusive to the PlayStation.
yeah, or like the battles are quote. You just play one of the mini games.
I chose this video because I thought it would be fun to show the RPG mode. I didn't realize this is not really the ideal way to show this game, though. My apologies. But here's like the actual games.
This.
Huh. What a silly
Yeah, if you want to
little thing.
get one of the arcade,
You
versions,
might want to
if
get
you
the
wanna just-
arcade mode. Actually, this is
Oh.
pretty rough.
Oh yeah, it's
Namco.
Namco.
Right, yeah, fair enough.
I remember on one of the games, I don't think it was the first one, like on the arcade, I got a good enough score and in the end, and so I got a secret level, which is just that those little aliens, but like that were the those little aliens. The physical game where they physically move and you shoot a gun at them and they move back, and they just recreated that as the final boss of the game.
Huh.
Arcade mode is in here, for the record. But yeah, it's all 2D. It's not this video. You might have to Google it, but yeah, just really charming. It's all 2D. It's basically like the original arcade game was 94.
It looks like the ending part is the regular mode.
Yeah, it seems it.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Okay.
Low times. Dr. Dan and Dr. Don.
Yeah, so your sort of characters, so to speak.
Playing with the D-pad was not ideal. I guess we went to like the peripheral thing as well for one of our lists, but we just presume we have a light gun. Oh, this was a good one, yeah. Don't shoot the hostages. Like that. Just very timeless. It's another one that's aged well with the art style. There are 3 Point Blank games on the PS1, and there's kind of a spiritual successor called Ghoul Panic, which is a PAL exclusive. That one's in 3D. But I kind of just went with this very first one because it's the one I remember best.
And also your cats.
Your cats and Ghoul Panic, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, it's cool.
So it's a very arcadey like game. Oh yeah, this stage where you just shoot the apple.
Oh, I like this one, yeah. There's also one well, it's a lot easier with a fucking D-pad with a crosshair, but never mind.
Don't miss, numbnut.
My favourite one was Shoot the Falling Leaf, because it just had the most ominous music for your one bullet. Yeah, put light gun.
Alright,
mini-game compilation's probably accurate as well.
Yeah.
Good two-player as well, if you've got the second light gun.
I'd say the biggest difference between light gun this and calling this light gun WarioWare is you know what you're getting before you get into the game. Like,
yeah,
you're told in advance what you have to do. And yeah, you can see it's Namco.
Yeah.
Like some make you think. There's one where you just have to shoot a car and you just have to mash the trigger as fast as humanly possible. Yeah, it's point blank.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. Looks fun. I don't know. Like, were we including it or like?
I mean, I'd like to, but I'm noticing some PlayStation exclusive ones here. I'll make it yellow if you're not sure, but I think it's neat. It's very much an arcade port.
Yeah.
I don't recognize this one at all.
It has that weird mode for it to. It's not. It has a unique mode, home console mode.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. I'm very neutral on that. Looks
Okay,
fine.
I'll put it on yellow then.
Yeah.
Playmates Interactive Entertainment.
Oh, it's talking to me. It's laughing at
you.
How dare it?
Yeah, it's laughing at you. Not with you, at you.
That is a title screen. Oh boy.
This is, are we familiar with this, anyone?
No.
I've
Oh,
heard
damn.
of it.
Oh, damn, I don't know. No, I'm fine. This is a classic PC FP Escape. Oh, the intro is actually pretty good. But anyway. So this is a classic PC FPS. It's actually got re-released like a couple of years ago.
Studios joint.
Yeah. And so you might be I'm not an expert on this game, but you might be wondering, Bob, why did you put on a PC FPS? It's just going to have the same issue as Doom. No, this is actually quite different. So the original, from what I understand, the original PC game was a pretty straightforward Egyptian-themed FPS, a pretty good one. When they brought it to home consoles, this and the Saturn, I don't know why, they decided to turn it into a Metroidvania. So now you go around the maps, they're sort of interlinked, you collect items that give you extra ability, say, like, I'm not an expert on this game, like the feather of whatever, of Ra or something, and then there's like a gap that you can't clear, you get the item, and then you can clear it. It is very Metroid. So although this is a PC shooter, the console versions are quite unique. So that's why it's here today, because I felt like we're kind of lacking on FPSs for the PS1.
That's wild. I would not have expected that.
Yeah, when they did the Night Dive version, I think they just ported all the versions, so you get like the PC original with, the Night Dive improvements. But then they also put like the console campaign in as well, I believe.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I don't know, like that.
Yeah.
That's a unique. That's just a unique piece of.
Wow. Oh no, Tiger Women. Oh, she went down. Oh no, she went back up.
Back. The intro is pretty funny as well. Oh, I recognize that sound.
Oh my god! Holy shit!
You might be hearing that again. Yeah, so this overlaps with the other, peak PlayStation FPS on the system.
Yeah.
That's just funny. Oh my god, Clone is comprised of sound effects from this and Doom. So, obviously, we're going to raid both Power Slave and Doom and put in the real FPS.
Alright, so...
Oh boy.
This, though,
but yeah, this is...
I kind of like this, honestly.
Yeah. Especially if FPS was a huge genre at this time, it's going to be hard to justify putting most of them in, but this seems like a perfect inclusion.
In fact, it's not just the PC version. I think that's what makes a difference. I mean, you get like Star Wars Dark Forces and other things like that. But yeah, I just kind of remember this and I was like, oh, hang on, that's actually justifies its existence.
Do we want to green that? Because
yeah.
Sure. Alrighty then. Oh boy. So I found a video.
Gameplay
Yeah.
inverted.
Yeah. So, this is.
You may have heard of this.
This is
Except
a
you may
tax,
not have heard of this.
This is a tax filing software for the PS1. Exclusive in Japan, and they translated it.
I own this actually. I'd say it probably took like way too long to actually make anything with it for me to actually complete anything, but no, they made RPG Maker software for the PlayStation, which I mean they did a lot of these actually, but I don't know how many of those we got.
Probably the beginning, maybe, I don't know.
No, there were like SNES ones and stuff, but
Oh geez.
in terms of ones that got translated, I have no idea. I know this is definitely one of the earliest ones for sure.
Yeah,
And-
I mean Final Fantasy VII, woo!
Yeah. So, holy shit!
They
I
used
don't-
this to make Final Fantasy VII. Wow.
It's a
But
pretty
they gave the
impressive piece
desert
of
this a bit of money. Yeah.
I remember this thing has a sprite maker, like you can make your own graphics, and they take up like an absurd amount of space on your memory card per graphic. It's way too
Well,
ambitious
yeah,
for
I was
its own
imagining.
good. But
Yeah.
it is, I don't know, this is a neat thing. This is a thing I just wanted to acknowledge because it is curious that they were making stuff like this, like, even before this. But, I don't know, just a little piece of nostalgia I wanted to touch on, and it's, not the only kind of, creative game we have on our list, too.
Right, yeah.
It's just interesting that these existed, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if I can really sell you on it, and this footage is not going to show you much other than just messing around with different menus, but
Right.
getting actual, like, playthrough of a game made with this without commentary was not happening, but apparently this music plays the entire time, which I don't remember. Music to go insane to. But
That's
yeah,
neat.
yeah, just a neat little thing. You can make your own turn-based RPG with the.
Is it fun?
Yeah, I had a lot of fun with it.
Mhm.
It's not the most verbose thing in the world, but you know, it does what it.
I guess
does.
you would just need to buy a memory card just for this, though.
Yeah. It took a lot of space. Oh boy, did it.
Buy a memory card or 3.
Yeah. I had like a memory card that was like 2-in-1. You like press a button and it would switch over to another side.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, I think like one entire memory card is set for this. But
Just gonna curious how big they are. 1 megabyte.
that's wild. You can make your own maps. That's interesting.
Oh
Remember
god. All those little parts.
that. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know about needing to include this, but it is.
We'll put
No,
it
it's
in
just-
yellow.
Yeah.
'cause it's
You could
definitely
do,
something.
sure. Yeah.
Remember that Y is yes and yellow is P for potential.
Possibility.
Yeah, I keep putting in Y for yellow and it's like, oh, it's green now. No!
P for maybe.
Alright. So,
Yeah, not too optimistic about this, but I think it's neat. It's Theme Hospital. It is kind of the sequel to theme park. Thank you.
Now, you know, the logical evolution.
Yes, of course. A theme park hospital, black and white, I guess. So Yeah, it's a PC game, but I always kind of like this PlayStation port. It's just kind of fine. Obviously, it is very zoomed in, so it's it's pretty low res, but they clearly put a lot of work into this port. I'm not gonna pretend this is the ideal way of playing this. It's not. I just kind of thought management isn't really something we've got a lot of, but it's a fun game. It's quite humorous. You have you've got a cure bloaty head syndrome
Yeah.
and various other
Voice
ailments
stuff.
that they
Is he so
have. Yeah,
invisible?
yeah, that's a condition. You got to cure it. I think that one requires a pharmacy, if I remember correctly. But you've got to. It sounds kind of dry. It really isn't. You just kind of build these rooms, diagnosis, general practitioner, award. So it's like diagnosis and then treatment, basically.
Right,
You
right.
hire people. Pretty much, I would say this is about as good as you get for this kind of pre-roller coaster tycoon management game. I think it's a lot better. I mean, I think there was like a PS1 port of Theme Park as well. It was like a Sega port, probably on the GBA, probably on everything we've looked at actually. But I also found Theme Park a little dry. This one, it's not dry. It's all that humor, but this one's just kind of funny, and I think it's aged better. But I guess the question is like, yeah, it's the PlayStation port though. It's not. It is a PC game, so
Yeah, I think this is
kind of
just
put it in
too
here for
easy to
funsies,
put
but
in,
I
especially with
I
this
don't
kind
mind having more of the like a differing genre sort of thing, but
mm.
other than
No, I
that,
get it.
yeah.
Yeah, this genre is just one that is naturally PC suited.
Kinda, yeah.
I suppose part of me is like trying to cover the games that we would just never look at because we're not going to do a PC 50 like that. That would be impossible unless we did like I don't know decades or something. But
Right, yeah.
I suppose that's not impossible. PC 50 90s or something. But anyway, but yeah, I get it. But I think this game's kind of neat, so we've looked at it.
Yeah, yeah. So,
Our game usually has music, by the way. I noticed it was not there, so that's odd.
I assume it's not licensed.
No, played Offspring. I've heard of this.
So this one is another game that I played on that demo disc. There was a lot of games on there. That's not even the end of it. And then I played the full version sometime as an adult, and I don't know. It's just a cute platformer.
I was really confusing this with Pampa. Or whatever the fucking fighting game with the dancing lizard and what's his face doing it
Tobal?
was. Tobal, okay, there we go.
I think it's Tobal.
I was tempted to put that in, but I decided I didn't know enough about it, and we've got enough fighting games that I do know about, so...
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it's... I don't know if I can really sell this one. Like, it's just a quirky little 2D platformer with some, like, nifty 3D environment. Does it have pre-rendered towns? It sure does. Wow. It is... PS1 is all heck. Does it have... yeah, I think it has, cartoon FMVs, so... It is...
That's always a plus.
It is the most PS1 game that you can get. But, in terms of 2D platformers. What happened to his color scheme? Anyway,
He doesn't like the pink anymore.
is that a style?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's kind of an RPG-y platformer.
It's got a bit more than just a
Or like
platform, though.
side tap
it's
quests.
got, it's got quests and stuff, like, some, yeah, it's just got a quest system, basically.
Oh, that gives it a bit more, eh?
Seeing some of the, like, that first clip we were sawing, just, like, the mechanics, so to speak, more than just jump or run around and jump.
He's jumping on things.
Yeah, you, like, jump on stuff and throw it around. Weapons.
Yeah, there's quite a bit going on.
Yeah, it's not just like A to B jump on stuff. It's like it's actually that stuff too. Kind of get some like lane stuff going on.
This looks really cool. The only thing that's kind of slightly put me off is just I'm just concerned how many 2D platforms we're getting. This does look like one of the better ones, though. I will say that without hesitation.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just neat. I could find a section that's more gameplay.
Oh man, the green evil pig bag.
There's a lot of clearing things, and we're not seeing how you get there.
Yeah.
This is just like positive reinforcement. You just turn it on and go, do you win. Like, okay. It's the opposite of Rayman, anti-Rayman. You win.
This has a lot going for it.
Yeah, it's got some personality to it too. So yeah, I just
Maybe
vouch for
yellow.
it. Yeah, we can yellow that.
It's a.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm always like green, but if there weren't so many platformers,
Yeah.
I think it
Yeah,
has to be yellow.
exactly.
We'll reevaluate that. Oh my god. We're all completing quests and no actual gameplay. I promise you, there's actual challenge in this. I give up. We put it in yellow. I'm moving on. No more FMVs. All right. So here's Rick Astley, I guess. I don't know.
I know
Nobody's gonna understand what the hell that's about.
For whatever reason, I have to point this out on the spreadsheet. There's the YouTube links for all of these, and for some reason, this one, if you hover over the preview, it shows Rick Astley never gonna give you up. It's not. I don't know why it's there. I can't even begin to imagine why, but for some reason, the YouTube preview was a Rickroll. Anyway, so what is this? I have no idea.
It's this is a pop song from the this is I haven't really played too much of this. This is a game I mostly know from a demo. Basically, you go around exploring like shipwrecks and things like that. So it's all underwater, and you basically find treasure, and then you use said treasure to upgrade your equipment and go on sort of more difficult missions or levels.
Treasure.
I forget how this structure works. And it's just kind of novel. Like, this is a game that it isn't just 3D, but it really uses the other than being like a space shooter, this is the other sort of game that really uses 3 dimensions because you can move in all directions. You got your little vehicle there. You can dismount it as well, which I think you have to do. This game also has like an incredible soundtrack. I chose this video particularly because I like this level's theme a lot. It's I don't know who composed it because it's
Rick Astley, I think.
Yeah, it's credited to one Tommy Tallarico. So take from that what you will, but whoever made it, it's a good soundtrack. Particularly fond of this track, yeah. Although this VO keeps interrupting it when they don't shoot the actual animals because they will do you no harm. The voiceover will like sort of fade out the music to tell you that. Just kind of cool. Just kind of
Yeah. I like the sort of upgrading base building thing, and then you're just doing.
Between like Sea of Thieves and Payday 2, I'm a big fan of like the stuff you collect you can spend. You know, it's not just points. I always like that. I don't know how deep that is. I haven't really played this too much. I'm not gonna lie. Most of my experience is the demo, but I don't know. It just seems quite novel. I think it reviewed pretty well. It's very PlayStation. Yeah.
Pretty good.
I'm also reminded we don't have critical depth, that Twisted Metal, underwater Twisted Metal, but I don't know much about that.
I watched Melly play it. It doesn't look very good.
No, that's what I do know about it. Is it's not worth playing.
So.
Oh God, we're dying.
Oh my goodness! Holy shit!
It's a water sweet tooth or something. I don't know. I'm gonna skip on a bit because there's like a ship you go into later, and You do get some environments. Like, I think at the very end, you've got to go to the actual shipwreck. And there's this little preamble before each level. I think there's one where you get, like, Hitler's gold or something. That's pretty cool. Cool setup.
Oh, fuck. It's Super Mario 64.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I don't know. This seems neat.
Yeah, it seems good. Let's go for it.
Just throw it in there?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. And now, tennis.
Yeah, I've kind
There
of
she
got to the
is.
point where it's like, it's her. Tennis.
It's Miss Tennis herself.
Oh.
This is a Namco game. Obviously, they westernized the title. There was some tennis player. I don't know.
Oh, okay. That explains why. Because I was expecting something much more mundane and realistic looking. And
No. This is what's it called? Smash Court 2 in Japan, and you can unlock Tekken characters.
Hell yeah.
Oh.
I don't know if I got any footage of that, but I believe like Yoshimitsu, you can play as Heihachi, Eddie, I think.
Hell yeah.
So yeah, it kind of like the box art, kind of in the West at least, looks like some serious tennis game, but actually playing it, you see, it's very much not. It is very much a Japanese arcade game. But I went with the Western title just because I think that's just a bit more consistent with our naming. But yeah, I don't really have too much hands-on experience with this, if any, but I just felt we wouldn't have much sport on here.
Yeah.
You know? Not that we have to, but, you know.
Honestly, the
skateboarding.
presentation is kind of I'm just imagining in my head Mario Tennis and from like the same generation, and doesn't look very good compared to that.
It's got some charm, but yeah. That's fair enough.
Even accounting that it's Mario Tennis, fucking tennis, it's like...
That's fine. I'm not particularly attached to this. I was just trying to get a genre we didn't have much of, you know?
Sure.
I'm not gonna defend this.
So I say, we say no to that.
Yeah. Especially the fixed camera angle, just very primitive.
Yeah.
Guess so, yeah.
I forgot about Mario Tennis. That's actually, that's a pretty...
Mario Tennis has how many playable Tekken characters?
Yeah, I mean, nobody cares about Mario characters. It's all Tekken.
Well, I mean, there was that ported tag, too, on the Wii where all the Tekken characters dress as Mario characters, so...
Yeah.
That could have been...
There we go.
It could have been Mario, or Kazuya as Mario in that game. I have no idea. So...
I am the law!
Yeah, that said Judge Dredd.
Alright.
I actually haven't really played this, I'm not gonna lie. I just remember it being very heavily marketed. I believe this is a 1998 game, because I just saw the copyright. I was like, 2000 already? No, it's 98, but 2000 for the localization, so...
Right.
Do you remember the, what was that game on the Sega? Those are like mini games? It's kind of like that.
This is point blank, but without shooting all the time. Just
Yeah.
bash the buttons.
I love the instruction, don't shoot women, by the way. Just...
That's just good life advice.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this was in like that DS game. Like Clubhouse games.
Yeah.
Shoot the can.
Well, no, that was a hot potato kind of thing, yeah.
Oh,
This is a bit sillier.
Yeah.
you think? I want to see how far it goes.
I'm kind of invested now.
What's just to be the rest of the video?
Incredible.
Amazing. It's like a mini game thing. You can tell it's an arcade port, by the way. You can join any time.
Yeah.
I don't know too much about this, I'm not gonna lie. I just remember it being... A lot of magazines at the time were like, check out this crazy Japanese game, and it's like, yeah.
color coded to the PlayStation buttons. That's interesting.
The music's a little repetitive.
Yeah, no kidding. Is it all that music? Okay, no.
This doesn't look like the most compelling gameplay though, in retrospect.
Yeah.
I mean, it's neat for what it is, but it's a bit slow-paced.
It's quirky.
I don't think this is gonna make it in because I've added something that's kind of overlaps with this and is probably just better. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, what did we say about Point Blank too? Because that kind of overlaps with this, but with gun.
That was yellow, so.
Okay, yeah.
I'm kind of surprised we just didn't green that. I kind of always just view Point Blank as an absolute classic, but that's fine. It's a Point Blank's better than this. I'm just gonna say that.
I'm gonna throw that into a no. It's quirky, but it's not quirky.
It's very PS1.
Yeah.
Not quirky enough.
Yeah.
That monkey should be wearing a silly hat.
And shorts. Okay, so I put this in here. This is one of those things I just wanted to talk about it, and then I probably read it because this game is interesting, but not great.
Wood.
Yeah, it's kind of a clunky third-person shooter game.
Oh, it's Ratchet and Clank, but old.
Yeah. This is Blasto. It's got a really. It's got Phil Hartman doing lots of voice acting.
Yeah.
Being
Phil Hartman, if he actually managed to voice Zach Brannigan as originally planned.
Yeah,
I'm guessing. Looking at this dude.
Very much so.
That's better.
Yeah, and it's got a lot of fun to it. A lot of very 90s where he's like this what do you call it? I don't want to say pervert, but you know what I mean. Like he's a ladies' man.
Fair
Whatever.
enough.
He's a big hunk. Whatever.
Creeper.
Yeah, he's a creeper. But no, it's I appreciate the kind of art style, I guess. Like they stick to like the cartoony style. This is another one I played on Demo Disc, by the way.
That's some movement.
Yeah.
Korean sidestepping. What is that?
Yeah, you got like tank controls, and like it's like on so it's not a big deal, but it's very clunky platforming, kind of awkward controls. I don't know. I think my main thing that I like about this game is that it has very dynamic music, and that it has like sort of like an idle state, and like every track has like an idle state, and then like an action state, and then like what do they call it, like high action, where like taking damage or being around a lot of enemies will suddenly like kick up the music a lot.
Okay.
Which you can't really hear.
Cool.
Seems pretty hard to do on a PlayStation.
Yeah.
PlayStation does have like a sound chip, but yeah, a lot of them.
So yeah.
I think the Final Fantasy games like to use the sound chip, but like a lot of things just use Red Book. I believe the Librarian's theme in Symphony of the Night used the chip tune, so that was excluded from the soundtrack rips because it's not there.
Right. Yeah, like getting riffs in this game is actually pretty difficult because like it has a lot of like channels like going in and out all the time. It does use like a MIDI sort of thing, so
yeah.
That's like the only way you can do it. But honestly, I just really like the soundtrack, so I just felt like kind of acknowledging that. But yeah, it's got lots of troubles. It didn't do very well, and for good reason. Or you can understand why at least.
Yeah.
98, so...
This looks pretty good for 95, 96.
Yeah.
That draw distance, my god.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the levels are kind of maze-like too. Like, they're kind of annoying to navigate around. Yeah, it's... I just wanted to mention it.
It's fine.
Just another quirky game that, gets barely remembered.
Oh boy. If it isn't our favorite franchise, the one that makes it into every list.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I did it because I did a run of these, so I have a weird knowledge of it. But
That's fine.
this one is super weird. So,
Oh,
yeah, like
okay.
he's Goku, apparently.
Okay, yeah. So the problem with this is like I couldn't find a good video of it. Like, go for the last half of this video because this is the tutorial fight, which is not really what the game looks like. But
it was pretty short though, so we might hit the end.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. I didn't find one that was more than one battle.
Right.
But so what you're looking at, this looks like, a tactics game, right?
Yeah.
But it's really not. It's more of like a weird board game, which is definitely why I thought of it for this, because UFO 50 has quite a few weird board games.
Uh-huh.
So, like, you're moving around your characters like a tactics RPG, but it's a Bomberman game where you drop bombs, and bombs instantly kill people with cross-shaped explosions. And your goal is either kill the king or kill everyone else but the king, which I think that's how Chinese chess works. And there's a lot, like, you set a bomb, like, within your bomb range, and you can only move in, like you have a range of 2, but you can only move in, like, straight lines, not, like, diagonally. And then you set a bomb in the range, and it has a 5 countdown of 5, and every turn that passes, whether it's yours or opponent, it goes down by 1. And then you're, like, planning ways to connect bombs to other bombs to make them go early. You're making sacrifice plays. And you have...
This makes so much sense for Bomberman.
Yeah, and you also have all your characters generally have some sort of special ability. Like, there's this guy who picks up any person or bomb near him and puts them in a place near him, so you can move diagonally with him, or just move bombs around, or move enemies around. You have, like, a bowman who can shoot a bomb and make it go down by 1. The cleric who makes the bomb go up by 1.
This is bizarre.
Yeah.
I was not expecting this.
I think it's Japanese only.
Yes.
Okay.
There's a translation patch out there, but yeah.
Okay.
Huh.
Yeah, the downsides is that it's a little short, and also the bosses are kind of bullshit, which is why I had trouble finding a thing, because all the videos I found were the bosses, and that's not really how this game plays most of the time.
Right, yeah.
It's just this... Yeah, there's a lot of, like, piece trading, so to speak, like you would in chess. Like, making plays where you lose 1 and you gain 2.
I mean, Bomberman it's just worse because, like, Bomberman's pretty normal. Bomberman's played on a grid, and it's a lot of it is like checkmating your opponent. You know, like getting them squashed in somewhere and cutting them off with your bomb. So I'm kind of I almost said I'm surprised this didn't exist. It does exist. I just didn't know about it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because otherwise there aren't really great Bomberman games, like traditional Bomberman games on the PlayStation, which is funny because the N64 they were just popping off like fucking madmen. But like there's just this is sort of a tie-in to the one they did, which is a very the one they did for the PlayStation, which is just a very safe sequel to the SNES that feels really cheap and has this weird, not even like isometric view. It just looks very awkward. And then the other one is just explicitly a budget title, where it's just the multiplayer and then a remake of the very first NES game. That's very simplistic.
Yeah, I mean it's very unique, very neat. I only wonder if we're going to include it or if it's a yellow or a green, basically.
I'd argue a green, but mostly I'm just thinking of like how, unique it is and how it fits things that UFO 50 did.
Right.
No, I get that.
I'm fine with that.
I'm taking
Okay.
it's 2-player, right? Well, it says 1 player.
Yeah, you could play a
Right.
2-player match.
That's okay.
If I remember right, yes. Like, I didn't do it because,
Right.
I'm
Yeah,
emulating
sure.
it.
Alright. Well, just green it, I suppose, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Alright.
Hey, another one of them falling blocks in that.
Flying, raising balls.
Yeah. Good old Taito. This
This
is.
is a Stone Cold Classic series.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also it's one of the most fraudulent series though, because you buy Bust and Move 2 and you expect like a horror game with people like having their eyes pulled open on toothpicks. Instead you get this cutesy crap. What the hell?
Editor, please put that box art on for just a
That'd be me.
second.
That'd be me. Yeah.
You just made work for yourself. Good job.
Yep.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, there's quite a bit of like single player campaign stuff in this. I don't know.
I mean, this is the classic mode, and then I couldn't find a video that had a whole lot of the multiplayer mode or the versus Tom mode.
Right. Yeah. That's definitely a thing. And then there's like a.
Oh yeah, this for this particular one, there are the levels with this that they have these seesaw things going on, which seems to be the big mechanic of this game. If you up to one of the levels with the seesaw.
Oh yeah. There it is.
Oh,
There was. Where'd it go? It's got to be the Hanged Man. No, where the hell did it go?
Oh.
it's all over the place. You need
Let me
individual
rip off
levels.
House of the Dead.
There's one.
I love how maybe the Western box art for 2 wasn't that far off. Like Death and the tarot cards.
Yeah,
There
here.
we go. I believe this game also introduced the combo system, which is a kind of unhinged thing that they did, where dropping a bubble will, if like there's a 2 or more in a single place, or 2, I guess, it'll just automatically like fly up and hit that, and that creates these chains that usually just clears the board and just makes things go crazy. That's a little more prominent in the 2-player mode, I imagine.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just it's Bust Move, or Puzzle Bobble, depending on who you ask. But I don't know, more, and it's good, and I like it, and I played it as a kid, and I want to include it.
Solid. I love
The
it.
only thing I would ask is like how I don't know much about the series. How particularly PS1 is this? Is this on other things or?
Yeah, this is an arcade game. I don't think all of its modes are from the arcade mode. I think like some of it is PlayStation exclusive, but
I'd say it's an arcade game, but with extra, the kind of arcade port you expect with extra features nowadays.
Okay, cool.
I think there was an N64 version, but only like one of the games. So, like, this is most of the places where you would find it, and I don't know if we're doing an arcade 50 either.
right. That's also
fine.
pretty vague. But yeah, I guess What do we think about that then?
I think it's solid.
Yeah. It's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I guess we can yellow
it's
it if
fine.
we want to just be like, just to see.
But yellow's fine. Yeah. It's just I don't know. It's just not particularly PS1 to me. But I guess that's kind of moot. A good game's a good game. But
Yeah.
It definitely has the music and the vibes.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Can I just say? Well, actually, no. Let's get into the video before I say anything. Oh, it's stretched.
C9 baby. Oh wait.
Yeah. I gotta say, finding a video of this game that was not just Final Fantasy VII characters was a challenge.
Right.
My god. Because this game has a pretty cool cast of characters, but it's like, oh, this is the one where you can play as Cloud. It's like, damn it. This game has Ken Godhand Mishima in it, which is like this... It's like a machine... Like, what if Brian Fury was a Mishima? You know? It's so cool. Anyway. This is like an arena fighter. It's actually... I believe like the lead dev worked on Tekken or something. And in fact, if you're as big of a Tekken fan as I am, you'll notice a lot of reuse animations from Tekken. Just like the ones like crouching kicks and things like that. So probably survived all the way into Tekken 8, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool game. It's we've got plenty of fighting games, but the arena thing is pretty different, and we're using the power of 3 dimensions.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's like a lot of like 3D fighting is still 2D. At its core, but this is a. This also has like kind of a wacky RPG mode because Square. You get to level up a character, but I think they did that with Total, as we mentioned earlier. So I think he was charging up like the Electric Wind Godfist there, and I'm not even joking. Like the Electric Screw Uppercut. Not gonna lie though, I haven't played this like too much. I just thought it was something we haven't really gotten here otherwise. Like an arena fighter, not just a fighting game.
Yeah.
Apart from maybe like arguably Bushido Blade.
Yeah, but this has
Because
like jumping.
Yeah.
And environment to navigate.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to put it at yellow.
I don't know, this looks like it might overlap with Simpsons Wrestling.
Well, I didn't put Simpsons Wrestling on the list because that was just like an automatic green.
Yeah, it's kind of
I was working around like the idea of really, PS1 49 because that one had already been taken. So, but yeah, I know.
Yeah. So what do we? It's like green or yellow, because like.
Yellow because fighting games.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. I don't know, it seems like I haven't played it, so I couldn't tell you, but...
Yeah.
Okay, this is a game I rented once, and then, as a kid, I could not figure out what the fuck I was doing, but... And then, I don't know, it's one of those things, like, it's stuck in my brain as, like, this game I rented this one time, and I could never remember the name of it until I made this list, actually.
Oh.
So, yeah, there's a cinematic platformer with some pretty neat graphics, honestly.
It's a good game to play if you want to see a kid die in horrific ways.
Yeah.
God, the animation's nice.
Yeah, it's just a really cool looking game. And I believe it came on multiple discs. I mean, that's a few games did that. Like, some of our Final Fantasies. I don't know if all the Final Fantasies on PS1 did, but...
Yeah, it is.
Okay. But, yeah, it's just a really nice-looking game. Like, I was just really impressed with the graphics looking at this again.
Yeah?
Like, PlayStation, like, sprite work in PlayStation was... Like, you didn't see a lot of games with fluid sprite animations. Like,
not on this level.
Yeah, no, we didn't include, like, Metal Slug X, because that was, like, heavily compromised, but this has got a lot of FMVs, a lot of really nice-looking sprites.
Mm.
And...
a lot of kryptonite, apparently.
Yeah, apparently. I have no idea what's going on. But there's a lot of murder in this game.
This looks like a Western-made 2D version of Ico. So there's a kid fighting these shadow creatures, I don't know.
Right, yeah.
Looks like you're sort of out of this world vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I guess it overlaps a bit with Oddworld.
It does, yeah. I guess the question
But I don't
is...
want to discredit because of that, because it does look really cool.
Yeah, I just
This looks like something that would be a modern indie game. Yeah, I can't. I can say its graphics look nice. I don't know how good it is though.
Yeah, it's. I think it's just considered really hard, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Like, as a kid, I just could not figure out what the fuck to do, so.
Yeah.
But, yeah, this.
That's a yellow. I really don't have a clue.
Yeah. Well, here's something that, is distinctly PS1 and pretty damn unique.
Yeah.
I think this is unique to PS1.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, so this is Kula World, aka Kula Quest, aka Rollaway. Yeah, for some reason they just kept changing the name of this motherfucker. But
Because it's a PlayStation.
Oh,
1 game,
published
so-
by Sony Computer Entertainment Europe. So
yeah.
Yeah. This is a Sony game. I think this is on the PlayStation Mini. I think.
Huh.
I don't know. I might be wrong.
This is a the genre.
Ooh,
where,
that's a puzzle game.
Yeah, you play as a fucking beach ball and you roll around on surfaces, and it seems kind of mundane until you get to do that, and you can like go over like edges and stuff. So we'll see it here in a second. And that, yeah, and it changes the gravity. Like, it isn't just that, the camera's all moved around. Like, if you jump off there, you're gonna fall where you're looking, essentially. So,
Yeah.
and it.
I think this is considered a PlayStation Classic. This.
I'd hope so. I really like it. It's really, really fun. It has an amazing soundtrack made by Eurobeat artist Twice a Man.
Okay.
It's really good shit. I really like it.
Yeah, this is incredibly up my alley.
I think there's a fan-made kind of spiritual successor indie kind of thing out there.
That's cool. I need to play that.
Yeah.
I don't know, like this is this one I owned as a kid, and I just love the hell out of it. It's got.
I think it's aged well.
Yeah. It's fairly simple. It's just like these photos with
I know that.
some blocks and a ball, but it works.
Very an abstract game, so
Yeah. I think it's literally just based on dreams. So, like, the idea is that it's like you're in dream worlds or some shit.
I thought you meant that's a Saturn game.
No. But yeah.
yeah, you kind of what you see is what you get.
That's a green. Like, that's
Yeah.
distinctly PlayStation. It's a genre we haven't got too much of. Aged well. Like, there's no reason not to make that green.
Yeah.
It's also very long. There's like it's like every area. There's like 12 areas. Every area is like 10 or 20 levels, and then there's like a new game plus or whatever where there's like more for each area. So like it's just, I don't know, it's just a long game. So if you like it, you got plenty to do in it.
Alright. Cool. Bonus.
How many fucking games did I play in the demo disc? Holy shit. This is another one.
Those are demo discs. That's a good way to discover a bunch of games.
Yeah, for sure.
That's what they were made for.
This is medieval. It is a quirky as shit, British as shit, hack and slash sort of action game. I think it's also not like Metroidvania, but it has some sort of a little bit open-endedness with it. Like you have like a map that you kind of travel between levels and get power-ups and all that jazz. It's creative. I really like it. The aesthetic and stuff. I can't speak so much for the gameplay, although I think it's pretty fondly remembered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never played this myself, but it's spoken. My friends definitely all like it.
So can I find... I wanted to find the one that's like the stained glass boss. But it's. I can't say much more than that because I have not played much of it. I played the demo, but
Fair enough.
I know people
Is
who
he
like this
honest?
game, and it just was very Sony. Very PlayStation, I should say. I believe Sir Dan made an appearance in that one Sony Smash Brothers shit. So, you know, shout out to that, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know, yeah. And he's dead.
Again.
Again, yeah.
No, he's not.
Now he's undead.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's like a PlayStation classic, very iconic. I just can't vouch for how well it's aged.
Nah. Just yellow.
That's at least a yellow, but yeah.
Seems like it.
But it's using with charm.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
I found out last night that they just did a comic of this, so it's definitely got some staying power.
Yeah, yeah. The only thing is, like, it's not like the most,
Amazingly innovated.
Yeah, it's not the most innovative. It's just, it's a...
I've heard it's a little jank as well. It's not like the most polished thing.
Right,
I'd say.
Sure. Oh boy. We gotta talk about this fucking forgotten stinker that nobody wants to even acknowledge.
This is like the anti-Pokemon. This is the franchise we talked about too fucking much.
What? The card keys. Card keys. They were designed by Armstead, the system developers.
I mean, if you're trying to find gameplay, that's kind of not the point with this game.
Yeah, good point.
Wait, we've talked about this a lot, mostly in aborted watch videos.
Yeah.
But I don't even know what to say. This is one of my favorite games of all time. I think it's aged pretty well as 2. And granted, it's not as deep as the sequels, but it's kind of got this arcadiness to the stealth that's, I think, helps it hold up. Yeah, so this is... Oh, damn, we forgot a game.
Oh,
there it is.
Right. Oh, man. Oh, well, it's not too late to add it to the...
Yeah, it is. No, sorry, it's too late.
Oh, shit. Yep.
So, this is like... Just to sort of sum up why this is important, you know, massively important for the stealth genre, but also... Yeah, I did just these really long, well-acted, and I want to stress, well-acted cutscenes, all done in-engine. Cinematic production values, sort of... It's futuristic, it's trying to kind of tell a serious, relatively serious story about, you know, nuclear disarmament and things like that, and escalation, the themes of
And running around in the cardboard
purpose.
box.
It's simultaneously, like, yeah, the reason I love Metal Gear is that it's simultaneously very serious and heavy, but it's also just loaded with wacky shit. And it's just the perfect balance where you get a dog to piss on a cardboard box, so not a dog, a wolf to piss on a cardboard box, so they no longer attack you. It's also like PlayStation as hell, you know, to the point where it's literally using the hardware to read your memory card and move your DualShock controller.
Oh, right. You know, it's...
This is quintessential, like, PlayStation.
I don't need to add anything to that. Like, yeah.
This might be the single most, like, of course game. Even more so like Symphony of the Night or I think the only one that's even, like, similarly, like, of course, is, like, Resident Evil, but even that's split between 2 games. This is, like, just... It's Metal Gear Solid. This is the PlayStation game, in my opinion. I know people say that for FF7, but not for me.
It's more definitive than Final Fantasy VII. Wait a second.
Well...
But yeah, no, that's... Yep.
Of course. I just didn't want to just move on too quickly.
No, that's fine.
And he also can tell if you play Symphony of the Night, which is our other, like, no shit one.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so this is a really silly little game. Sort of an auto runner where you go around, dodge stuff, and you're laying a trail of dominoes from those orange things to these buttons, which cause the next orange thing to pop. And what you're trying to do is, like, set off all the things in one reaction. Well, you can't stop because no one can stop Mr. Domino except all the enemies. They can stop Mr. Domino, but you can control your forward and backward speed. You dodge obstacles, and then you eventually run into the first thing you laid, and you knock it down, and you hopefully get the big, high score reaction, and chain everything together. And when we get to the parts where, you can see what happens after we laid everything down is we hit the button and then something happens. And this is sort of the first stage, and it's pretty, like, simple, but then the animations and chain reactions get progressively more unhinged as the game goes on. Like, if you go to the house stage.
Oh, I want to see the old man.
Oh, you've heard of this too.
Well, this is a classics of game.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I remember that. I am perplexed at what I'm seeing.
Yeah, so where you're just dodging obstacles like that car and stuff, and then like you can hold down a button to lay poop out dominoes, and you do it from the orange squares to the button. And then you let go, and then you do the other one again.
What the fuck? I am fascinated by this.
Well, I think this is the European version, because she's a bit skimpier normally.
Of course. I'm preemptively laughing. Please stop praying for my grandpa. He's too powerful, and the police can't stop him. That's a green.
You need to
Come
get a full
on.
clear for that to happen.
Alright.
That's a green. Come on.
I'm
I've
sold.
never played it, but that's a green. You are the best in the US.
Yeah. Okay.
So one thing about it is
hell,
it's really kind of short and a little shallow as far as replayability, except for, I mean, you can play for high scores, but I mean, there's just not a whole lot to it, but...
Oh, I too want to get high and trip in the park. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have done that, but it does seem good though. I don't know, it seems very PlayStation, very UFO 50.
Yeah, you see the stage is getting tougher.
Wonderful.
Yeah, you're turning gray. That's because you're running out of power, so you need to grab the health tactics, or you like turn back into a regular ass domino and fall over and die.
Yep, I'm throwing that in there. I put it in green already. It's going in.
You can't make that cutscene and not be green.
Yeah. Just stupidly fucking creative and silly, and I love it.
Uses the hardware as well, you know.
Yeah.
I guess you could do that in 2D, but it looks nice.
Yeah.
Move from that to this.
So unfortunately, this is not something that I think any of us. Wait, no, more than one person recommended it.
That was me.
Okay. Oh right, yeah, you did, because I don't know a lot about this other than ARPA is a huge fan.
This is a really cool game. This is
Might
made
have gone
by
for the powerhouse of the cell.
Yeah, so this is a Oh, we'll just let this play out. Yeah, it's like a action kind of turn-based RPG. We have like action points you can spend. It's set in a kind of a
positional RPG with guns.
Yeah, it's set in New York. It's
Modern
based
day.
on a Japanese novel that concerns like the mitochondria of cells or something that basically cause these like really bizarre mutations. I don't really
Basically,
know a ton
people's
about the plot.
mitochondria become sentient and take them over.
Yeah, so you get some really cool enemy designs that you get like rats that just start turning themselves inside out and shit.
There's like a cutscene too.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Actually, yeah. If you want to like go to the very start, there's like a pre-rendered cutscene that kind of sets the tone. That'll do. That's close enough.
But yeah,
Like,
you
she's
like
there
there's
at the
like a
opera.
gun shop where you like, oh, this is if you're wondering why it's suddenly fantasy, this is a stage play. They watch at the opening.
Yeah. It's gone all Dynamite Heady on us.
I don't know.
I
if
guess
they
it's a
had
Square
guns
game,
back
so you
then.
could. Yeah, you've got to say. Yeah, it's a Square game. It involves time travel. No, they're watching an opera.
They have ye old clock. Sorry.
Yes. This is just a really cool kind of. I think this wasn't released in Europe because, of course, it wasn't.
Of course.
Just a cool RPG from Square. I appreciate it being set in a sort of contemporary, modern, well, New York. I think that just gives it a lot of flair, and from what I understand, the story is pretty good, although I could not tell you the details of it. This is still PS1, by the way. So,
Yeah,
I think
and
that's the titular Eve.
Very unique playing game too, because it's very much based on
Uh-oh.
your gunplay, but also you eventually get your mitochondria powers for like your spells, so to speak.
This is a
This is a
Square game, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, she learned how to set people on fire.
It's
No two
Too
people
bad she
are
couldn't
not
use
on
that.
fire.
Too bad she couldn't use that power for good and only burn bad people. I don't know.
Oh man.
But yeah,
another
it's just
Firefly.
different, you know. Firefly is actually threatening. I understand the
There's like a gun shop where you can like tinker with your guns and give them different stats. Customize them.
yeah. I mean, if you want to zoom ahead and see some like more gameplay, but just so well forgotten. There's a sequel as well, but it's apparently not very good. No.
I've heard some things about the sequel.
Mm.
Sequels?
Yep.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
god, less said about the PSP games, the better.
Yeah. So, but yeah, this is cool as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the kind of game. Yeah, it's very well regarded. Yeah, unique. It's got a unique take on the RPG. It definitely should be going in.
I agree.
Honestly, yeah. So it kind of looks like if Resident Evil was a RPG.
Yeah.
Because they've got similar themes of biohazard mutations. Really cool battle
the
theme, by the
negative
way.
world.
Here, I want to hear the battle theme.
Yeah.
This is chill ass battle theme.
Yeah.
Oh no, the rat grew legs and is shooting.
You like avoid attacks. They're not like just
Yeah.
just hit you. You actually can move around. Huh.
Yeah.
This looks really neat.
But yeah.
Right. Something went wrong.
Monkey.
Is that me? That's me apparently. Okay.
Or maybe just internet gremlins.
Something. We mentioned this before.
Oh, the intro. Just I want to see the intro. At least a little bit.
Ridge Racer.
Actually, it's just let us play.
Okay.
So just kind of even before my recent kind of getting into racing game kind of thing, I always knew of this game. It's very heavily marketed here. This is just Ridge Racer, but it's fucking cool as hell. not to, besmirch the original Ridge Racer, but here's just this is one of the coolest racing games ever made.
The difference between a launch title and later title.
This is my go-to example for that. Yeah, like the difference between early PS1. That's kind of why I put in Ridge Racer 1. So I just want to see. I mean, this isn't even late. This is 98. Like late is like 2001, but you just see how much they progressed in that time. I've gone to this pre-rendered cutscene, but just a sense of style, This has also like one of the best PS1 soundtracks, which is a hell of a statement because it's the PS1, which is like just loaded with awesome music. And I was playing this earlier this week, and yeah, no, it's really good. I mean, we want to skip ahead a bit, but
Sure.
the menus are really slick. No, that doesn't sound like much, but just everything has this awesome kind of tone, like the color palette. It's not as colorful as the old ones. But this is the third Ridge Racer was called Rage Racer, and it was like brown. It was like the Gears of War of racing games. This one kind of adds a bit more color, and it just has this awesome vibe. Just
It still has a Namco arcade.
oh
light.
god, does it?
Yeah.
There's something like
Big
300
look up
cars
there.
in it. If you unlock all the cars, you get a Pac-Man car.
Sweet.
If you could skip ahead to like one of the night stages though, because they are the best looking. Or like the dusk ones. Like it's just something about the color palette.
That's cool, yeah.
And yeah, I was playing it earlier this week, and yeah, it holds up. It is arcadey. So
That's not a bad
so when we
thing.
put the when we put the racing thing on.
Turismo.
No, I want to be clear about that because this is not overlapping with that when we get to that. If it's just kind of slick, kind of reminds me like Wipeout, how Wipeout has like these really well-designed kind of slick menus. And this does it as well. It has like a bit of story as well when you do the Grand Prix, which is kind of funny, but it's there. Just look at the lighting.
Like a visual novel look.
Yeah, kinda, yeah, honestly. You shouldn't push up against the side like that. Look how nice this looks.
That PlayStation 1 game looks this nice.
It's mostly like style, if anything.
Looks like
Yeah.
the
Like
best
these
in
street
class
lights.
arcade razor, and that's worth putting on, I think.
Look at they baked in lighting. When the
Yeah,
street lights
yeah.
change, they change the road texture. The way you bump into the side there, amazing.
That's solid looking stuff. I'm actually quite impressed.
Yeah. So I think this would be the arcade racing game we would put in here.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna agree with
That's still relatively, that's not Micro Machines.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of arcade games,
It's Rival Schools.
it's Rival Schools. Rival Schools is really cool.
It is.
You need to play more of it, actually.
Yeah. Not as easy to play now as its sequel, but we'll never mind that. One big benefit this has is that the arcade mode is, like the story mode is fully voiced in this version. So that's pretty nice. Admittedly, Project Justice is kind of just better, but this isn't Dreamcast 50. This is still a good game. I guess Sakura's exclusive to this one. Oh, and Raizo, they didn't make it to the sequel, so
Oh.
yeah, this is like the Street Fighter EX, which is Arika's take on a Capcom franchise. This is Capcom's own attempt at a 3D platformer fighting game. I think there's also, what's it called, Star Gladiator, but I've never heard that's particularly good. And yeah, it's rival schools. It's schools fight. It's a bunch of kids from high school killing each other.
And
yeah, this is Power of CD. I believe the Japanese version, there's a Japanese-only, like, quasi-sequel. That adds a couple of characters, and has, like, this character creator and the board game mode that is sadly kind of stripped out of... that never saw release in the West. But it's still good, even the Western version, it's still good. I believe it came on 2 discs, the arcade disc and the Evolution disc. Which is weird for a fighting game, but...
Yeah?
This has, like, an emphasis on, like, assist team things going on.
Yeah, Project Justice bumped that up to, like, 3. Which is kind of funny, because it's, like, generally 3 per school, but never mind. Yeah, it's cool. I really like it. I'd rather play the sequel, but... this one still holds up, I guess.
Oh man, punch the score out of him.
I don't know how we feel about that. I mean, it'll be at least a yellow, I imagine.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
It's hardly contested here, though. It's the only problem.
That's the problem. So...
I'm not gonna be much help with fighting games, I'm gonna be honest.
That's fine. I think that's
yeah,
yellow.
I think we have fighting games covered.
Yeah.
It's not the case of the last ones, though.
Yeah, later in the consoles, I guess. Further we go along.
That's not a handheld.
Well, yeah, fighting games definitely, like, were introduced in the middle of the SNES era. So, you know, they weren't an early genre.
Yeah.
Well, here we are.
Here we go. I gotta talk about
Treasure game.
Treasure made a, I don't know. It's like you combine Alien Soldier with Ikaruga, and you get this very quirky ass shmup platformer thing, or run and gun. And with this weird gimmick where you have different your silhouette or mirage based on which side you're facing, and certain enemies can only be defeated by certain colors. Yeah. And this game has a localization.
Uh-oh, yeah.
I was hearing that, yeah.
So yeah, it's got some dubbing, it's got a hugely compromised story.
Working Designs is an infamous company.
Yeah, and it's also got some of that good old localization difficulty where they made, like, what was it? It's
made it way more grindy.
Yeah, it's a lot more grindy. Like, everything's more expensive, and there's like this weird system where you can, rank down enemies and make them unable to fight or something weird. It's a very strange localization.
Any more
they changed the way, like, getting weapon energy worked, like where you actually have to have weapon ammo or something.
Oh yeah. I think it like drains whenever you fire instead of it just being like a damage thing. And so like instead of it being like a punishment for taking damage, it's like ammo, and it just kind of makes you suck if you don't manage it correctly. So
I feel like I can't fully wrap my head around this unless I played it.
Yeah, it is perhaps a little too quirky for its own good, but it is a interesting game that is pretty neat. It's a little difficult.
If you shoot people with the same color, they just get worse and you drain their spirit, but if you shoot them with the different color, you actually damage them.
Yeah.
And then you also have a decent amount of, like in Gunstar Heroes, you have a decent amount of melee shit.
Yeah. Which, if I remember correctly, the melee, like the grab and the punch, does no damage. It's all about, like, mugging them for their money.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a very quirky game, but, it's Treasure, so of course it is.
Sure.
So...
Of course it is.
Immediately jump to this.
Yeah. It's also... The localization thing is also referenced. It used to be apparently like heavily biblical themed, and then all of that got taken out. So who the fuck knows what it's actually about now? Although it got like a proper fan translation like in the last couple of years, I think.
Well, that's good. So that's the way to play it, you'd say.
Yeah. Yeah, where the Saturn original and the PlayStation version. Like, this port has a couple of new bosses in it, and some quality of life in it, but otherwise, you know, this is a port of a Saturn game, so take that for what you will.
I like flowers very much.
Okay. So yeah, that's another
I
one.
cannot believe it.
I'm not really, like, going to push for this, because this is also, you know, a fairly contested genre, but... And it is not the most amazing game, because it is a little too ambitious at times, but it's got that treasure charm.
We can acknowledge a treasure game. I'll take any chance.
Absolutely.
Sure.
So... What?
It's him.
Yellow?
Yellow. Probably
I guess
red.
yellow. Yeah, it might be red to be honest, but we'll yellow it because I don't want to bet a treasure game.
Yeah.
Feels wrong.
The N64 got the more fondly remembered treasure games. I'll say that much. Oh, this one I can talk about. This is...
This is my most remembered PS1 game.
Hey,
I
nice.
Do a lot of PS1 at all.
Yeah, this is...
That's good. That's good because I don't know a damn thing about this game.
Oh, I love this game. This is Naughty Dog, the makers of Crash.
No, I don't know anything about this game apart from that it's not by Naughty Dog.
Okay,
I'll tell you that much.
Okay, there was something,
right?
There was something, like... I don't know, they had something going on. Like, they had, like, Spyro demos
It was in the
and
demo.
Crash games,
Yeah.
and then vice versa. And
Yeah,
then
they had like 2 GBA games that were like crossovers.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so I don't... Yeah, I was like, that... I wasn't actually 100% sure on that, so I'm glad you confirmed that I'm wrong about that. But
It's Insomniac, I believe they make those modern Spider-Man games.
that's right, yeah. I don't know
But
what
yeah,
the connection
the
with them and Crash is, but there is a connection there, so...
Sony?
It's the most solid 3D platformer out there, if in the style of what you would think a 3D platformer is.
Yeah,
But
this
without-
is...
But it's got its own take. It's got a lot of running around at high speed, not really Sonic style, but charging at stuff to kill them.
Yeah, you got...
Gliding around.
Flame breath, charges, gliding around, and...
Obviously a lot more open than Crash, which is like super linear.
Yeah, no, this is way more open.
This one's a little more objective based. Like, every level has, like, you collect all the gems in it. There's the guy with the eggs or whatever. You have to, like, catch him in various levels. And even the hub world has collectibles in it as well. And oh yeah, the main thing is collecting the dragons or whatever. They're like turned into statues, and you have to rescue them. And so it's the main thing is kind of essentially an Easter egg hunt, but I don't know, it's fun.
Looks alright, yeah.
It's
what are we going to say about? Did we put any of the other games in the series in here or not, or anything like that?
No. This is another one of those things. Like, because I played a fair bit of 2 and played any of 3. I feel like they're kind of in that interchangeable phase where if you prefer one of them, then, you know, just substitute it for that one, but it's not like a huge deal, I would say.
I think 1 is probably like the Super Mario Brothers 1 of the era. A little more refined than that, but still not as refined as the sequels. But I don't think we need to argue that much about it.
No, and it's still like it's a good game. Like, I don't think the refinement is like that.
It's not
stark
necessary.
Difference. Yeah, like this game perfectly holds up, I'm sure. So I want to include.
Fine by me.
Yep.
Sure.
Oh, it's you.
Oh yeah, lots of voice acting in this as well.
Annoying little creatures.
Huh.
Of course,
Didn't expect that.
don't bother me, but here's a hint. Metal armor is fireproof, but a charge attack will take care of them.
I think he's already demonstrated that.
File under shit I already know.
So
Never heard of this.
no.
Speaking of games on that demo disc, also I own this game and it's fucking amazing.
Yeah. So that's it's yet another kind of no shit.
Yeah.
They should just have like a no shit tier.
Yeah.
But
green.
yeah, it's Tekken 3. I almost put Tekken 2 on the list. I really like the vibe of Tekken 2. There's lots to like about Tekken 2, but like, yeah, this exists. Yeah, come on, it's not gonna. It's Tekken 3. It's the PlayStation fighting game.
The first thing they do is Tekken Force. Interesting, but
Gonna get Dr. B, I guess.
So, yeah, there's this.
Maybe get to some actual content, like normal gameplay, if there is any. After
There's Tekken
Ball.
Ball.
There we
Hell
go.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's the guest character.
Well, I mean, it's a key part of this game.
Yeah.
The Capcom, Namco were like killing it with their their home ports. They just put in so much extra shit like the competitors weren't doing. Tekken Ball, Tekken Force, and of course like the whole genesis of the the Tekken series is them like making it on what was basically like prototype PlayStation hardware, so they knew in the future they could make these really impressive ports. Granted, it's not arcade perfect, but it's by 98 standards, it's as close as anyone would care. Amazing soundtrack. This is when they figured out. Well, you've got the sidestep. That's kind of a big deal for Tekken, you know? Like, oh, let's actually move it in 3 dimensions. How crazy is that? I think it was like a Kazuya move in Tekken 2, and they were just like, I think everyone should have this. The soundtrack's amazing. Nobody they don't jump like on the moon anymore. Like, there seems to be the sensibility that, like Virtua Fighter as well, 3D fighting games, they should jump like 2D characters. Even though it's about high, mid, and lows, so it don't make any sense. Tekken 3, they figured all that shit out.
A little sad that we're not hearing the console soundtrack, because that is maybe like top 10 soundtracks of all time for me. Fucking incredible. I love it. Like, every single track is amazing. But I mean, arcade soundtracks very good too. Like, it's just. Yeah, it's got
Tekken 3.
Yeah, it's got the fun modes in it. Oh god, yeah.
It is a complete package.
Oh yeah, I was gonna mention one of the things they did where this is one of those like new generation thing where like all the characters are like kind of new or like descendants of old characters or something, or at least a lot of them are. They have a couple of mainstays, and then like Forest Law didn't stick around, but whatever. But yeah, just like a lot of new characters, and
Everyone got really old, apart from Nina and Anna.
Yeah, they don't age. Don't worry about it.
Literally, they were in a vacuum tube or something.
Yeah.
They were frozen.
And also, True Ogre and Gon are characters, and they're broken as fuck, whatever.
Apparently, Gon's
Dr.
just
B is
shit.
fun.
He's just a knowledge check.
Oh, sure, fair enough.
Round 1, fight.
But yeah, so we're greening that, right?
Red. Mini fighting games.
I'm gonna invent purple. I'm gonna invent.
But no shit.
For this. Yeah. Oh, good. Okay, so here's an RPG that.
Here's an RPG which I can never know if it's actually related to Xenosaga or not. Or wait, no, there's Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Yeah, Jesus Christ, that's just how confusing this is.
Yeah, I can never remember which is which.
I'm looking at this sheet. Oh, this is an other submission. So,
Yeah, this is ARPA, which like I saw this name and
There's like a little fighting game thing going on here. Like you press a sequence of buttons to when you attack, you press a sequence of buttons to do different moves.
Oh, is it like Namco Cross Capcom?
I was thinking that.
Hi, dinosaur.
Hello, dinosaur. Some of these characters did cross over into that game.
Right, of course.
There's a battle.
Land shark.
Yeah, if you see, like, there's like 1 point, 2 point, 3 point cancel out with the different buttons there. There's definitely some sort of mechanic that we're not.
Yeah.
We don't know what.
This is very much a thing that, like, I know of it because I've heard people talk about how cool it is, but yeah, this was kind of thrown in there because I feel like it should have been acknowledged, and not because I have anything to say about it.
I think we'd kind of have to take the L on RPGs at some point.
Yeah, I am kind of regretting that.
It's just we can't do what we can't do.
Yeah.
It's also like a lot of these are kind of judging from like brief exposure to like demo discs and things like that, which is fine when it's like, you know, like an arcadey game. But I can't. Yeah, these multi-disc PS1 epics.
You're not gonna demo disc these.
No, the only one I've got, I also said is also like grindy and kind of broken. So whoops.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It looks pretty neat, but it is
It's our list at the end of the day.
Far
We
out
can't
of
just
our
make shit. We can't just make up shit. We can't just pretend to know.
I can see why ARPA may have like suggested it, because like there's something unique going on here.
Yeah, for sure.
It looks cool.
Yeah, you know, it looks great. It's just that it is not our thing, and we just have to acknowledge that. It's got some style to it. I like that.
Part 1 of 8.
Yeah, I saw that. This is 17 hours. Jesus.
Okay,
It's not
so
the right. This is a PS1. Is this a PS1 game? This is the right. I linked the right thing, right? My friend suggested this. Give me a. So, I think this is just my friend, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really in the way of explaining anything. I know this is kind of a noteworthy PlayStation Namco series.
yeah,
It is like
a very arcadey, plane around and shoot shit, or like one-on-one dogfights and such. So the complete translation input. One thing is, like, I was lucky enough that when I was like looking for a video for this and googling, I'll manage to Google the page, because there's a story behind this game and its localization where they cut out basically all of the plot because they were planning to, but apparently this game just didn't do well, so they just said, nah, fuck it, we're not going to effort into the translation. So this is very much what this video, I'm pretty sure, is like a fan translation or something that restores all the content.
Huh.
Otherwise, it looks like it's what you see is what you get. Is, you know, a very arcadey. You're not arcadey, but like.
Well, yeah, relatively. It's not flight sim. It's not like. Oh, that's what. Well, that's what Splinter's genre, but it's definitely not. This is not Microsoft Flight Simulator.
This video was also apparently live streamed, going over the fact that as a chat replay. It's. I don't know why that just.
You can do that Premiere thing, but anyway. I'm sure this is a fine game, but I don't think any of us can really say much else.
It's kind of
the emphasis on the story is quite novel, but I don't know. Maybe I should have got some more details from my friend when they said this. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to.
We're gonna have to read it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just kind of.
No idea.
Yep. This next game, I also don't know anything about.
Oh boy. We are very informative. Oh, okay.
It's a joke. It is, in fact, Ape Escape, which is the coolest shit. It is a game that requires a DualShock. I don't know how many PS1 games required DualShock.
Might have just been this.
It might have been this, but
Yeah, basically you have kind of 4 Zelda-y buttons over there to equip stuff in, and then you use the right stick to use them by, like, you know, aiming them right or left or...
Yeah, the right stick is your attack, and you attack in the direction of wherever you move the stick. Left stick moves around. The jump buttons are the L and R buttons, I think.
Yeah.
Like L1, R1.
Yeah.
And D-pad is the camera. And it's...
You gradually get more things as you progress.
Yeah, more gadgets, and you can replay levels to find apes that... Like, you beat a level by getting, like, a set quota of apes, but you come back and 100% the game by getting all of them, and sometimes they require items that you unlock. And...
Great soundtrack.
An amazing soundtrack. This...
It's a recurring thing with the PlayStation in general.
Yep. But, I don't know if I could put any more words to it than that. It is just a incredibly solid...
Extremely good platformer, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I could mention, because I probably won't do a watch to this anyway, not my Ape Escape, I'll say that much. It's a very strange for me.
How so?
Because, well, it's this had a different localization in the UK. The UK had its own Ape Escape localization.
Had its own dub,
yeah.
Right?
Yes, which is very unusual. I mean, you heard about PlayStation games just being given random names. How about just different voice acting?
I mean, I think
yeah.
these were 4Kids actors. Maybe they didn't have the license out there. No,
I don't remember if
I don't know why they did it.
I don't remember, like, if it was this game. I know the second and third game definitely have the 4Kids voice actors because...
Okay, yeah, this might not be the first game. I might be confusing.
I think they're different in this one, yeah. Because I know the second one literally has, like, Ash and Misty as, like, the main characters. It's like...
I may be confusing that one of the characters in this game just looks like Misty.
Well, yeah, it's the... Yeah, she's the same character, but she doesn't have that voice, I don't think. But either way, yeah, it is... That aside, because I mean...
Whatever you're playing, it's a good game.
Dubbing and story is not this game's strong suit.
Yeah.
It is...
Not what it's about.
It is a solid as hell platformer.
The only question is, now we've got a series again.
Yeah,
well,
I mean, we have a series that was
yeah,
followed up on the PlayStation 2, so...
Oh, sorry. Okay, never mind then.
Yeah, you know,
it's not an issue.
That always catches me behind guard. For some reason, I can't keep a grasp on which ones are PlayStation 1, which ones are PlayStation 2.
I think this one's still late enough. Like,
it's really late.
Yeah. Also, I would probably still recommend this one anyway, because as much as I like 2 and 3, aesthetically just not nearly as good. Like, the soundtracks in those games are not even memorable, and this is, again, just an fucking incredible soundtrack. So.
It is, yeah. Done by a famous Japanese DJ, I believe.
Yeah. So,
yeah, I played 2 recently. I was so disappointed that it was just a generic ass like video game soundtrack. I'm like, oh, what's the drum and bass? Like, come on.
And you see, you get very experimental with the the gadgets. Like, there's a speed boost hula hoop that you know circle the D-pad.
Some of these you spin the D-pad, like the blades or whatever that like you use as a helicopter.
Remote control car we saw earlier.
Here's a slingshot with different types of ammo.
The RC car is really fun, but and then this you literally hold back on the stick to like pull back and then let go to fire, which is
Take that, Ocarina of Time.
It's the controls might sound weird, but honestly, it feels really good.
There's no friction at all.
The camera's fine as well. I never really had major problems with it. I mean, it's still a PS1 game, but because nowadays it would just use, right now it's just the camera, and just use it as a weird gimmick. But it's a good gimmick. This is the game where I learned that you could click in the sticks, and that's how you get L3 and R3. I didn't know that existed when I got the controller until I played this.
But yeah, this is an easy green.
Obviously, it's green, yeah.
Okay, so, we're gonna green that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Just double checking.
But which localization? No.
It doesn't
No.
matter.
Well, we play it for the story.
So, I think you're gonna have to lead this one.
Yeah, go ahead, Yoshi. oh, you meant me. This is a really cool fighting game. Doing a bunch of moves I didn't even know existed. It's a sequel. Generally considered this is the better game. It's made by it's published by Hudson Soft, but it's actually made by what would become like Rising 18, who it would go on to make, MVC3 and things like that. Very story-heavy game. It concerns a world where people can turn into animals, basically, called xenotypes or something like that. I forget.
Xenosagas, yeah.
Xenosagas, yeah, or Xenoblades. And it's just kind of this. It's 3D like Tekken, but it's way more over the top. It has these kind of 2D sensibilities, and this cutscene is going on a while. So basically, you fill up your meter, and you can just transform into what is essentially like another character with more powerful moves. And I believe you can like spend. You can spend your transformation for like just a big super. It's not the deepest fighting game, but it's pretty cool, and it's well remembered. It also had some sequels on like the GameCube and PS2. But this is the one I hear like praised most highly. You probably know others who can talk about this game a bit better than I can, but I did own this.
Right. Yeah.
And I always enjoyed it a lot. I consider this a kind of a noteworthy PS1 fighting game, more so than. I mean, I think there was an arcade version, but I kind of just associate this with the PS1, probably because it's 3D, you know?
Yeah. This is...
It's well animated, holds up well, looks good.
I have not
I like the
played
soundtrack.
this, but every time I have seen footage of it, which is not very often, I'm kind of impressed by it. Like, it just looks really, really, like, fun. I don't know, like, it just... A lot of really cool animations, basically. Like, a lot of moves are just kind of like, oh, shit. That's awesome.
The supers are really good. I think this is a game that had like a localization, we'll say.
Yeah.
I always would say like the rock music was kind of a localization thing, but I might be wrong. I know the arcade soundtrack is very, very different. It's also it's good, but it's more kind of chill compared to this.
The fucking bite move where they just rip out their jugular, like holy fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, this just feels like a concept that's just a gimme for awesome character designs.
This rules. I love this. I have
if
not
you
played
if
it.
you if you win with the super as well, you can just bust them out of the arena. You just like destroy the side of the stage.
Nice. It's got some style to it. I always just really like watching this.
It's not Tekken 3, but this might be a green, honestly.
Yeah, honestly.
But then again, we've got some more. Well,
we can yellow it, but I'm highly considering including that.
Yeah.
That's tentative green for now.
Okay. Hugo, the wolf.
Okay,
so a chameleon.
This game, I'm pretty sure, is made by Naughty Dog.
Yes.
I think I got that one right. Yeah, so Crash has a Mario Kart clone. We did a watch of this already, so I don't know how much more I need to add to this, but yeah, it's just like, hey, Mario Kart on PlayStation, and it's pretty alright. It has a little bit of new stuff to it, where it has this sort of like, you've got these the fruits where you can get up to 10 of them, and then when you have 10, it actually enhances the items so that they have enhanced like different effects. Like the blue shell equivalent will hit everybody in front of you instead of just the person in first place, and other stuff like that. So, and it has this. I don't know how the drift feature works in other card games, to be honest. So I can't tell you if it's any unique here at all. But it's heavily emphasizes this like drift feature, where you get like boost out of while you're drifting, and if you get 3, you get like a really big boost.
That's about right for kart racer.
Yeah, I don't know. It's N64 style.
I played this a bit, but
modern style drift, Mario Kart drift.
it's got those Naughty Dog production values. Like, it just looks nice.
Yeah, it looks nice. It's got not quite.
Okay, yeah. The boost mechanic was definitely like more elaborate than most games. Most like kart games, just you hold it down, longer you hold it down. This is like got some timing involved. This is different.
Yeah,
got the boost meter there.
Yeah, Mario Kart 64 has the thing where you waggle the stick as you move around, which but yeah,
like
this looks like something else entirely. If it's got the way it feels there.
I believe, yeah, it's like you got a jump button, and when you land, you'll start drifting, and then you press the other shoulder button to, like, while when the bar turns red down there, and you'll get a boost.
Okay, yeah, that's its own thing. Yeah.
That's completely different.
Yeah, and, like, I think there's, like, a modern remake that, like, heavily emphasizes that as well, so... It's,
Right.
And also, yeah, as you see, lots of shortcuts as well.
Wrong way. Yeah, I mean, I played this a bit, but, like, hot recently, so I can't remember that much, but
yeah.
I just remember it being good.
It's got, not quite Diddy Kong Racing, but it does have a good single-player campaign as well, with, like, a hub and, I don't know.
I think that's probably just a green, isn't it? It's Crash. It's like
I don't think there are any other we're gonna put here in this sort of genre.
Well, there is, but
Oh, right, there is. But,
maybe that should be yellow because of that, but... recycle animations.
yeah.
It's fine, they're allowed to do that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, welcome to 16:9 Ultra HD. Fucking
Yeah, because getting footage of this is bizarrely difficult.
might be like hard to get all these tracks on playing and not get taken down.
I think these are like Konami originals. I think we'll be alright, but we maybe not push our luck. It's DDR. It is the late 90s. It is time to play DDR. You know that might be a good call, honestly. I'll provide the music. Some of that copyright-free generic music. I'm pretty sure these are like Konami made, but whatever. Yeah, this is a game where it's another.
Ultimate ones are made just for the game, like really fucking hard ones.
Yeah. It's DDR. This is another peripheral game though, because I really never understood the point of playing this with a normal controller. Like the challenge is the challenge is in the actual dance part, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, some people like to do it with the controller. It's fine, you do you. Personally, I think it's most fun when you're actually, and I feel like it's balanced towards that as well. Like you're not even playing the same game at that point if you're not using the hardware. But yeah, it's kind of exploding popularity. I just felt like it's very important to acknowledge that this was a big deal. This was like a worldwide thing.
Game.
Yeah, this is the rhythm game almost. I mean, like PaRappa, was more like mimicry. This is actually, when you get in the bespoke controllers, and this led to stuff like Guitar Hero and crap. But yeah, and it's like the PlayStation port was really the way to play it. They made a bunch of these games. I'm assuming this is just the original I put on the list. But it's like, if you want to play the Disney version,
Okay,
like that exists.
That literally was impossible on a D-pad.
I know there's a way to do jumps because jumps are used all the time, left, right, and up, down.
There had to be some
Did
sort of...
Did you say it's impossible on a pad?
Yeah, on a D-pad.
No, you have a D-pad and you have face buttons. Those are your 2 feet.
Oh, okay.
You have 2 feet and 2 thumbs.
Cute. Yeah. Okay. All right. I like that.
At first I thought you meant like, oh, that would be impossible on like a dance pad. I'm like, have you seen DDR players?
No.
Yeah. But yeah, no. To be fair, like the pad thing, yeah, it translates surprisingly well. But especially on the PlayStation. PlayStation pad's like a mini DDR mic when you look at it, but yeah, it's kind of a classic. It is very of the era.
Yeah, I don't know. Like,
But
it's definitely
I
something
think
convenient, but
PaRappa,
it's also very an arcade game.
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
No, I get that.
The pads are always a bit slippery at home compared to the big fucking metal thing you get to play at.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless you're really hardcore into the genre.
I think for our
And you
purposes,
actually get
PaRappa kind of covers
That's
what
fine.
we want
I'm
out
alright
of
with that.
this genre. It is worth acknowledging, and I'm not trying to talk trash about DDR, but
You said it's shit, and anyone who likes it is an idiot. That's what
Yeah,
you
but
said.
But it is also an arcade primary.
yeah.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. No, but no, PaRappa definitely takes a slot, and as may another game. So with them, we're fine. We're covered.
Yeah.
Don't forget to unmute the sound.
I know. No, I don't think this game has any audio.
It's very scary.
Speaking of
This
names
is
across Capcom. Anyway.
It's Regina. This is Dino Crisis. Let's just say it. It is kind of Resident Evil with dinosaurs, but it's not really that cut and dry. It's not quite as simple as that. For one thing, like all the environments are 100% 3D. It doesn't do the Resident Evil pre-rendered backgrounds. So that's kind of novel. I mean, just the fixed cameras there, but it is all 3D. I used to think this was kind of like an action, you kind of blast them up kind of thing, but
Alright, I'm back.
Hello.
Hi.
We're talking about Dino Crisis. What I've learned is like this is actually like just loaded with puzzles. Like it's like way more than Resident Evil. It is really about puzzles, strangely. And the dinosaurs are more there just to kind of get in your way. That's kind of true for Resident Evil. Like the dinosaurs aren't really dinosaurs, but the zombies usually get in the way.
Resident Evil needs more dinosaurs. All things need more dinosaurs.
So I think this probably deserves a bit more credit than just Resident Evil with dinosaurs. Although, let's be honest, like Dino Crisis would not exist without Resident Evil. But I'm not gonna lie, I haven't actually played this. My information is kind of through other sources, not firsthand. But I hear people like it. Right. There's a mini disc. I remember those. But what I've heard is like it's surprisingly more puzzles than action, which is not what I would expect from the little I knew about the marketing and stuff.
Right? Yeah, you figured it's like girl versus
In fact,
dinosaurs.
We really need to see a dinosaur.
I mean, we saw a dinosaur. We haven't seen action yet. I can't seem to.
That low roll tension.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, some shadows. It could have been a dinosaur.
That is a dinosaur.
Hey.
Whoa!
Wow.
No, shoot the dinosaur. Don't run away from it.
Oh. It's kind of funny because we're saying this given the game's sequel, but we'll get to that.
I mean, I assume it's just the same thing as this, right? Like it's like Resident Evil 2 is to Resident Evil 1, you know, just it's just shooting dinosaurs and doing puzzles or something.
I don't see any shooting dinosaurs. Here's the problem.
I don't see a whole lot actually, but
I've heard the game. This is from what I've heard from one particular review. This is pretty actually like well representative of the game. Like it has this legacy of being like, oh, crazy dinosaur action, whereas most of it is kind of just this. So I can't really vouch for this. I'm not played it, so it's not really endearing me from this.
I think regardless of how different it is from Resident Evil, our knowledge of it kind of makes it to where we're not going to be able to recommend this game regardless.
Kinda,
it's just like
It's more like an adventure game that has survival aspects, or
yeah, but without knowledge, I can't say much about it. I'm sure it's good, but
Yeah. This is our list at the end of the day. I can't put my stamp to it.
Oh, lasers!
Yeah, use this to keep out the dinosaurs and try not to touch them as you're going past them.
Okay. I didn't know I had a golf game. Or we had a golf game, I guess.
Yeah. Well, Everybody's Golf is the original old European name.
Right, because it just says Hot Shot Golf here, too.
Yeah, it's...
So...
another kind of sport game, yeah. I believe the first game was actually made by Camelot. Like
oh, that would explain why this looks the hell like fucking Mario Golf.
Yeah, this one wasn't by them. I believe a different studio took on from this point onwards, and I've heard this game's a little bit better. But yeah, no, if you like the pedigree, this is a Camelot game at its root. Which kind of explains the art style.
God, yeah, looking at this, it's just like, wow, this is very similar to Mario Kart 64 in presentation. Mario Golf in presentation, except it's not using models.
It's very Golden Sun.
Yeah, the pre-render stuff is very Golden Sun.
Yeah, absolutely.
But different dev here, but yeah, obviously they were working off the original game. This is like a big Sony game. I can't say I really played it, but this franchise went on like a while.
Time, yeah.
Yeah. It's another oh, it's in. I think if we zoom up, if we can scroll a bit, we have some guest characters. I don't know if they're timestamped, but they're definitely in this video though.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's one thing I kind of know about this series, that it has a lot of guests. I couldn't even.
Sure,
there's one.
Oh,
they're actually already on it. But that other guy that we.
Oh my God! Look at him go!
Wow.
Sony. Well, that's not really a Sony franchise. I don't know,
No, not really.
Whatever.
No.
I guess they just got that in there.
Fucking.
I want to see him look at the ball. I've got some more as well. Actually, you go even further, even funnier ones. Wow.
That fucking.
But yeah, it's basically a Camelot. Oh, maybe I was wrong. My bad.
It's all Gex from here on out.
Yeah, it's all Gex. But yeah, there's also Sweet Tooth, but it's like Twisted Metal 3 Sweet Tooth, which is lame, but what can you do? But yes, this is basically a Camelot sports game, so I don't know how we feel about that.
Yeah,
It's a Sony franchise, so I guess it gets that as well. I'm gonna talk PS1.
It's not like literally a clone of Mario Kart. Mario. Why do I keep saying Mario Kart? Mario Golf. So it's not. I wouldn't quite disqualify it based on those grounds, even if it's very similar. But it is a different game with its own thing going on.
They should make a game like the old game Ninja Golf, where you take your shot and then use the golf carts to play a kart game to get to the ball.
Well, I mean, the newest Mario Golf actually has you like a mode where you run to the next ball, and like.
Oh right, yeah, I just saw that. Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I think, given the lack of interest in a lot of the other sports titles we had, I'm willing to put this on your at least a yellow, and it'll probably go in because we're just.
We can.
I say just green it. I think we can green it, honestly.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't think we're overlapping with anything else. That tennis game isn't going to get in.
I don't know.
I think
nah, we don't have that many greens, so we don't have 50. So I think
No.
that's fine. Sure.
You are dancing.
Thanks.
You are Gex. That's a good thumbnail.
I included another silly maker game in this. I was half tempted to find that one video of someone who making just like abominations. And just playing with the goofiest fucking characters, but
Hey, Skullomania!
yeah, Skullomania's in this.
Maybe, that's where he first shows up on the list, eh?
Yeah. So, there's a 3D fighter maker thing, and it is very silly. It is by far not the best 3D fighting you're gonna have on the PlayStation, but I just want to acknowledge it because it is fucking wild. Like, you actually animate all the limbs and make, like, new moves. And you can do insane shit.
Bombo, nice.
The actual fighting is pretty shallow, so I don't think this probably will get in, but damn, if it isn't kind of fun, just to
Ambitious.
make funny
I
stuff.
definitely remember seeing the abomination thing where they're just like kind of teleporting, like T-posing, flying around with a hitbox and stuff.
Yeah.
It's coming back to me now. That was like very early YouTube.
Yeah.
Even if it's not shallow, you still get hours of enjoyment just making your own stupid shit.
Yeah. No, it's a lot of fun. It's in service of kind of a bland fighter at the end of the day, but like it's just fun. It's just silly, and also you can make cool stuff with it. If you're creative and into that sort of thing. But I just want to make funny stuff.
And have like 5 memory cards, I imagine.
Yeah, maybe. I actually don't know. But I didn't
Oh
know
wow,
this
we've got a down there.
But
No.
wow, got timer scan.
I guess that's a yellow. I don't want to write it off. It looks pretty fun.
Yeah, sure.
We do have something similar though, funnily enough.
Interesting. And here it is.
It's Gran Turismo.
In my mind, Gran Turismo is like the ultimate PlayStation. I don't know why this game in particular got associated with.
Isn't this like the best-selling game on the PlayStation 1?
It is. The Gran Turismo 1 is literally the highest-selling PS1 game, so that might be why.
Isn't like the top 4 games are like 2 Gran Turismos and 2 Final Fantasies?
Yeah.
Which is...
Yeah, Gran Turismo 1, then it was like FF7, then FF8, and then this one. This is kind of, I don't want to say the original, like, car simulator, that's not really fair. Especially when you come to, like, PC stuff, but probably, like, the first, like, kind of sim racer that's actually popular, you know? This was a big deal.
Yeah, this is meant to simulate all the shit that you do when you're racing. It's very realistic.
Very realistic, yeah. I understand it's got a pretty good sound art. I understand, like, 1 was kind of a very, very impressive kind of proof of concept, and then, like, Gran Turismo 2 here is kind of more one of the sequels who are like, okay, we've shown that we can, now let's really just do it, you know? I think this has literally hundreds of real-world cars in it.
Yeah, an insane amount of cars, an insane, really good amount of tracks, insane amount of, like, very long career mode where you build your way up.
Yeah, like buying your cars, customizing them, and tuning them.
Very much different tiers of cars that go into different driving classes, so you're sort of RPGing your way up, and it justifies having a billion cars, you know?
Yeah.
It also looks pretty good for PlayStation 1. I'm mostly remembering that I believe I think my dad owned a Gran Turismo game on the PS2, and I remember seeing it and thinking that is the most impressive looking PS2 game I've ever seen. Like,
honestly, yeah.
It just looks incredible, and like this is no slouch either.
Look at those cars.
Yeah.
Look at the reflections on them.
Yeah, yeah.
When they go past, look. My
That's
God.
nuts.
And these are real world as well, you know?
Yeah.
Real world cars, they had to take the time to model correctly and get the physics right. Yeah, I don't want to move on too quickly, but I think that's a green. I mean, that's a definitive PlayStation game.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, and it's the same, it's not... Then again, it's just overlap a bit with, like, Micro Machines V3. They both have driving, so I don't know.
Yeah. I just want to include it for just how good it looks alone, on top of...
Let's just see a little bit more, let's just skip somewhere else, because if you don't mind, just before we... It just looks nice. What? Yeah, like, oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
It's very Ridge Racer 4 with the sunset.
That's kind of what you... I think this era is just like, yeah, you gotta have a sunset stage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, thanks for that. Nice view of it.
Good old nighttime stage 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want that in there. If we really get bloated on racing games, we could maybe reevaluate something, but I think that's...
I don't think this one, though.
Yeah. What is this?
Do you two know this one? I don't know. I'm trying to think if I've ever mentioned it. Because I owned it.
Titus? Okay.
This is Superman 64, the PlayStation port. No, we don't know anything.
No.
Right.
Never
This
heard
is
this.
very very Japanese mini game compilation, but it's like it's story driven. This tells the story of what's his name, Teneo, and his family as he just tries to get through an everyday, like just a normal day in his life, and he has an incredible crisis where everything just seems to go wrong. This is by the way, this is just his work time break, as they do in Japan, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, it's the idea that you work time break mini game where you dance like a hell.
So it's into... Yeah, that kind of needs a setup from the last level, because there's this, like... There's a globe chasing him through the office building in Indiana Jones style, and he's trying to get out, and then he gets in there, and then it continues here. I kind of feel like we need to see, like, one level transition to the next to really fully appreciate it, but... I'm honestly shocked this got localized, by the way. Like,
Yeah, no
kind of
kidding.
amazing. It's so Japanese. I also remember it being very difficult, but I was pretty young when I played it, so...
I was thinking Indiana Jones.
Oh, right.
Nice.
This game, it also gets increasingly weird.
Ah, yeah. I mean, we already have a globe chasing us Indiana Jones.
It gets a lot weirder.
Yeah.
Oh, and it has this amazing Scar soundtrack. It's all Scar music. It's really endearing. It's just a really likable game. So we just let this rock, because it is story based though. So it is like mini games, but they're kind of linked up to one another. It's not like WarioWare or Bishi Bashi. And you have these pre-rendered cutscenes that I think still look pretty alright. I wouldn't say like good, but it's got charm to it. And then
Nerd.
Nerded on a wire. Yeah, and that's how you get to the next mini game. So if you want to like skip like way ahead, like you get as different family members and stuff. This is like, yeah, this is a... I always thought this game was really cool.
Nick Spencer part.
The fucking ska soundtrack.
Yeah. It's the mother.
What?
It all makes sense in context, kinda.
Does it?
Not really, no.
Oh,
You at least see this preceding scenes. They're having an incredible crisis.
I become a.
oh my god, these are so Western. These names.
Oh,
of
yeah.
games.
They are.
I'm having an incredible crisis where I became a fighter pilot.
Oh. This...
Okay, controlling the. Oh no, right. It's very difficult, I remember.
What a.
This looks pretty great.
This is.
Yeah, skip on a little bit more. Let's really get unhinged.
Oh god.
Oh, the kid gets shrunk.
Honey, I shrunk the kids.
That's probably what the Western localizations called it, yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh,
what the?
Oh, it's a timing thing.
It's not like
Real
none of these like
just-
particularly deep, but it's the
It's a
semantic
ride.
package. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else to say. It's an incredible crisis.
It is incredible in the fashion. More things get shrunk.
That's probably what happened to him, I guess.
That's the opposite of shrinking. I don't know what to say about that.
At least yellow.
Yeah.
It is a ride.
Yeah.
It is.
It's kind of like a movie, like an insane interactive movie.
Right, yeah. Oh no, Simon Says, get out of here.
Mama! Oh my god, that was the baby UFO. Huh, never heard of this thing.
This is some anime? I don't know. Okay, so a really narrow load screen there.
This game got localized.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, on the
Oh.
PlayStation. PlayStation
Okay.
famously can't handle CPS2 games very well. They ported a CPS3 game to it, and it did a pretty good job with it. It's not actually that compromised, really.
Yeah.
Compromises are the screen no longer zooms, and also you'll notice the stands are
Yeah.
kind of like lacking color and kind of pixelated, but it kind of looks fine because they're kind of like ghostly in this, so
Yeah.
they kind of got away with it. Yeah, they ported the CPS3 game. But that's the reason I put this in here is because the PlayStation version and the PlayStation version only has the Super Story Mode, which recaps the entire Stardust Crusaders arc between normal fights and just a shitload of crazy mini games, and it's really cool. Granted, it was probably a bit more novel in the pre-anime adaptation timeline, but
Yeah.
because the arcade game had these story mode cutscenes, but this literally tells the whole story, beginning to end. I think that
Yeah.
if we can like skip on, I think like the Derby fight is a particular highlight. Although let's be like way further on, because I think you can actually gamble.
wait,
there's
hold
a
on.
shmup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
there's the
Suddenly
lovers fight.
R-Type.
Yeah. For Steely Dan, they did this. I remember
Yeah.
this.
Get it? Because, like, fucking R-Type always ends in this fleshy prison, and still let's have a shooter inside, someone's head.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did some pretty silly stuff with some of this.
I did say Namco were the ones killing it with their home force of fighting games, but man, Capcom they didn't need to do all this. I have no idea why it's not in the Dreamcast board, but no, it's whatever reason. PlayStation exclusive, there we go, yeah. The funny thing about the Derby fight is you can actually beat him early. It's like with the bit with the cat, Polnareff can win, and then that just ends the chapter. He's just oh shit, and then that's it, which is kind of funny. But if you lose, it will go on to this and then the actual poker game. So yeah, it is possible to win.
Oh shit, we're playing poker.
Yep.
We just put in a lot of they just so much effort they put in. I think it's all voiced as well.
Yeah.
I guess you saw.
Even like what's his face, Kenny G, the guy who just gets killed instantly. Like he has a fight. Like there's a mini game involving him. Like
the maze.
Yeah.
There it is. Yeah. Damn.
Like so I have played this for the record. That's actually I think I always spent most of my time playing this game before emulation got good. So yeah, no, it's pretty good.
Yeah, and there's a good fighting game connected to it. So
JoJo's fighting game is just pretty great.
Yeah.
Definitely unique.
Yeah. Are we
I guess we don't have too many 2D. We don't have too many 2D fighters.
No.
Do it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Especially since
they put in a lot of work for this.
Yeah.
I got an E.
JoJo's Venture, right?
Okay, so this is real hard to get footage of.
Right. Yeah.
I'm hoping this also isn't licensed music, because apparently the Gary Newman cover of Cars got a copyright thing.
Jesus Christ.
Despite being made on the PS1.
Yeah, like, how does that even... whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. This is a music maker for the PlayStation 1. I think in America it's called like MTV Music Generator or something. Here it's just Music 2000. It's the second game in a series. It is not really a game, it is a piece of software. It looks nice, and I definitely played it. It is fun to mess with.
I wish I had played this as a kid. This looks really fucking cool.
Yeah, it was. It has like little pre-made like samples and stuff, so you don't have to know your way around a keyboard to make melodies. You can get by with just the pre-existing samples. Or if you are good at making your own samples, you can make Gary Newman's Cars and make it so accurate that it triggers the YouTube bots.
Jesus Christ. So, yeah.
I think you can be like, you got like visualizers as well, and I think there's some shit where you can put a CD in or something. This is just really cool, and the presentation's nice, and if I could wrap my head around it as a kid, then I'm sure anyone could. In fact, it's probably like, in a roundabout way, probably got me into like video editing, because obviously it's not a video, but like the whole timeline sequence of things. Because I think from this I got... So I liked this, and then somehow got my hands on a copy of Magic's Music Maker on the PC, and that had like a music video function, but it was basically like a video editor. So that was like that was like my entry into like editing video. As I say, well, I'll be editing this video. We're talking about video editing, so yeah. But it is a piece of software, so
yeah, it's cool. Like, I think as like a gateway to get people into making music. I think that's actually pretty neat, honestly. I don't know how necessary it is in today's world, but I think I think it's novel enough.
Yeah.
Whether or
it's
not
just like a Mario Paint, I guess.
Yeah.
More elaborate than that, yeah.
They took out the art function. It's made the music function way more elaborate. Do we have room for that here, though?
I have no idea.
Maybe just yellow it and then just
see how much room we have. Yeah.
It's really cool though. I really like it.
Maybe we can think of ponder on that between sessions as well.
Sure. So there's this old ass fucking video game called Pong, and then they made a fucking PS1 version of it, and that look at it.
So
It's
yeah,
boring.
So yeah, there's this whole era of the Hasbro Interactive. They were active for a while during the PS1 era. I mostly played them on PC. They started off by making, adaptations of Hasbro board games, a lot of them, and that's where I bought a lot of them because our family was really into board games. At some point, they got the fucking license to all the Atari games, and so they also made a bunch of remakes of Atari games.
I remember that period, yeah. It was like Missile
And I
Command
feel
and
like
stuff.
they were PC and PlayStation 1 co-developed things, Like, neither one is the definitive version. So, that's not a problem here.
Right. Let's talk about what this is like. Basically, they take the concept of Pong and just go
Remix
nuts
it
with
in
it.
any way possible.
Yeah, like there's a bunch of.
Do you want to see a different level?
Yeah, like I mean, you see here, there's a bunch of penguins dropping
Power.
balls that like just add extra chaos to the mix, and then
there's a bunch of different stages that each have their own like gimmick.
You got like a foosball table style sort of thing here, and then this with
the rollers.
Yeah, the rollers on the ground.
I mean, if you get the power up, they turn in your favor.
It's also like some single player, or like, I mean, it's obviously single player, but like, where instead of like facing off against an opponent, you have like these little objectives, I guess. Like this one, you have to get the correct color into the correct slots.
It's surprisingly good. Not only did I own this, I still own this. I bought a copy maybe a year ago because it's even though it's Pong, it's surprisingly compelling. It's good, yeah.
Studio.
It's good. Yeah. It's so simple, but they made it as interesting as they possibly could. They did a really good job with it. It's genuinely a fun two-player game with all the variants and everything. It's kind of impressive how they managed it. Make sure you get the Steam logo there.
Oh yeah, this is where it tilts to it. Oh.
Yeah. It speeds up over time.
Hard. Like, going through the campaign,
yeah.
I remember it gets difficult as hell. And yeah, some of these powers are like abilities, like, yeah, I think that one, like, you, like...
Spring yourself.
Yeah, you, like, tap it to hit it harder. It's neat. I remember...
It is neat.
I really like it.
I catch power-ups.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and the gates actually open and close, so we only have, like, one half of the thing that's actually... Yeah. So yeah, no, it's... And it's got different variants of every level.
The giant puck.
I assume the idea is just to get the puck to past the other person's line.
Yeah.
Like throwing balls at it.
And then yeah, there's like where's the final level where you're going up the Atari logo? So yeah, this is a neat game.
Yeah, it is.
I don't think there's really a lot of overlap with it, other than, I don't know, tennis, but...
Good multiplayer game.
Yeah, for sure.
It's kind of fun to have, like, because this is like the PS1's like a retro console. It's nice to have like a retro style take on the most retro of games.
Right.
Like but this is very much a time capsule for like the sort of turn of the millennium. I feel.
Yeah.
I remember all these like 99 games.
Do we include that?
I was gonna say yellow, but I don't really have a good reason not to. It's just I'll be right with the green, honestly.
Yeah. I'm fine with that.
It's very PS1.
All right, this is where you're in the most hotly contested zone, and you gotta really do something to stand out. And
Like,
yeah, this is probably more of a nostalgia thing for me. But
Well-
yeah, there is a RC car racing game. It's got a few versions of it. I don't actually remember if this is the original or not.
No, I don't believe it is. No, I believe the PC is.
Okay. I know.
I'm
I know
pretty
it's
sure
on.
this is a port.
Okay. Yeah.
It's on the Dreamcast. That's
It is on the
probably the
Dreamcast.
best console version.
Yeah. I think that's the optimal one. But yeah, it's just, you know, you got a little RC car racing game. It has like 50 or so of these damn things. There's a bunch of different cars to choose from, a bunch of different levels, and then there's mirrored variants, and then reverse variants, and then reverse mirror variants of every race course. And it's got little power-ups. And it has a fucking incredible soundtrack. And
it's
I
definitely
really
the
like
era
this
of
game.
Go hard for no reason soundtracks.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I like Revolt a lot. I think it's a really cool game. But this is not the version to play. This port is not. It's playable, but this is not the way to play Revolt. Like the physics are a bit off. There's like no other cars on the tracks I'm noticing. Someone's played the PC version. Yeah, no, this. Nah. I like Revolt a lot, but just not this port. Especially when there's so many racing games. Yeah, if you like Revolt, yeah, play those other versions.
Bad port.
Yeah. Oh no, but check out those other versions though. They're great.
Sure.
I'm sure this port's fine. I'm sure it's fine enough, but it's a racing game in our list. So
yeah, sure.
I think it's
That's
got like the Doom problem. Like the version of Doom's fine enough, but you know. But yeah, yeah. I would say Red though.
Yeah, sure.
Just because it's heavily contested and it's not the best of ports.
Sure. Oh yeah, track editor. I just want to throw it out there. Revolt's is really cool.
Oh yeah, it is. No, it absolutely is.
This is how I grew up on it. So
Fair enough.
I wanted to acknowledge that, but yeah, I don't know anything about that port, so that's fine.
It's on Steam, so
I do have that. They like recently put it on Steam and have like workshop support.
yeah.
Wild.
Got it?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, I got it.
Silent Hill.
Yeah, thanks.
You do best to stay nearby. I'll be back with help as quick as I can.
I guess that would work. Like that would look like dithering. That would look foggy rather than
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pixely.
your dithering.
That's fine. Yeah.
But anyway, this is a cult classic series. Of
Yeah.
The first three. Okay. Who knows anything about this? Nobody.
I watched a playthrough of it once.
Then you're the most qualified.
I kind of am, I think, but I don't have a lot to say other than just it's a little more humble beginnings with this one.
Sorry.
Don't remember that. Because I think 2 is kind of just better.
More
but-
famous. Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, it's a PS2 game, so it doesn't really matter. But this one's still pretty neat. Like, it had this funny thing where the draw distance is very short, but they were able to like explain it with lore. Be like, oh,
That's amazing.
It's Silent Hill. It just kind of looks like that. And
Just like Superman fog, it's just like it defines the setting, the way it is. Yeah. It feels like an
London,
intentional
London
choice.
fog.
Yeah, it's very London. And it helps. Yeah, it helps on the atmosphere. Honestly, yeah, like
And Woodman's key. Now we can get the leaf shield.
it looks really good, honestly. Like, even despite, the short draw distance, like, I guess they can get away with making things look nicer while drawing less on screen.
Yeah.
But it has a couple of kind of wonky puzzles too, but I don't know, it is an atmospheric as hell game, and it is famous for a good reason.
The big difference between this and, because obviously, like, Konami's answer to Resident Evil,
Yeah.
but, like, the big difference between the two franchises, Resident Evil's, like, 100%, like science fiction, like, everything has a biological, like, scientific explanation, whereas Silent Hill is, like, purely supernatural. So that's the big difference between the two.
Yeah. Like, I can go into the Silent Hill lore.
These ones are a lot more introspective plots, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of psychological stuff, because Silent Hill is sort of like a manifestation of, personal blah, blah, blah. It's really, really interesting. I can easily recommend it, but...
That's fine. I think this is be a green, to be honest with you. I don't know too much about it, but this is a noteworthy PlayStation game.
Absolutely.
And it is very distinct from Resident Evil, because it is a lot more... Actually, it's kind of what you said about Dino Crisis. It's a little more exploration and puzzles and a little less combat.
I guess it's competing more with Dino Crisis than Resident Evil.
Yeah. Did I say Resident Evil? I meant Dino Crisis, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did like the time of 7 minutes and 1 second with no leading zero on either.
Yeah, the translation's a little goofy. I remember that too.
Well, I mean, that's not even translation, because, like,
Oh, sure.
those are numbers.
Yeah, good point. You know what? Just ignore me. So, Speed Freaks? I'm sorry, Speed Punks?
Can't have a PS1 game without it being just changing the name for arbitrary reasons.
Well, that one's maybe a little less arbitrary, but still.
Drug reference.
Yeah. I rented this once. I don't remember much about it.
I remember this was made in Ireland. I remember this being heavily publicized here. They kind of tried to make a big deal out of it. Seems pretty good, like well produced. We've got Crash Team Racing on here, so
we've had a very contested genre and a
contested genre, and even a contested sub-genre.
And this it's like one of the many things that appeared in Mario Kart's wake, and probably
good,
alright, but not really wowing
enough.
me, especially with those fucking question mark boxes ripped straight from Mario Kart 64.
I was noticing that, yeah. That's pretty blatant.
The aesthetic is very Turn of the Millennium. I'll say that much.
Yeah, for sure.
Although not as much as another racing game we're going to look at.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's kind of, it's fine, but like Crash is going to take its place, isn't it? So
Yeah.
never mind. Good job making it on the list, though.
Yep.
I think just by making it on the list, you've accomplished something, at least.
Yeah, take that, Gex.
I'm kind of surprised to see this on the list.
Oh, I thought you recommended this. No, okay.
No, I did not. I like it, but I didn't put it on the list. This is kind of, well, I can talk about it. This is my I did play a lot of this PS1 port, so I have things to say. They've cranked up the speed apparently, so that's interesting. The PS1 kind of struggled with CPS2 ports, as I said earlier when we were talking about JoJo's. That being said, though, this port isn't too bad. You're missing some frames. You're missing some win poses. I remember Cody's one where he's getting chased by Eddie E. That was cut out completely. But the game also isn't normally this fucking fast. I guess that's my fault for choosing this video. It's just, you know, turbo selection, I guess. You can play it like this, but it's a good port.
Yeah, just a note from ARPA, the reason he suggested this is Street Fighter Alpha 3 is notable for how insane that port is given Capcom's previous record with arcade ports. Yeah, that's...
Yeah, my favorite part of this port, and it's very hard to tell in this video, but they replaced like the hit sparks with like hit polygons to save memory. And that's such a cool idea, and it actually looks really cool. I just really like that thing. Yeah, so it's not a bad port, but I wouldn't have put it on there.
The loading screen for the win quote.
Nice.
It's still a PS1 port of a
Yeah.
Capcom 2D game. I believe this has World Tour mode as well, which was quite the selling point back in the day. It's almost like RPG elements where you can customize a character. You know, customize the way their V-ism works. I guess we're not really... The thing about fighting games is we kind of just dive in. We don't really talk about the mechanics, you know, like the isms, because it's like, yeah, Alpha 3, we know this.
Yeah.
You know, A-ism,
sure.
V-ism, X-ism, the custom combos and stuff. This also has some console-exclusive characters, Guile, DJ, T-Hawk, and Fei Long, so they basically round off the Street Fighter II cast, so they're all present now. I think Balrog's made into a normal playable character rather than a boxing variant as well. So. Yeah, it's not a bad way to play Alpha 3, but and it was... I have fond memories of the PlayStation 1 point, but I don't think it's a PS150.
Sure, yeah.
Sure.
I'm just remembering the fact that, like, I think a big factor of me getting into fighting games, or at least, like, the Capcom ones, was renting X-Men vs. Street Fighter on the PlayStation 1.
Oh, boy.
And, yeah, boy, that port. Holy fuck.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, I don't know, Gambit was cool. So...
I think the Children of the Atom port was made by friends Probe, who did Hard Trilogy, and they did not do a good job. It took them it took them so long. It came out after the PS1 port of Marvel Superheroes. So, whoops.
Oopsie.
Yeah.
Speaking of Street Fighter... Big arm.
Big arm. Street Fighter EX2 Plus. This is my favorite Street Fighter. It's just straight up. Isn't just here to like make up the numbers. Like this is one of my favorite fighting games of all time. It is so fun.
I think people have definitely come around on Street Fighter EX.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh god. Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, I need to point out this game's 3D, so it sucks. You know, Street Fighter should be 2D. So we're going to put in Children of the Atom over this because that's 2D and 3D sucks. No. Funny the double standards on like 2D 3D thing, but
yeah.
This is made by Arica, so you know it's not made by Capcom themselves. Capcom were doing like rival schools as theirs. Street Fighter EX is Arica's. It was like made up of former like Street Fighter 2 staff, I want to say.
I think so.
And it's just so fun. You can cancel supers into other supers. Yeah, thank you, Crackerjack. I believe EX2 specifically introduced the XL combos, which is basically like your Street Fighter V-ism custom combos, and that's also fun. It also, I think you can see like in-run frames, so you can use it as like a really handy counter. This game is really fun to watch at a high level. It also has a bunch of original characters that you know I love. Big fan of Darren Meister. And this also just straight up has one of my favorite fighting game soundtracks of all time. It's so good. It's by Arica's there's the XL combo. I'm glad to show this video. It's by Arica's like internal sound team, Super Sweep, who just did a bunch of amazing music. They also do like the modern Tekken soundtracks. So.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I kind of just processed that Super was happening
in a Street Fighter
Level
game.
3.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
is
I'm
a
a praise
series,
this enough.
I am kind of hands off on fighting games, but this is a series that like just sticks in my mind as an emblematic of sort of the era when it feels even though it's arcade port, it feels PlayStation-y. It feels like this is where
Yeah.
you get a lot of extra modes and characters and like effort put into ports.
Yeah, oh yeah, this has one of the best training modes in any fighting. Well, not training mode. It has like it had combo trials like years before Street Fighter 4 put them in.
And Guile.
It has Guile.
Guile blocking everything and then throwing a sonic boom.
Even like the takes on like the existing Street Fighter cast is really creative and exciting. And the music is so good.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can praise this enough. I love this game. I just wish I could play it online in some form.
It's honestly a shame I have not played much Street Fighter EX. It is very, very good from what I have played of it.
I was going to ask
It's
what
also-
Street Fighter EX played, but I think EX3 went to PlayStation 2, maybe? I don't
It was
know.
on PS2, it was also not as good as this game. It did a bunch of weird stuff. It's still a good game, but it's weird. This is the peak of the EX games, I think you'll find most people saying. And yeah, it's a PS1, so... Yeah.
So, do we have room for it?
I think we do, yes.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
we love it enough.
That's admittedly else than me sort of going on a bit for a while, but...
Nah, it's fine. It's cool.
Need someone to go on for it for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Syphon Filter.
What is this?
Do the locals know what they're dealing with?
No.
No, they've never seen this game before.
Oh man, the old fucking FMVs that are interlaced with black bars to make save space.
This is a good place to start, because most of my experience with this game is playing the demo, which I distinctly remember is this level. This is burned into my brain. This is made by Eidetic. You may know them for a little game called Bubsy 3D.
Oh boy.
Yeah. This is a big Sony release. This is another one that was like heavily marketed. The series went on a while. I remember this had an amazing PSP game. And it's like a third-person action shooting game. I distinctly remember the taser, where if you shot someone with a taser for long enough, they would just set on fire. So that's pretty good. And what's his name? Gabe here. He's like kind of like your kind of Solid Snake type.
But I don't see their uplink dish.
More like a Jack Ryan type.
Boy, he is sauntering whenever he runs, though.
Yeah.
I gotta say, though,
I learned a lot
the
from-
innovation of using textures is a pretty good one. I'm glad they learned that from their first outing on the PlayStation 1.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, they're still making games. They made that PS4 game with the bikers and the zombies. It's called Days Gone or something.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
them. Yeah,
Okay.
so that's them. So despite Bubsy 3D, they did well. So
You know, I'm proud of them.
I'm kind of pleased for them because they kind of went through some shit. I don't know, like because they started developing Bubsy 3D before like anyone knew about Crash or Mario 64, and then it came out and they were like, oh shit.
Yeah.
So I kind of feel bad for them. I'm glad they kind of managed to get back on their feet. So
Yeah.
Oops. I don't want to wait. I can't pretend I'm an expert on this game though. It's just
Pretty generic, but also something we haven't really done much, but I don't think we know much about it.
See if you can find a copy of the subway system.
It's just kind of a
I do
strong
love, however, when we
shooting.
talk to somebody, we gotta rotate constantly.
I can't pretend I'm an expert on it, but it's a pretty cool action game. I mean, you know, we kind of closer we get to this Tomb Raider, and that's not really about shooting people. This is.
I do like the use of flashlight there to light up a dark area to see something.
Yeah.
Don't get a lot of that on PlayStation 1. It seems neat, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if it's neat enough to be on our list, but it is, you know, definitely of note.
Yeah. There's like a yellow at least.
Yeah.
You can also just tell, just like the. Oh, that's pretty cool. You can just do that. You can tell this is when people are really. We're getting late PS1 now. People are really figuring this hardware out.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, getting pretty close here.
Yeah.
All right, I have to justify this game that I played once as a child.
I thought it's alright. I played the PC port. It's pretty good.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
I'm pretty sure I rented the N64 version at some point. So I remember Buzz Lightyear pressing C down to Crown Pound. I don't know why that specifically is burned into my head. Maybe I had trouble figuring it out because there was no.
What's from the movie?
Yeah.
Like Buzz, like you press C to ground pound.
All right, so this is Traveler's Tales. They made a sequel to that game they made in the 60-bit era, that one Toy Story game. Yeah, it's specifically a sequel to that and not, you know, based on a movie. This is I don't know if I want to say Mario-esque, but it's got a you've got like different goals in every level that you have to run around and do. It's just otherwise like a platformer with a laser, which I don't know how Buzz is able to destroy things with lasers when he's a toy.
It's a little light bulb that blinks.
Yeah, yeah. It blinks really brightly and it just makes toys just explode. Yeah, you've got like little objectives to do, little Mario 64 in there, different like the Pizza Planet tokens or whatever is your objectives, is your power stars. You also have like upgrades where you can actually find like abilities that allow you to do different things at different levels. So you got a little bit of backtracking in there as well. It's not
They're kind of the minimal like mini world thing. We've seen a few times already.
Oh yeah, yeah. Where's the map screen is really cool. See if I can find that real quick. That is not the right button.
I like the music.
Yeah, yeah. Same composer as the original Toy Story game, if I remember correctly.
I thought you were gonna say the movie, like Randy Newman.
Really,
oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, so for a second it was like it's like Andy's like box world.
Yeah, yeah. It's all like.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's got some neat stuff going for it. Also, some of the later tracks are actually really fucking good. Like some of the music in this game is just amazing. This one's really cool. But yeah.
And I want to use this chance to acknowledge the YouTuber Sean Shaunson, who specializes in the PS1, and he just kind of makes really good reviews. I'm a fan, and he determined that this is the best Disney game on the PS1. So it has. You can say that at least. I believe him. So.
I mean, this looks like a good first-person shooter. First-person shooter. Wait, I'm just completely off today.
I think all our brains are getting a bit fried. I think we all said odd things.
Too much PS1
on the brains, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not like I can make a case for it being instant green or anything, but it's a pretty good game.
Yeah.
We could take out
yellow. Yeah. I don't think this will be a hugely represented genre.
Really?
I don't know, I just don't associate PlayStation with traditional this kind of thing.
I think that's at least a yellow, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Amazing gameplay, by the way.
Kill Kelsey Grammer.
Okay, I've only seen very little of this. I actually...
I think this was not released in America until like digital versions, whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is another one that I almost forgot about, but it's like a noteworthy PlayStation game. People like to talk about it. It might get a little bit I think maybe we talked about it a little bit too much, just maybe just because it wasn't released in the States, you know?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You know, oh, well, look at this game we missed out, Rob. It's the best game ever. Like, it's not the best game ever, but it's pretty good. So it's a rhythm game. I mean, it's like timing based, but the big gimmick, probably because of the vector graphics that are so low on RAM, like the whole game can just store itself in the PS1's RAM, which means you can just swap out a disc and put in your own music disc, and it will generate a level based on the music track. That was the big selling point.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know how accurate it was, but certainly a novelty. Also, just I think the vector style is just aged very gracefully. Going back to that like a lot of PS1 games not aging well. I think this one's aged well. It just looks cool. I think they did like an HD version or something. You can just see, oh yeah, that wouldn't be hard to imagine.
This is
cool and quirky.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're talking about like
in the beginning, it had like you had to recognize how the shapes are combined into a different shape and push multiple buttons.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think it's that hard though. Is it? It doesn't take long. But yeah, the big gimmick is you can put your own. It's got your own tracks, but you can put in your own. So it's not. I don't think it's particularly deep. I love that voice. It's not like the deepest game, so like I suppose if you bought it full retail back in the day, like you know, you're not gonna be playing this for. I don't think there's enough content to be playing for hours on end, but it's neat. I guess it's got a very UFO 50, I suppose.
Yeah, yeah. It's very novel.
Hmm.
I don't know, it's creative enough.
Mm.
I'm pretty down for that.
Yeah.
Sure, just put it in there.
Sure.
I'll be alright with that.
The soundtrack. Quirky. Alright. So here's the other car combat game. Yeah, they just have a different series going on at this time. Although this one had N64 ports.
Not first party Sony.
Yeah, yeah. The N64 ports I think are pretty compromised though. Like this is the better way to play them.
Fair enough.
So we're calling this a PlayStation game. That's fine.
Yeah, yeah. So Vigilante 8 is very much like a more methodical Twisted Metal. I think that there's some trade-offs to them where this one's a little slower, and it has a very different style to it where it's like this sort of like like 70s 80s like spy movie sort of thing. And the story and the character designs and whatnot. This is one of those problems where like the Wikipedia page just has all the game versions mashed together. So it's like one of the composers is Howard Drawson, but I couldn't tell you which version.
It did Knuckles' theme. There's Knuckles in this game.
No.
No. I don't know. Oh, well, maybe not then.
But
yeah, I can't say I've played this. I keep meaning to. I keep forgetting to. I'm trying to, at the minute, especially after doing this, I kind of want to get like a good setup for just playing PS1 games in kind of a comfortable, non-compromised way.
Right.
Whether it's through emulation through a box or actual hardware, I don't know. But this is definitely on my list of games I should have played by now.
Trying to think of all the different features of this one. This game has the sort of fighting game inputs thing, but instead of it being like global like freeze abilities and stuff like that, it actually enhances the weapons you have. So like the flamethrower, I guess, will have a certain directional input thing that you do that it gives it like will shoot like a big fireball out or something at the cost of like extra ammo, something like that. You also
EX attack.
Yeah. You also have like the upgrades that give you like hover instead of wheels, and then there's the boat version that you may or may not see on this level.
Physics?
And then yeah, sometimes you get ejected out and then teleported to another part of the map. But
Weird.
you've got and there's what is it, like you can fall into pits, but it is an instant death like in Twisted Metal. It just does damage.
That's good. Well, that's good. I prefer that.
Yeah, it's got some quirky Easter eggs, like there's a giant ant that can attack if you destroy a building.
It definitely looks better than Twisted Metal 2, just by virtue of it just being, you know, made years later.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's like customization, I want to say. You can color the car, basically.
That's alright.
And is a... Yeah, I kind of appreciate the style of writing to it, too. It's got this cheesy movie sort of appeal to it. And then it has something of a fatality system in that a car will stall whenever it reaches 0 health. And if you hit it with a special attack, or like one of those command inputs, it's called totaled. So it's essentially like providing a fatality, essentially, which I just don't know. I appreciated that. It's just a neat game, honestly.
Sure. I guess it's not impossible to have 2 car combat games.
Yeah, well, I don't know if we need 2 car cat games.
I don't think we do, though, is the problem. And obviously I'm like very kind of, I don't say biased because I've got nothing against it, but like Twisted Metal 2, I know very well.
It's also its own,
it seems cool as hell.
IP. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. IP.
But I don't want to dismiss this though, because it looks really cool. Like
I don't
want
want
to
to
play
dismiss
it.
But not every game gets it into the 50. You know what I mean? Even if it's good.
Or at least yellow it, because I don't know what our list is looking
Yeah,
like
fine.
right now, but
Yeah.
I think I mostly just feel bad about this one because it's kind of has
Overshadowed?
Yeah, it got overshadowed. It had a Xbox Live exclusive sequel that, like, whenever that went offline, like, whenever that console went offline or whatever, like, I think it was 360, like, you couldn't play anymore. Like, it's just gone forever. And, Nimrod apparently played it, and it's really fucking good. But, yeah, I never got to try it, so... And that's just, the kind of last time you saw them. But, yeah, no, I just vouch for this game because I just really like it.
No.
你哋都嚟追求，你唔會永遠絕敗嘅。你遊歷長遠，走過長道，而家你嚟我呢度。
We're gonna look at Dino Crisis 2 now, which, my assumption, I don't know if I made the joke already, we were not going to consider this, or at least I wasn't, sorry. I didn't consider this because I was like, that's probably just the same thing. And, so...
well, we have a combo meter, so that's something.
Yeah, and we've already killed more dinosaurs than we ever saw in that other Dino Crisis video.
Right, yeah.
So from what I understand, Dino Crisis 1, we already talked about, and, you know, like everyone says it, Resident Evil dinosaurs, but it's like way more puzzle focused. This is not that. This is Resident Evil Mercenaries mode, just as a full game. Unless you're talking about that 3DS game or whatever, but...
Right.
You'll notice pre-rendered backgrounds are in, despite not being in the one. And yeah, from what I haven't really played this, but it's a kind of a mission-based. So it kind of plays like survival horror, but it really isn't. I mean, because you got combos, that's not what you're doing.
in a tense kind of game where you're conserving your ammo and stuff.
Yeah.
I think you just... So, yeah.
He has 1,400 shots.
Yeah, make him count. Yeah, and that's not even like an automatic like rifle or something, that's a shotgun.
Yeah, that's nuts. So, yeah, this is a departure.
Yeah, kind of what I meant before. Yeah, I don't blame you for thinking that before, but I was like, not in this case, no.
I was not expecting this.
It's all you mercenaries, basically.
Yeah, they went
I
from
think you
one
unlocked
extreme
everything
of Resident Evil to another.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they went all Resident Evil 5 before Resident Evil 5 even existed.
Yeah. I guess the question is, including it, certainly looks interesting.
I think a lot of people didn't like it, but, you know, given the first game, and then you want the sequel, I'm not really surprised.
Yeah, there is definitely
but
an
it looks fun.
expectation. Yeah, I don't know, yeah, it looks neat.
Yeah. It's so different from the first one, yeah. Like, we didn't see a single fucking dinosaur barely, we saw some pterodactyls and that's it.
Yeah.
Maybe this guy was there earlier and just killed them all. I think you can play with Regina in this one as well. If you're curious, Dino Crisis 3 was like an Xbox One, Xbox One, goddammit. Original Xbox exclusive. It was so bad it killed the franchise. It was set in space. You know, obviously.
They didn't know what they want to do with this series, huh?
No.
That's bizarre. What the hell?
Yeah. It's weird because it's still talked about this day. This franchise. I think Capcom did this like survey thing of what franchise you want back, and Dino Crisis ranked very high, despite it being so short-lived, really. Relatively speak. I think there were some Gun Survivor games or something, but
I think it was either like top ranked or like second place. It was like something that you would expect, and then Dino Crisis. I'm like, apparently people love this series, even though I knew very little about it.
Yeah. This looks really fun, I'm not gonna lie.
It does. I think we should at least yellow that.
Absolutely, yeah.
I don't know how much overlap we have here. I guess it's not really Resident Evil though, so.
Not really, no.
And then suddenly we slowed down.
We're in the new millennium now, by the way, if you haven't noticed.
Oh, we are, yeah. We started, Dino Crisis 2 marks the start of 2000.
Yeah.
Alright.
More driving, although not necessarily racing.
Yeah. We did make the distinction.
Can't wait to raise my felony meter.
Like we did this, we did Driver 3 on the GBA, like I'm some sort of like big driver fan. No, I'm not, but
it's funny,
these games are good.
One of my favorite games growing up was actually the original Driver on PC.
Oh, well, there we go then. Nice.
Had a lot of fun with that one, mostly because all the sounds were just available, so I was able to edit them. I was making YTPs like back in with fucking like Windows Sound Editor or whatever the hell that was.
Hmm.
A long time
so this is made by our friends at Reflections, which who made Demolition Derby. So they've got another chance of making it in. I guess you'll know about this then if you play the original. This one lets you get out your car though. That was a lot of people were very quick to say, "Oh, this is GTA 3 before GTA 3," you know.
Right.
And that's not quite. It's not quite that. It is very much all about driving, having cool chases. Although I'm looking at this, I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Die Hard Trilogy, Die Hard with a Vengeance covers this, doesn't it? Where's the running people over with the blood and the windscreen wipers?
Where's the explosions that send you flying through the air?
Yeah. Funny they try that in like way earlier.
Yeah.
I think it might be Driver 1, but you can also unlock Newcastle as a secret level, because that's where they're based. So that's kind of cute for me.
Oh, nice. So yeah, we don't
It's
really...
all about mod chases. Yeah.
We don't really have...
Oh, that's cool.
Oh.
Huh, it's more elaborate than I expected.
Well done.
Well done. You made it. Yeah, so it's not like that open world, but I do like games where you kind of got the freedom of going which way you want, like, as opposed to just a track, you know?
Right.
I feel like that's different enough. Although there's so many card games, I realise.
Yeah. I guess we don't have like well, we have the original Grand Theft Auto, but
yeah, that's not making it there.
Yeah.
What's he doing? I knew Driver 1 is infamous for its tutorial. That's almost impossible to beat.
He's doing about 5 or 6 donuts on someone's face.
Yeah. Yeah, he's gone all bollocks. Oh, don't go that way.
So...
It definitely tells us a later release.
Yeah, it looks pretty nice, honestly. For a PS1 game, this is not too bad. It's not Gran Turismo, but, you know.
I just try to get videos of like, the ones that don't, like, upscale the shit out of it through emulation. I think there's, like, this video's 4K, but they've downscaled it to what it would look like, which is appreciated.
Yeah, yeah. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, it's the fuzz. In a van? Huh? That was a van, right? I've been chased by a van.
I saw that. Yeah, police van. I don't know.
I think it's at least a yellow.
Yeah,
it's just so many car games. That's the only thing that's stopping it.
Yeah. It's certainly not in the racing category, but it is still like we have a lot of similar kind of feeling stuff, I guess.
Yeah. Oh my god, he's not going that way. Why are the police in a yellow van? Unmarked police? I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, that is police, isn't it? On the bottom right there.
I imagine.
Anyway. We'll definitely have to break, when we do the final selection, we'll definitely have to do the drop-down menu for genres and just see what we're working with.
Yeah, yeah. So, they made some... I actually forget who made this, but...
This is Hasbro Interactive again. They, for some reason, also got the Frogger license. And they expanded the hell out of Frogger, which works way better than you'd think.
Yeah. This is a noteworthy dev. Blitz Games.
I am only familiar with the first game.
The first game is
same kind of, you know, walking around and hopping and stuff, but like, just like all you're doing is walk around and hopping, and then but also look how big it is, you know?
Yeah, yeah. You got this like jump button that lets you move like an extra space forward and like hop over like certain obstacles. And you're just kind of searching for frogs, I guess. They're like just little frogs that you're collecting. I don't know, but yeah, like that one. It's surprisingly simple, and yet I don't know. It's quite fun.
Surprisingly.
Okay, it is very simple, but surprisingly fun is what I meant to say.
Okay, yeah.
Like,
I
don't know.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah, it's...
They kind of push the formula to where you think it couldn't necessarily go, and it works pretty well.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. It's just a neat game. I played it. I played both of them when I was younger. I had to mention I looked at footage for the first game, and decided to use this one because the footage I saw of the first game, every single movement had like a bounce sound, and considering how much movement that is, oh my god, that was annoying. So,
yeah.
Apparently this one's more fondly remembered anyway. Or at least reviewed better, I don't know. I'd say at the end of the day, they're probably similar enough, but still, I think this one is the way to go. But
still, yeah. That's alright. It doesn't really scream definitive PS1 game to me, but then again, we put Pong on. I like that, so.
Right, yeah. It's kind of in the similar vein, really, just like an old arcade game. They just, took it to an extreme, a logical extreme, I guess.
Sure. I would say yellow though. I don't feel comfortable greening that.
Sure, that's fine.
It seems fine, but I just still want to just replace it with something else.
I don't have a lot more to say other than that. It's just, it's neat.
Yeah.
5 hours. Hogs.
So this is Worms 3D, but actually good. It's actually better than the attempt Team 17 made themselves with the actual Worms 3D on the PS2.
Yep.
It's pretty blatantly inspired by Worms, but I also feel like it does. It also does enough of its own thing. I think one reason this is better than Worms 3D is that it's not beholden to certain Worms tropes. Like Worms 3D, it was basically on an island surrounded by water, and if you go in the water, you just instantly die. You know, because that's Worms. Whereas in this one, as you just saw, they'll try and paddle to the near shoreline by losing health, and they just escape the scope of it. It just feels like it was designed for 3D rather than Worms, which was kind of shoehorned into 3D, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Also, I think the World War 1/2 theme they're going with, there's gonna be like overlap there. Just gives it a lot of character. Like it's just got a lot of personality in this game. A lot of voice acting, mostly from the late Rick Mail. And I think Jeff Bennett's in it as well, because of course he is.
Of course he is.
Yeah. I think unlike Worms, it's not like one voice for the whole team. It's like each individual pig has their own voice, which again just gives it a bit more character. Like you can't customize it as much. The customization is really just names, but each one talks. How much do you two know about this? I feel like I've mentioned this before, right?
I played this one on hardware when Melly came down here like a decade ago.
Okay.
So
I
yes,
remember Melly mentioning it.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this.
This is like like class based, right? Like every character is its own class, so they have like different.
That's right.
Yeah.
They have different loadouts, which definitely makes them a lot more interesting. I would say the good throw. I would say the single player campaign is a lot more interesting than any Worms game, because as you're playing through it, you actually can earn promotions, and then you can upgrade your soldiers, and you get to choose who becomes which class. So you have to like think strategically. So there's sort of you got the turn-based main game, but then outside of that, you've also got to think about those promotions. I think it's one's for like not getting anyone killed. And actually, within the last year, actually beat the whole game, which was very satisfying. Like it's just fun to play. Because I don't think like Worms is particularly great single player, but this is worth playing single player. It's
strange.
Yeah, AI. Also, if you ever play this game, play this. The PS1 version is straight up better because the PC version, which is the version I originally played, is completely balked. And it's the one they sell on Steam. I believe the enemy pigs don't move, and the sound is all like jumbled up. Like all the nationalities themes are just completely random.
That's if you can get
It's
it
a
to
mess.
work.
Don't play the.
Last time I checked, it didn't work on Windows 10.
I think they've got it to a point where it's working, but it's still fucked.
Relatively working, sure. I
guess I should. Yeah.
It's like they finally put Hogs of War. They finally remembered it, and it's on Steam. And it's like, oh, it just doesn't work on Windows 10. Fuck you.
Yeah. And they didn't fix the AI, even if you can't get it to work.
But yeah,
so,
this is a good game.
It really is, yeah. And yeah, the multiplayer is fun as well. Honestly, I think this is a green. This is just straight up one of my favorite PS1 games. This is like a go-to PS1 game for me.
Yeah. I'm down with it.
There's any disagreements with that?
Game's alright.
I didn't put Worms in here because those PS1 ports are not very good.
Yeah.
You want to play Worms Armageddon, you play it on the PC, which is still being patched to this day.
Oh, right, yeah.
They're mostly like fan stuff that's like commissioned by Team 17, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Hogs of War. Great game.
I did not realize this was on here.
Yeah, I put this on last minute. When you put the other fighting game maker on, I was like, oh yeah, this thing. I feel like this long play video doesn't really do it justice though, because they're just kind of treating it like an arcade fighting game, and that's not really the point.
Yeah.
Although it's fine, like the sprites are pretty nice, it's alright, but the real point of this game is the entire roster of characters, which granted you're not like really making them from scratch like the 3D fighting game maker. But this one, you can just customize the absolute hell out of them. They've got massive like sprite sheets and just a metric ton of different moves. And you can just make whatever the hell you want. Include those little speech bubbles, because this is a Japanese-only game, so that's why you can tell the character's a little large there. But so it's quite fun. I think it was a Garwin quote video, honestly, that showed me this. But it's kind of fun to make the most broken shit imaginable, because I think you can have like a memory card each. So, you just make your character home, go to your friend's house with your memory card, and just see that's the most busted character. Because you can give, I think you've got your sort of archetypes, but you can also just mix and match them a fair bit as well. I think everyone has command throws. I think the big dude here is clearly like the grappler. You can just give him projectiles and stuff. There's like a little anime girl who does weird like okizeme stuff with flowers. So yeah, very, very interesting game. I suppose you could just play it as a 2D fighting game, and it's not bad. But the real appeal of it is you're making your own thing. But it's not as customizable as that other one, but it's probably a bit less jank. So it's like you have to choose your priority, I guess.
I wouldn't say this game is polished, but it is still like a lot of fun.
Compared to that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean.
That one, yeah. This one's a lot easier to get into and to make your own stuff in, and then I think there's a lot of value in making silly characters and fighting each other with them. Oh, there's also the one time I messed with this, you can add like a hat or something that you could just sprite yourself.
Oh.
There's like some sort of head attachment. I remember that I drew that silly like Shinko pocket fighter sprite over this lady's head.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's neat. It is not the best fighting game out there, but it is a fun little curio.
Is that a yellow at least, or? But then we've got a few fighting games.
Yeah, I think that's worth it. It's gave its own flair.
Right.
At the very least, I think I would put it in over the other one, honestly.
Okay. Sure.
Right.
Okay, so I don't know what the hell this is.
This is a FoxKids.com presents Micromaniacs or something.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, let's go. Let's see the intro. Just not the whole thing, but because it's got some interesting character designs. So this is as you probably can guess, is like a spin-off of Micro Machines. Although they don't have the Micro Machines license, so they can't actually say that. Because the Micro Machines is a toy, so it is a licensed game in a sense. You get these super like turn of the millennium ass designs. Like I don't know if there's a term for that, but just screams like 1999, 2000,
Yeah.
And basically you just kind of Well, probably get to the gameplay actually. This isn't as interesting as I remember. It's Micro Machines on foot. I don't know if you've ever seen this before.
Okay, after seeing gameplay, I definitely understand the connection. I wouldn't have guessed just going... Like, the name was like, oh, it kind of sounds like Micro Machines. I wouldn't have assumed it actually was.
Oh yeah, no, it's by Codemasters. It's straight up it is.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's not quite as... It's not just like, oh... You know, they don't just control like cars, like there's jump buttons, and I think some stages have different gimmicks. Although the aesthetic is definitely on point. A lot of items. I believe each character is actually different. I think each one has their own kind of Twisted Metal style special attack.
Ah, that's why.
And
Twister kind of literally is Twister from Twisted Metal now, I think.
yeah, kind of, yeah. Yeah, I didn't even think of that.
Slow CPU.
I thought this is gonna mimic.
Interesting.
Okay. Oh my god.
Later, losers.
Weird ass designs. Oh, he's dead. And it's like sort of momentum, a bit more than like just a car. Cause I noticed when the guy jumped on the slope, he kind of like had way more momentum. So. Yeah, it's a neat little curio. But you know, we wouldn't. It is racing again. May not be in cars, but I like the aesthetic of this game. Like I do think it's the hell. I do think it's very representative of that specific era. But I don't think this would make it an over Micro Machines V3 personally.
Okay.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Because I like that this one has a lot more going for it, but Micro Machines is more of a classic.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna trust your judgment if you're the one who brought it to the table in the first place. So.
Well, sometimes I'll bring something still thinking of a certain thing, you know, like it's not like, oh, I'm not bringing this just to, I don't expect a green for everything I bring to the table.
I could definitely see this is made by the same people, though. Jeez.
Yeah, no, it's blatant.
Yeah, sure. We'll stick to Micro Machines, although this does really look...
Is Micro Machines green? We did green it though, didn't we? Before we just say that.
That's a good question. No, we just yelled at it. I think we...
I think
we're...
green.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're waiting, I think.
I think we can green
yeah, sure.
Micro Machines. I mean, that's a great party game. I mean, you know, like the controller shared thing.
Oh, right.
This is where it gets a bit more interesting, you see.
Right.
Than just a car, but still.
Yeah,
I think Micro Machines probably a little more accessible as well.
I love the stages here, I gotta say. Really cool stuff.
Yeah. It's a bit less copy and paste than Micro Machines. Like with the tiles, you know?
Yeah. Okay, it's another instance of I've heard about this game, so I put it on the list, not because I have any idea what it's like. I didn't get around to playing it. I just think this game looks really neat. It is another fighting game, a 2D fighter, with quite a sizable roster and a interesting sort of cartoon style. Like I don't want to say cel shaded, but it's
Yeah, it's close. Looks nice. I've seen it before. Isn't this one with the actual like a Bomani minigame in it to like as your super or something?
Yeah, like there's like rhythm game stuff is a mechanic, I think.
Alright. That's a nasty cross up. Yeah, it is.
Speaking of.
Kind of funny, we're just really getting in on that, eh?
Yeah.
This is going on a while.
Yeah. Okay. I don't remember being this elaborate. Then again, I think you could kind of just not do this, honestly. Like, you could just get away with just not using this mechanic.
I fucking hope not. I mean, we complain about, like, you know, rage arts being too long. That's
Yeah.
I mean, that was funny, but
yeah, that's what I've heard. Though, is like it doesn't really matter that it's like they're not that great because they are very long, but you could just ignore them. Like it's not a big
that's
deal.
a design, by the way.
Yeah, some very interesting character designs. This is fucking...
Two young girls tried to get into the movie theater, but they lost their big long trench coat.
Oh, what were those Batman Beyond movie characters?
Oh, Dee Dee.
Dee Dee, that's it, yeah. Oh my god.
Cool. Just skipping that now.
Yeah, no, it's...
That's how quick that gets a little old.
Yeah.
This looks very nice for PS1.
Yeah, it just... that's one of the things that just really impressed me with how it looks. And it has a lot of just neat stuff going with it, with like the designs, and honestly, it just looks like it plays pretty good. Like it has a nice hits have impact, that kind of thing. So yeah, it's a game I definitely want to, play, but in this list, it might be more.
I like the juggle potential there.
Yeah, I think this is PS1 exclusive. I don't think this made it anywhere else.
I think so. That's a yellow until we break down the fighting games. We are definitely have to do these like genre by genre.
Sure, yeah, that's fair. We have one game in 2001 at the end of the list, but still moving forward. We got Spider-Man. He's already at full health. Of course, that's the first thing we
already at full health.
So this is the game where like Spider-Man is already at full health. This is by Neversoft.
Yeah.
The cross promotion. We'll see Spider-Man again in another game in our list.
Oh right, we will.
A lot of cross promotion, yeah. This is very fondly remembered. Well, does Spider-Man have no killing rule? Because that guy's dead.
Well, police choppers, I don't want to distract you from my murder.
This is a game made with love. Like, I think when this came out, this is considered like the best comic book game. Just because of the amount of like kind of fan servicey stuff, and not even like fan service, just like a lot of love for the character. And this is the pre-Sam Raimi movie, so which kind of did a lot for the characters. This is very much like comic book Spider-Man,
There's a lot of implementation of the comic book world, so to speak.
Oh, there's that guy who likes to shake his ass at Spider-Man.
Gargan, it's a new millennium. Lots of high tech.
Oh, thanks for that.
We can get you out of that suit.
You put me in this suit. Now I'm going to make you pay.
I really like these cutscenes, by the way. Like, they're all pretty good.
Yeah.
You ruined my life.
Although they are all in this kind of they all just use like the in-game models, despite being pre-rendered. It's pretty strange. Although you get the Dreamcast version, which replaces all the textures with like these ultra high-res ones, and it looks weird as shit. Like it just looks creepy. Because you get these, because they're so much animated.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're not talking about the Dreamcast version. This also has, I know you did a watch of this, but this also has one of the best like bonus cheat modes ever in the what if mode.
Yes,
where they
that's
just
right.
put in a load of jokey shit.
Yes.
They just replace dialogue, put in weird graphics.
It's like tiny
It's pretty
Doc
great.
Ock in the final area.
Yeah.
Mini Ock. Just yeah. So yeah, I have talked about this game. I haven't played it myself, but
I have. So
yeah, it genuinely looks just kind of great.
I suppose the only thing I would say is that it hasn't aged particularly well, but we are doing PS1 50s, so I mean, I'm gonna keep track of that much. Although, yeah, it's definitely it's still a PS1 game at the end of the day. Like the camera will fight you.
Oh yeah, sure.
But as long as you can, like we're talking PS1 though here. If you can overlook that, then This is still one of the best action games on the console.
If I remember correctly, this is another game where they use, like, fog, like, in the plot to justify the draw distance.
That's right, yeah. Yeah.
Which is just fun. I just kind of like that. But...
Yeah, New York gets turned into Silent Hill. Just to quickly acknowledge as well, this also had a sequel on the PS1, but that was made by Vicarious Visions, and it's very much a... Well, it's like a Twisted Metal 3 kind of situation. It's like different dev, like it's just not quite the same.
Right.
You know? Although maybe that's not a fair comparison. This one's just, Spider-Man 2 just uses like the same engine, and it's, yeah, it's just not the same. Just, main villain's Electro, and who cares? You know? Oh yeah, and this is also doing the whole web slinging on nothing thing.
Yeah.
I think they changed that till... Did the was that like Spider-Man 2 on the PS2 that was the first to actually attach them to things? I believe. I think it was that one. Right?
I know. I don't know any of the games earlier to that. I know that game definitely did do that. Like,
yeah.
Okay, I think that was the first one to do that then. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, no, it
seems like a very solid entry, honestly.
Yeah.
Well,
maybe just green it because we do have. Yeah.
I wonder who those pumpkin bombs belong to.
It's right, the Riddler.
Oh yeah, all the costumes and stuff. Yeah, like this. It's just a
lot of
game.
fan service.
Yeah.
Probably just green, just for the
I think
the effort.
We can always change our minds if we need to. But...
Well, we've got a lot of games. I think we'll be alright.
All right, so this is the last game that isn't recommended by Bob. It looks like. I'm going by little tally counts.
No. Huh? No, I've recommended all the last few.
Yeah, and this is the last one that
isn't.
isn't.
Oh, sorry. Right, sorry. Okay. Sorry.
This is the thing. Like I think ARPA suggested this. I can't say a whole lot about it because I actually don't know anything about it. But Strider looks fun, and let's get out of the tutorial land.
I was never that fond of the original. I'm not gonna lie, but
okay. Yeah, I think.
But yeah, I've heard good things about this.
It's another one of those things where like we just have to kind of either, if it doesn't jump out at us, we just have to accept that it's not on our list. But
sounds cool.
He certainly is.
I remember that like literally this morning I saw they made a task of this, and I saw that they had an alternate encode that cut out the loading times. So that might be a problem.
Oh boy.
I mean, I'm not too concerned about load times. It's the PS1. I think that's a different discussion.
Yeah, and it's a task too. Of course, they're gonna cut out load times if they can. So. He certainly is hacking and slashing.
Yeah. It's definitely in line with Strider 1, I'll say that much.
It's definitely in line with Strider and MVC. Period.
This is that design, by the way.
Right.
This is a really cool design. I was never that fond of the original Strider design, but this one's great.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah, it's in mask on.
That's right, I forgot about the original. This is very silly. He's just...
I hope this has auto fire or something, otherwise my would be killing me playing this.
Yeah?
Like that Chrysogrim or whatever in Symphony. Looks really nice, like the sprites and the 3D background. One of the best implementations of that.
Oh yeah, the way you interact with the environment. That's neat.
The combat is...
Yeah. We're not seeing it, the depth of it, if there is any. I don't know.
Where's Mortal Kombat Mythologies? Why don't we put that on? Oh, I suddenly thought of that.
Why didn't any of us think of it sooner? I don't know,
Christ.
Yeah, just looking at this, it's just I don't know.
Just very, maybe, I don't know.
Don't think so.
Nah. I'm sure it's neat, but without us being able to say
I'm
much.
not putting I'm not putting it on here if I could. I don't. It's also not like that original. We've got other 2D games on there. I don't know.
Yeah. This is Klonoa, same thing, really.
Oh man, it's the sequel, Herjog Schlong.
It's actually an RTS. You have to get to the enemy base and then go.
Speaking of RTS.
Oh yeah.
Alright, so can you explain this?
I'll try my best. Speaking of Herzog's Vi, this is basically our entry for that, in that it is like an action RTS. There's actually several modes. So what you do is, from what I haven't played this, admittedly.
Obviously.
Oh my god, no. Well, actually, no, I mean that's not too far off. To be fair, joking aside. Yeah, it is like sort of. I think you have like I think you have up to like 4 players. I don't know if it's like 4 teams though, but anyway, so you get the blocks together, and depending on how many blocks and in what arrangement you put them on the thing, you get different weapons, or in this case, like a tank, and you basically have to attack the enemy. And I think there's different modes like capture the flag, deathmatch, different things like that. So it's not, the objective isn't always the same. This is a very late release for the PlayStation, and it's quite raunchy, despite how it looks.
Wouldn't have guessed that.
And from what no, well, you weren't looking at it, but some rude language, apparently. But yeah, this is like your Herzog's Vi, just kind of a fun kind of, well, probably a lot more accessible than Herzog's Vi. In that you have to manage your team, you manage your resources. I think you can issue simple commands. I think I'm really not an expert on this, but it's just a game that looks very UFO 50. And I think this has like multi-tap support for like 4 players, I believe. So this is more for like your multiplayer than your single player stuff, although I'm sure it's fine for that as well. I don't really have much else to say.
It is certainly quirky looking.
Yeah. It's fondly remembered from those who have played it. Oh, the tank is actually stealing their boxes, okay.
Oh.
Sometimes you have to show people who's in control.
Is that some of that vulgar language I mentioned?
But yeah, no, this is...
Zoom on a bit. Let's get a different, different map or something, I don't know. I mean, this is a single player video. That's probably not why you would play this. Although it seems fine.
Yeah.
I'm guessing the tank is just the way to go. Although obviously it takes more effort to... Okay, that was mean.
You can run over cats? Don't like it. It's instant red.
Yeah.
No, this is quirky as shit. This is kind of...
UFO 50.
Yeah, it's a very good fit for what we're doing.
I think that's a green, honestly.
It's not a contested genre either, so...
Well, it's driving here, so...
This is very Twisted Metal right now.
Bike released!
The squishing animation's pretty cool.
I'm willing to
This would be really fun with friends, yeah.
Why not?
Oh no.
Bike was destroyed, we lose.
Alright.
Well,
here's a game that I'm gonna mute this right now.
Yes.
Does this even need much of an explanation?
This is another no shit one.
Yeah.
The GBA one requires a bit of explanation, but this, yeah.
I was a huge fan of these games. I owned this one on the PS1 and the 3 on the PS1. And then...
Oh, you owned that port. Interesting.
Yeah. That's why I keep thinking it's a PS1 game. I didn't realize it was
Oh, no, that was a different dev. That was like a kind of hand-me-down kind of one.
Yeah. It was fine, though. I actually quite liked it.
I've heard it's alright. I've heard it's pretty good. I heard the PS1 port of 3 is like surprisingly good. For what it is. I've heard the PS1 port of 4 is not. So, like the PS4 port of 4 is kind of what you'd expect the 3 one to be. So
right, yeah.
But this is the one by Neversoft. This is the Tony Hawk's game for the PS1.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, granted, yeah, like you know what I mean. Like the Port of 3 had like the revert and shit in, but this was made for the PS1. So
No, this game is just as good. It is.
yeah, yeah.
I like these games a lot. I don't know. There's something that's just fun about it. Just
It's Tony Hawk's. Yeah, I mean you don't have the revert from 3, but it's still but it's made around that. That's fine.
yeah.
You got the manual, so which one didn't have? So yeah, honestly, like I think when this came out, it was like one of the highest rated games of all time, and rightfully so.
Yeah.
It's still fun.
Everybody knows the series.
I was gonna say it has a very 90s soundtrack. It came out in 2000, but you know.
Well, yeah. We're a few months into the new millennium. Don't get any music that wasn't released in the last few months. Well, yeah, I mean, it's a skateboarding game. You kind of want it to be a capsule of the time, wouldn't you? Really?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I just appreciate I did appreciate the soundtracks of these games as well. It was
Sure.
which we can't show you, but I promise you, it's some good stuff. But
I think this is still a
show
contestant.
people a soundtrack. That's pretty neat trick.
Yeah.
I think like to this day, there's still some people who believe this is the peak of the franchise. Like, they just don't like the revert, I guess. So, but it's made around that. It's definitely different because like I think the addition of the revert was kind of a turning point for this one. This one's still a little bit more about lines. Granted, you can extend them pretty far with a manual, but not to the same extent. As soon as you hit like a half pipe, that's where your combo ends. So.
Right. Yeah.
So it's got a different vibe to some of the later games. And yeah, and also there were other ports of this, like PC. There was like the Xbox version, like Tony Hawk's like Pro Skater X, like 2X or something.
Oh yeah, that weird one.
Yeah, but this is
I
still
know there was
like
an N60 version of one of these games, but
I believe Tony Hawk's 3 was the final N64 game. I believe. And of course, being on a cartridge, you didn't really like the music was like just like a 5-second loop or something.
Yeah.
But I would say, even though there are other ports of this, and a remake, I'll still say this PS1 version's an absolute legit way to play it. I don't think it's like
I don't think
really outclassed by the Dreamcast or whatever.
It seems like a console game.
Yeah. I think this is perfect. I've already greened it because I think we should include it.
Of course. It is a no shit one, yeah. Now going from that, which I can talk a lot about, to this. I guess this is also a licensed soundtrack, but whatever. We'll chance it. I guess I'm the one uploading this. Yeah, it's Wipeout again. Some people say this is the best one. I don't know. I'm not totally into Wipeout.
This doesn't look too much different from the one we reviewed all the way back when.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, given what else is going on, that's not a great thing.
I'm gonna be honest. I think we've got enough recent games for us to just put this in because it's known. This is our list at the end of the day.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like they're just like, you don't mess with a winning formula, but like that's.
I think there's like some innovations. Oh right, I heard this one. You can does the F-Zero thing where you exchange like your health for boost. So if that matters to you, play this one. But so it does have some innovations. It isn't literally the same game, but this is our list. I don't particularly like Wipeout. I think I just put it on the list just for acknowledgement. So. And we've got enough racing games, so I don't think we have to put green either of them.
No, I don't think so.
Yep. Okay.
By Wipeout.
Alright. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh no, not the campaign video. It's just life bars going down.
The hell? Oh.
Oh, this might be... Yeah, stay away from those entrances unless you want this to be taken down by the WWE.
Right.
Right, so this is kind of like... This is one of my favorite wrestling games. It is... For God's sake. The box says he can't keep his balance. This is a WWF game released at like sort of the peak of the Attitude Era, so immediately it has that going for it. It has like an absolutely amazing roster of characters, just because wrestling had an amazing roster of characters at the time.
Right.
This was like, so the N64 had like the Aki games like No Mercy, which are, I guess, arguably better wrestling games. Like they better simulate the actual art of professional wrestling. This one on the other hand, this is by Ukes. This is actually the second game in what, if you follow the lineage, this is actually the modern WWE series. Like this is the second game in that series if you follow it along.
Huh.
This is made by Ukes, and this one in particular, this is super arcadey. Like the pacing of it is just not. This is not a wrestling simulator. This is an arcade ass like fighting game, basically. But it is fun. Like I wouldn't say it's necessarily like worse than the N64 games. I would say it's more different. And it doesn't really matter if it's just fun. Like I mean, you've seen wrestling. Like the pacing is not like this.
Right.
You've got Chris Jericho here doing Korean backdashes or something.
Yeah, like I usually don't see the.
You might want to mute
the
the
face.
You might want to mute the audio. Yeah, we don't want those entrance themes. It has like a campaign. Oh yeah, you can play that. Those cutscenes.
Oh sure.
Oh no. Oh dear.
Oh.
We'll choose to ignore that. You get these like, I mean, it's very primitive, but it's kind of funny. Although I always played as my own. It has a full creative wrestler, by the way.
Oh, cool,
As you'd expect. So, it's Michael Cole. I don't know.
Lemming shrug.
Lost his little date in some ways. Let's say that much.
Yep. Anyway,
Oh, I want to see just one intro. So yeah, I don't think it'd be taken down for the video. But keep the audio off though. Let's keep the audio off. Find just one. Them walk in front of a video, basically. They walk in front of their Titatron videos.
Interesting.
Yeah, like that. I don't think this would be. I can always blur it or something, but the entrances they don't do the full ring thing. They just walk in front of their Titatron video,
Oh,
which is kind of funny.
That's very silly.
Yeah. These character models.
Rock facial expressions.
He's got a permanent people's eyebrow. You can't not do the people's eyebrow.
I can't believe they call it that. That's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. I think this is a green. Honestly, I think this is another one I own, and it's just, and there's so many modes. There's like Hell in a Cell, ladder matches, TLC matches. It's not wrestling. This isn't Fire Pro, but I think also like anyone, you can just hand someone the controller and just anyone can play. It's like, okay, like just grapple, strike, reversal, good. Now you can just play. It also has like some really dumb interactions where you just pick up like a casket and just throw it the length of the ring and stuff like that. So
Sure.
yeah.
Oh, I'm sold. Any input, Yoshi?
Not really, no.
Okay. Okay. This is the last one.
Oh.
Game number 100. Actually, yeah, I want to see part of the intro again. I remember this being like
Programs.
Yeah. So, remind me, what's the deal with this again? I know this is...
This is a puzzle platformer. That's, well... So, alright, so... I think I've said this to you, SK. Yoshi, who's that character on the left there?
Well, you see, I do know about
know.
the weird sheepdog and wolf character thing. They made a few of those.
What was his name again? I don't remember.
They used a wolf that, like, you know, just looks like Wile E. Coyote, but he's got a red nose, so he's completely different.
It's a Valve Wolf?
Oh.
Because I saw this in this is another PS1 game I saw in magazines. I was like, oh yeah, just for years I just thought, oh yeah, it's Wile E. Coyote, obviously. Like, no, it's not. It's a different character. It's like a different existing character who had his own shorts. And it also doesn't help that they put Roadrunner in the opening tutorial. So.
Okay, so.
It's a puzzle platformer in which you capture sheep. I didn't play this back in the day. This is something I discovered relatively recently through a YouTube review. And it's like a really kind of fun, like, kind of stealth puzzle platformer. And each level has its own gimmicks you have to contend with. It also has this bizarrely out of place soundtrack that's like really good, but
oh right,
yeah. And you have to like get these sheep to the exit, and you get these the killer Sam Sheepdog. It's like the nemesis of this game. And every level like just has its own gimmick. I believe there's a level where you actually travel through time. So you sort of like place a rock in one timeline, and then you come back to the future, and it's like it's turned into like a boulder that gives you cover or something like that. Daffy Duck wants to die.
Oh, we're playing as Bugs Bunny now.
Ah!
Let's go full rabbit season, duck season here.
Yeah, I didn't even know about this.
Be very, very quiet. I'm duck hunting.
Apparently there were also some Looney Tunes games from Behavior. They made some for the PS1, but
yes, they
apparently
did.
They were very good.
I do remember them. I rented one of them one time, like the Bugs in Time or whatever the hell that was.
Yeah.
So I am familiar with multiple of their games. Censored. That's funny.
That's funny. You can also tell this is this is literally the latest game on our list because it just it looks very nice. Oh, I recognize this guy.
That thing.
This guy is your go-to boss for a Looney Tunes game.
Yeah.
I know, yeah. The review I watched did say it's a little bit weird that this even has boss fights, but yeah. Obviously, you need to get in the machine where you swap your brain into it.
Right. Oh, that was.
I think this game's neat.
It's interesting. I don't know what to say about it.
I mean, it's a puzzle game, which we don't have too many of, I don't think. Well, I mean, like puzzle platformer. I mean, it's more than just an action game. Is what I'm saying.
Sure.
That's how you. All right. You got the sheep for that level, I guess. And you order like different gadgets from Acme, like mail order them.
Just fully
music is way too funky. I think it's neat.
I think it's pretty neat, yeah.
I feel like we can't fully appreciate it though unless we kind of watch like a full puzzle play out, which we don't really have time to do.
Yeah.
I can see how that works though. Get the robot to follow you and it pulls that up. Oh, and then you use the magnet on the fishing line to get it up to you.
Huh.
Alright. It is a puzzle game.
Yeah,
Just setting up.
It's
pretty cool.
That seems interesting.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, the question there is, like, are we just yellowing that?
I don't know what we're looking like at this point.
Yeah, probably just yellow it and just start, looking at our
Start
list.
that phase now. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's stop the video. I don't want the one game playing throughout the entire thing again. I'll dub in some music.
Okay.
Let's start looking at a spreadsheet. Hell yeah, we're playing EVE Online.
Yeah. So, I'm not going to change the layout of the thing. I'll just leave it where it is. So, let's do this and then this. That should be helpful. We have 5 potential fighting games.
Well, 37 so far.
Oh, right, I should actually count. 37. How many potentials do we got? 34?
Will we be streaming yet or not? Or?
Oh, yeah, sure. Switch that over then.
Because we also need to, when we're doing like the yellows, we also need to acknowledge how many greens are in the same category as well. So you think like, oh, we've got so many fighting games, but then you
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we kind of divided this into thirds, which is funny. We just, just on average, just one of each.
Right.
So yeah, what do we got going on here?
Okay, so we got lots of things going on. Let's just re-look at some of the things we're looking at.
We only greened 2 racing games, because we were very conscious of that.
Yeah? 3.
Oh no, 3, sorry.
Although, yeah, Ridge Racer and Gran Turismo, so 2 kind of...
They're different enough.
Yeah, but then also Micro Machines, so that one's pretty distinct.
Let's talk about racing first, because that's kind of the biggest one, isn't it? So we yellowed...
1?
Actually, not many, is that shit?
Oh, we redded a whole bunch of them, that's why.
That's because we were, like, constantly worried about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, well... Right, well,
Crash
Crash
Team
2 can make it down. That's a kart game. Yeah, that's fine. Any more racing games that we can be kind to?
I don't know if we needed to, looking for what was up there.
Yeah, we got...
Well, we redded them for a reason, so so we've got a kart racer, a top-down racer, a racing sim, and, like, yeah.
Arcade racing.
Arcade one, yeah. So I think that's fine. I think that's a good balance.
I think actually our biggest problem right now is fighting games. We have 5 green and 5 yellow.
Yeah, I don't know about Slap Happy Rhythm Busters. It seems like just something you think looks cool, but it's also got a problem right out the gate, and then it's just like nobody really knows anything about it.
I suppose.
So what's yellow?
Slap Happy Rhythm
Soul
Busters.
Blade I am massively fond of, but it is just a more primitive Soul Calibur.
Right.
Well, let's first look over this and just look over anything that we want to before we get into the individual things. Let's look for anything that we're like, yeah, we really shouldn't have made it yellow, or yeah, it should have been green in the first place.
Okay. Let's go to the top. Right, so Lomax I know nothing about.
Not sure why. I think Mega Man XF4 we should go in.
Yeah.
Since,
I mean,
we're
sure.
at 35, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, we don't have to be that picky.
2 2D platformers right now. So.
Fine.
Pandemonium is no. That kind of just got its lunch eaten.
Yeah. I think.
I like Pandemonium a lot, but
Yeah, it's fine. It's just that I think Klonoa kind of feels like, looks like kind of the same thing, but just more. I don't know.
Yeah, sure. More Japanese.
I feel like Medieval could definitely get in.
Sure, I'm alright with that. Yeah.
Which one? Sorry.
Medieval.
Medieval.
Oh, Medieval. Sure, yeah.
Dino Crisis 2 is its own thing that we don't have, and it looks. I think we can go.
I think Syphon Filter can be green. Like, it's not really. Well, I mean, like maybe like Metal Gear's almost thematically similar, but that's not the same.
No. Tomb Raider and Spider-Man. That's. Yeah, sure.
With Syphon Filter, I just look at it. It looks like just a dumb licensed game, but I don't really know much about it. And I feel like that's judging a book by its cover. So
it's not licensed.
You know what I mean? It feels like.
I mean, it's good. It reviewed well. It's a first part, like a good.
Okay,
Sony published game.
Vigilante 8 Second Offense. I'm not sure on. So, okay,
Oh, we need to, I think we should include.
Maybe we should start like writing some of these, so we just stop thinking about them.
Yeah.
Tetris Plus seems like a definite yes.
What's that, sorry?
Tetris Plus.
I mean, I sure, I guess.
That's neat. I like it.
It doesn't. Yeah, alright, fair enough. It's just, I don't know.
I think we just have to go and say no to Final Fantasy, even though.
No, I was going to say that. I'm not putting in Final Fantasy VII just because it's famous. I don't feel comfortable with that. I've played it. I don't care for it. So this is our list. I'm not just doing it just because it's expected. I mean, I'd rather put in 8. I'd put 8 in over that. And I already said that has flaws. So, but 7, I just, no.
What are we looking at? 43 in, 25 potential. Oh boy.
What about the music maker?
I don't know. If we only have 7 to go.
Yeah, we're kind of, we have to go with something.
I mean, that's 7. That's not. Yeah. I think Incredible Crisis should be green.
Oh,
we don't
that
have like
game.
another mini game thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's too quirky.
Yeah, and then 1 point blank no, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah,
that's crazy. That's crazy to me, but alright. I guess instead of Incredible Crisis, I suppose.
Yeah.
Alright. Point blank.
Definitely, like Bloody War 2 or one of the other fighting games feels like it should get in. Like
I would say I love Soul Blade, but no, I would just read that now.
Oh yeah, we should. I think we should read that.
Like if we have 7.
I mean, Energizer like is that's the kind of like a fighting game subgenre we don't have. But I'm not like the biggest like Bible Schools and Bloody War 2 I can like personally vouch for, but that other one, I don't know, it's interesting.
What, Air Guys?
Yeah. It's like an arena thing rather than. Then again, I guess we also have Bushido Blade, so we already have like a sort of non-conventional fighting game.
Yeah.
Oh, we have Resident Evil 2 in, right?
Green Dot, yeah.
Yeah, so I think we should say no to Resident Evil 1 at this point. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, sure. I think it's.
We have 6 left.
We have to spread out what we have, and like, Resident Evil
I
is.
definitely want to say one of the fighting games. I would say Bloody War 2, just from what I'm looking at and doing it.
It was gonna be rival schools. Like we've already got a Capcom fighters anyway, so
Yeah.
or Capcom published at least.
Well, we have JoJo's and
Also, like Rival Schools 1 is great, but like Project Justice is like the same game but better.
Yeah.
Go up just a little bit. Okay. So, like, if I, like, just off the top of my head, if I wanted to pick 5 more, I would be like Mega Man Legends, Sheepdog and Wolf, Bust-a-Move 4, and then, like, Driver 2, and then... That's the 4 that bring out of me, personally, and that's more gut instinct. What do you... So, yeah, that's just me throwing out stuff there.
I have nothing to say about Mega Man Legends. It's just sort of... I mean, it looks nice. It definitely has some good graphics. It never jumped out at me as an interesting game to play. I agree with the other ones, though. Like, I think that one is just solid.
What do you think, Bob?
I'd say no to Sherlock Mirage, just because it doesn't quite hit. It feels weird saying that about a Treasure game, but... well, hang on, I'll just go through each one. Rayman, too difficult. I would say red for that.
Yeah, we have supplements for that.
Yeah. Tomba's I'm kind of neutral on. Jumping Flash is quite novel, especially as like a super early PS1 game. Well, I guess we don't care too much about that. But it was quite novel.
Yeah.
I'd say Tomba, definitely no.
Yeah, sure.
No.
I
One.
don't know what that means.
Well, it's better.
Toy Story 2 is kind of alright for a licensed game. But I don't know if it's like... Yeah. Mega Man Legend, sure, I
think
suppose.
we only have one room for at least one creative game. Maybe not even that. So I would say no to Music 2000.
Yeah, I think as much as I enjoy it, like I think that's neat. I think
yeah, it's not. Yeah,
I would go with video games over.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Music, yeah.
You can't. You couldn't easily like transfer it to anything either, could you? Really?
No.
They say the other two you can play.
Yeah.
But I highlighted it. I like that it exists.
I think Heart of Darkness is like probably just out of Ape World Odyssey is going to be our pick, given.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think the same for Vigilante 8.
How much are we working with now? Hang on, we've just taken a bunch out.
Hold on. So we have 8 yellows, 3 more.
Okay, I'll just say of those, I would personally say Jumping Flash, Ghost in the Shell, and Driver 2.
Wait a minute, is 55 to 101 like 47 to 48 is 2? Even though 55 to 101 would be 3. Okay, my bad. Okay, yeah. Okay, so 3. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Looking at this list, I'd say Ghost in the Shell. Yeah. It looks.
Yeah, sure.
2 votes for that. All right.
I do like that of the remaining ones. It feels like we're all pulling in different directions, which is funny.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest. Frogger 2 did absolutely nothing for me.
That's fine. I mean, it's a neat game, but it's not.
I'm sure it is, but
it's not a must-play. I think Driver 2. I think we kind of agree on that. That's kind of a thing.
We didn't end up with as many racing / driving games as we thought we were going to anyway.
Yeah, and that's
Okay. Yeah, this definitely feels like either Jumping Flash or Bust-a-Move. I just really like Bust-a-Move. That may be coloring my thing a bit.
My vote would go for Jumping Flash.
We only have one other of those.
Bust a Move.
Jumping Flash, on the other hand, is really cool, but it's also really primitive.
Yeah.
I think the thing that gets me about Bust a Move is just that it just kind of looks like a 16-bit game to me. But
honestly, I'm pushing for Kakuge Yarō.
Really?
Because
Oh god.
We didn't. Well, then we booted out all the other creative games. We actually have none. And I think it's
well, I'm gonna be on. Well, if that's the choice, then I would go with yours, SK. I would go with Kakuge Yarō.
Bust a Move 4 is like, you can argue that it's
too, yeah. Well, I'm leaning towards it too now.
Yeah.
I think Bust a Move, like Puzzle Bobble, I think is a great game. I'm not talking shit about it. But when it comes like the PlayStation, I don't know. It just.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's an arcade port, so it's like it's good, but it's still like, if we want something that is that speaks PS1 and creative, or not literally the creative genre, but like innovative, and something you can't get elsewhere, I think that's a good choice. And Bust a Move 4 is like, yeah.
Gotcha.
But,
let's count, make sure we're right.
50.
Yeah, we did that. Again.
Wow, we did it. We're so good at this.
Yeah.
Next is Engage 50.
Engage. No, we're gonna do Virtual Boy 50. A game, a console that had like 20 games or something.
No games from '95. It starts at.
Do we have any RPGs?
I don't.
We have
Parasite
Eve.
Final Fantasy
Tactics.
That's
just like
Castlevania,
I said,
kinda?
we have to take the L.
Yeah, and Symphony of the Night, it's an RPG-ish.
Like, if this was like a more like a sort of like a group that's more like just quote not normal, just average, we have like 3 less fighting games and 3 more
RPGs.
RPGs.
But we would have 3. Well, no, we would have like 2 Final Fantasies. It would be like 7 and 9 because like everyone hates 8, so that's the weird one.
Oh, that seems like one of those things that disappeared lately. That seems like a Fighter EX situation.
Oh, sure.
Where people reevaluate it.
Sure. But yeah, that's it.
All right.